Hello and welcome to the second annual Gooners versus Cancer POD-a-THON. This one, 27 hours. We will make up the 6 minutes that we're late to you, thanks to Andy Rhodes, who can't figure out his internet and has already screwed this up. I believe he is on the side of cancer, but we're going to do our best to kick cancer here, starting off in an amazing way. Welcome to the Gooners Pod and Gooners versus Cancer.
Once upon a time, way back when there were only 9,000 Arsenal podcasts, 5 young men from various backgrounds, an Irish kid with a horrible haircut, a young Jewish nerd who hadn't discovered food yet, a child from Hemel Hempstead who didn't want to be English no more, a handsome advertising magnate with impeccable judgment, and a young Mexican AC Milan fan hatched a plan to take over the world of Arsenal podcasts. But then these boys became men. Jared, Mikey, Ewan, Magic, and Andy. And the rest, my friends, is history. And now, all these years later, you tune in every so often to hear their incredible takes, their football knowledge, and their sensual advice. But now, it's gone too far. You, our fans, are at long last witness to season
7.
Welcome to the Gooners Pod.
Hello and welcome to the Gooners Podcast POD-a-THON, second annual POD-a-THON. I got some sleep last night. I'm ready to go. I got a whole case of Red Bull next to me, and we're going to have some fun over the next 27 hours because it's not going to be just me on a big screen. We have an outstanding guest to help kick things off in just a minute. Here's how this podcast is going to work. We are raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, which is our cause to help kick blood cancers like leukemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma. You can go to goonersvcancer.com. You have an explanation and a breakdown of this entire podcast, of our entire campaign, and you can donate right on that website directly to Leukemia Lymphoma Society. When you donate, you will get raffle tickets. Raffle tickets will be used not only later in the summer for a raffle, which you'll be entered into, but to get a very special prize draw every hour on the hour during this 27-hour podcast. So if you get your donations in early, you'll be able to participate in as many, up to all of the prize draws as you can. We're going to be giving away Ruth Beck art prints like these. We're going to be giving away new Arsenal kits like, well, I don't have one of the new ones with me, but we're going to be giving away new Arsenal kits. We're going to be giving away signed memorabilia, and the grand prize at the end is going to be a new home shirt signed by Saka, Emil Smith-Rowe, and Tomiyasu, along with a picture of Tomiyasu straining his hamstring when he was signing the shirt, which you can either choose to get or not. So go to goonersvcancer.com, make your donation as early as possible to be entered in as many draws as possible, and we're going to get this kicked off with our first guest in just a second. He's putting something away, but we're waiting on Andy, who's having some technical problems. But why wait on Andy when you can bring in the best right back in the history of Arsenal Football Club, probably in the history of the sport, Mr. Lee Dixon?
That's too much.
My middle name is too much. I mean, as you can see. I mean, your punditry for NBC Sports, by the way, is so good that the primary play-by-play commentator had to leave the entire sport. Welcome back to the pod, Lee. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me back. And I have one question for you. Why have you added 3 hours on the end? 24. 24 is a good number.
Well, here's the thing. I was trying to figure out when to start and end the podcast. And when you do a 24-hour podcast, it starts and ends at the same time. Did you know that?
I can work that one out.
Yeah. So when prime time in the UK, which tends to be where more than 50% of our viewers come from, is usually from about 8 to 11. And it occurred to me that if we stop tomorrow at 7:59 or 8 o'clock, we're missing all of that just juicy, fun time. So that's why I went to 27 hours. Also, I'm just a glutton for punishment, and that's what happens. So I think we have Andy trying to get in here. So
he's paying a George Graham fine, by the way, Andy, for being late. Obviously.
He is. We're
£10 to the charity. £10 to the charity.
People are going to want to hear from Lee Dixon, but they're going to end up hearing Lee Dixon castigating and punishing. And you can throw him up against the wall to tell him what this pod-a-thon means, much like your teammates threw you up against the wall.
Let's just put it this way. You know, you arranged this for me to be on at 8 o'clock, and you're here and I'm here. So at least he could do would be to get here for 8 o'clock. This
is a non-negotiable. I mean, he's going to be doing the Barca podcast. I'll be paying him to do it, but he'll be doing it later this season, I'm sure. So, so we have a friend of you and mine, of course. Darren is in the chat, engaged to a Spurs fan. Not sure that you want to really be publicizing that, but we still love you anyway. So let's start off. Congratulations.
Yeah,
you are a grandfather. This is the first time?
First, yeah. My daughter, Olivia, had baby George, who she's a bigger Arsenal fan than I am. And so you can guess who she named a little boy after. She knew she was having a little boy and loved the name George based on the fact she...
It could be, honestly, it could be a number of people.
Well,
I mean, it could be Armstrong. It could be Charlie. It could be...
But if you imagine when she grew up starting to watch Arsenal in the early 90s, she was born in 1990. So from then onwards, it was obviously she was about 5 or 6. She was a George Graham fan, even though I was forcing her. Oh, there he is.
Hello. Sorry, I'm late.
You are in so much trouble. Not from me, but from, I mean, Lee grew up. He grew up in the George Graham era, and what you've just done is not okay.
I'll pay the fine.
We're just negotiating how much you've got to pay, but it's going to go up. It's going to go up. The angrier I get.
Sorry.
You might just have to give him the thing instead of the thing that you have instead of that. But I'm sorry.
So baby George was born. She had a bit of a long labour, bless her, and she gave birth literally as England was scoring last night, the winning goal in the Euros. So it was kind of one of those moments where we weren't obviously at the hospital. She had a long labour. She was having a C-section. She delivered the baby, and we got a text message virtually straight afterwards saying baby George has been born. So he's doing really well.
Was that one of like the best 5-minute stretches of your life? I mean, other than maybe May 26th, 89, or I mean, maybe you're probably obligated to say it's more special than that, but
it was. I mean, this is complete. I don't know if you're old enough yet to be a granddad, but I certainly am. So
I'm old enough if my kids really like did the wrong thing. Yeah. I've got a 21 and an 18-year-old, so I'm technically old enough, but you know. Yeah. I'd like another 5 years, and then we'll start getting into it.
Well, it's a weird feeling because it's completely different than the feeling you have when you have your own kids, because there's a certain amount of freedom to enjoy the possibility of being able to spoil them virtually all of the time, and give them back when they get tired. So
that's what I've always heard, and obviously I've seen that with my mother and my wife's parents. I mean, they're so much more involved than I remember them being with me.
Yeah.
Because
I'm going into the hospital tomorrow to see him for the first time, and I will be. He's 8 pounds 9 ounces, so he's quite a big baby because my daughter's quite petite, and so I'm going to go in tomorrow and check his. I've said to her, I'm going to check his feet out. I'm going to try and encourage him tomorrow to get that left foot going a little bit earlier than I got mine going. I
You
never
gonna get him a little Ginola doll to like throw up on and stuff.
Yeah.
Will he have more than just a head like Andy does?
Yeah,
Why
just
is
a
that
bodied head.
because-
Yeah, have you got
Like-
your camera literally on your chin?
I know. Since I got a new laptop, it just.
You just got to tilt it down a bit and go like that
Hold on a second.
because you look.
Or just stand up and crouch like they do when they're taking the picture at the beginning of a football match.
I should do that.
And just do that for the entire 27 hours.
Congratulations, Lee. I know I jumped in on that story. And sorry I'm late. So the internet went out, and here I thought I had like unplugged the router and was giving it a minute, and I came upstairs. My wife went downstairs and plugged it back in. And so there was just Christmas vacation moment.
Speaking of naming babies, naming dogs, you were telling me before, Lee, before we went on air during the what we're going to call the Andy delay, about another funny story about naming this one of a dog, I believe. I thought that our viewers might enjoy hearing that one.
Well, yeah, I got.
And then we'll get to Arsenal.
Yeah, my friend who teaches Pilates now, I went to do some Pilates with her, and she works from a studio in a house, and obviously her husband goes to work, and she has clients in doing the Pilates, and she's got this dog call, and this dog came out, and I said, "Oh, what's the dog called?" And she went, "Brady," and I just presumed like he would, because she's English, and I said, "Oh, named after Liam," and she went, "Liam who?" And I went, "No, Liam Brady, the dog," and she went, "Oh,
Liam Brady, the dog."
I don't know, and I went, "Oh," because he said my husband, and I know her husband, so I said Philip named him, so I went, "All right, I'll ask Philip then." So I saw Philip and I said, "Oh, brilliant. I didn't know you were an Arsenal fan." And he was mortally offended and went, No, it's Tom Brady. And I went, "Oh, not Liam Brady." He goes, "No." And I didn't know he was a Tottenham fan. So I went, he goes, "I'm a Tottenham fan." So I went, "Oh, so Liam obviously wouldn't work." So anyway, I go back for more Pilates lessons, and I start calling the dog Liam to wind his wife up and obviously him up, because it will get back. Oh, Lee was calling the dog Liam. So I changed the name from Brady to Liam. So then he changed the name from Brady to Tom. So he now calls his own dog Tom in order to stop me calling him Liam. It's just like, so I've won whatever happens because I've made him change his dog's name.
Yeah, that counts as a win. I want to first say thanks and also bring up something very important when it comes to donations on this podcast. First of all, thank you to Vinny for this very, very kind and very generous super chat. Says, "Mike, I love the work that you do to fight against cancer. Sadly, I have to fight the bastard every day, and it's giving me a beating at the moment. Vinny, we are all here in your corner, man, rooting for you. And please do keep fighting. And of course, a comment for Lee. You're a wonderful player. Great work getting invoiced." I'm going to try to figure out how to turn that into a joke, but I'm pretty sure he'd be getting involved.
Yeah.
And Lee has, in fact, since very, very early on in our charity and surely with charitable efforts, Arsenal and otherwise, prior to me and concurrent with me, has always been an incredibly generous person in giving your time, your effort, your money in shipping supplies, and your and your expertise with scissors and tape, which we've learned about in a previous podcast.
Yeah.
What I do want to say, though, is if you are inclined to donate for the stream, please do so by going directly to goonersvcancer.com. The one thing about a super chat, which we normally are honored and shocked to get, because why would somebody give money to us for what we're saying? In this case, we know it's a donation for the charity. Please give it straight to goonersvcancer.com going forward, because Google through YouTube does take a substantial amount of those super chats. And so again, I want to be very, very appreciative of that. But if we can have the ones going forward in there, I'll be seeing the donations as they come in. And by the way, prior to the show starting, we had already gained about $800 of donations. Last year, we got 5,000 for the entirety of the podcast term. So we're well on pace. Remember, the earlier you get them in, the more prize draws you have a chance to win. Again, we're still going to get to Arsenal, but I think Andy's just went and got something that he wants to talk to you about, Lee, because he knows about one of your non-Arsenal passions.
Yeah. So I had and this is for everyone. I have two of them. I had the fortunate pleasure. God, how long ago was this, Mike? Probably like
a year ago
now. I was doing an online workout with Lance Armstrong and started having a conversation with him. Towards the end of our conversation, I mentioned this charity, and he just said to me, "Whatever you need, I'm in your corner to support it." So about a month ago, he sent me some signed kits.
Cool.
Yeah, from back in the day.
Did he need to put that into an envelope, that last one, or did you just put it in a mailbox and it gets there?
You know what was strange was when I was mailing him stuff, going to the
please don't tell us what you meant.
Like going to the post office and then like mailing it to his home address. Like first the fact that he shared it with me, but then it was like you go to the post office to put Lance Armstrong on the letter. Yeah. Right, and then to get it,
I've had the same issue with Lee and his teammates. I'm like, yeah, I can't believe I'm receiving and mailing things.
No, but for me though, like it was just that one extra bit of weird that you're at the post office. Where
that's true.
He's an employee, and now they all hate him. I guess I don't know. But anyway, we've got these two signed kits that we're gonna put up for auction, and Lance said that, Mike, once we get in the middle of this, he'll retweet, Instagram post, whatever we need. I could just shoot him a text and he'll share and follow. So
yeah, I mean, obviously Lance Armstrong, pretty bipolar as far as what people think of him. Some people still look at his effort and his intention and what he does for charity. Other people will forever look at him otherwise. And whether you feel one way or the other, I do think his commitment to cancer charities, however he achieved his fame and however he achieved his athletic success, or whatever you believe and feel about him, he's always really done as much as he possibly could for cancer, for obvious reasons. So we just got to figure out the best way to do that, because I don't want to put it in the normal kind of Gooner raffle that we have 10 things to bid on, because you can never really tell how much is being driven by any one particular item. So we'll have to talk about that. But Lee, are putting you on the spot a little bit, but are you a Lance fan or what are you?
I was a big Lance follower, and obviously as you talked about, that you can sit and chat over the controversy and the being in court and the lying and all of the things that went on, but ultimately he's a supreme competitor, and what he's done for cancer charities himself, is extraordinary. And so, people make mistakes. He made a couple of them, and I'm sure he's owned up to them now. But ultimately, we're here to raise money for the cancer charity, and anything that we can use for that means, then the better. So I will be bidding for those. So you have to let me know where they're getting.
My stepfather is was a cyclist. He's 75 now. He's had a few health issues, and so he's more on the what's it called now? The stationary bike that everyone dies on. Yeah, he's on the Peloton.
Other makes of bikes are available.
Yes, that's true. But he used to be a big cycler, and I keep forgetting to tell him that we have this cycle. Look, I'm the guy who clearly doesn't share the affinity, although I wish I could, that the two of you and Lance have. So,
well, I'll tell you a quick story. So 2 weekends ago, I did the big charity bike ride for Children's Hospital here in Colorado. And Lee, if you ever get the opportunity to come out here and do it, it is unbelievable. It's
a friend of mine's done that, and he said it's just off the charts.
Yeah, it is insane. And like it's now the largest charity event for Children's Hospital in the United States, which is unbelievable. And so the team that I ride for here in Colorado is I would say 80% physicians. And there's a guy named John who runs the team we ride for, and we partner with a couple pro teams. And so he was the head of neuroscience at Children's Hospital and he just retired. He was telling me this story about how about 15 years ago, Lance flew into Colorado to do some training. And because John's a huge cyclist, they went out and rode together. And Lance was on a very strict schedule. It was, you got to be here at this time. We're training at this time. You go for lunch at this time. So John's like, that schedule was to the minute. And John was with him the whole day until they got to the cancer ward.
Yeah.
And then it was basically Lance saying to his team, fuck the schedule. I'll stay on this unit for as long as I need to talk to whoever I need to. And that was during the height of his career. And so as Mike said, it doesn't matter what you thought about him during the time. Like, I think the one consistent was the battle for cancer. So we will post these. And, you know, I don't want to abuse the relationship I'm trying to build with him, but if we get other items that we want signed, I'm sure he'll do it. He's only about an hour from me drive, so I can always just drop these off too. But super excited that he's going to join us in this little charity that we have, Mike.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. And also exciting is the fact that since the podcast started, we have another $250 of donations coming in. Thank you, Charlie, Warren, Curtis. Thank you, Henrik Feder. Thank you, Fredo, our very good friend Fredo from New Orleans, and Tanner from Carlisle, I believe, Pennsylvania, with very generous donations. They'll be in on all the prize draws, so that's exciting, and keep them coming. Again, the earlier the better, and we are over $1,000 now for the Pod-a-thon this far in our first official hour. So obviously, you know, we have Arsenal season getting ready to start, and it's probably the most excited I've seen the fan base for a season in maybe the last 10 or 15 years, and it's been the worst 4-season stretch over the last 2 or 3 decades. Lee, I think it's kind of self-explanatory, but as a pundit, as an ex-player, as a fan, less of a fan than your kids, as you claim. But I mean, how are you feeling, and how do you describe kind of what's going on around the fan base right now?
Well, I think when the pros, let's use Arteta's words for a minute, although I don't particularly like him that much, but let's go back to the process. And when he took over, it is his first job. He's learning on his feet. We all were expecting of him coming in and maybe being the next Pep, and that was never going to happen. But he's obviously been very influenced by Pep, and quite rightly so. So he's picked up his own stuff. He's trying to get his own ideas. So we're all giving him time, and he kept talking about the process. And then the club went on and joined hands with him and said to him, right, if this is what you want to do, then let's buy into this. So the club have got to take a lot of credit for, I mean, nothing's been achieved yet, but they've got to take a lot of credit for starting and continuing on that line based on this. It's a risky line to go down, signing young players, giving the kids a chance, but also when the new signings coming in, signing of that age, around 22, 23 years of age, being in the market for those type of players, not necessarily looking elsewhere for the old heads to come in and settle the ship a little bit. So it was risky. And I think we've had, as you pointed out, we've had 3 or 4 seasons now of kind of the expectation levels going up, the performances sometimes matching that and then falling away. Big games being lost in parts of the season that disappoints all of us, because we go just when we thought things were going to be okay, and then they lose a game and you think, I can't ever see him winning another match. That's all part of this period of time that we're going through. And I think why everybody's so excited is that he's now been given the funds to actually put the final bits of the puzzle together. And I think I'm a massive Jesus fan before he signed. I've watched him a lot over the last few years, coming off the bench, playing in different positions. But I've always thought he's a proper talented footballer, and he gets the opportunity. He will score a lot of goals. didn't quite fit into Pep's plans, and so we've benefited from that. 25 years of age and winning the amount of titles for the amount of money is an absolute. I think it's probably at the moment, the signing of the season throughout the league. You look at it and you go, how have they pulled that off? And I think the relationship with Pep has obviously helped, and his relationship with the player. And Zinchenko as well, I think it's a genius signing. I think I've always liked him. I've always gone, in any other team he would play every week. Proper talented young boy who's been playing all sorts of positions. Saliba coming back, lots of things happening, and it all coming together, and everybody now, like all the fans do, and quite rightly so, you want to, even if you don't sign anybody or you sign a couple of players, you're not that, you still get up for the first few games of the season, because that's what we do. We're football fans. That's what we do. But there's a little bit more, there's a bit more tangible this time round, and I think the team looks. You don't look at the team now and go, "Where's the real weaknesses?" So that's a big plus. Could well all fall apart and not achieve. You look at the teams above them at the end of the season, and you go, "Are we going to sign players that can make us challenge for those?" And you say Liverpool, City, no, because they're so far ahead. Tottenham have been busy in the transfer market, and we can get a load of Tottenham fans on here and argue all day long as to whether we're any closer to each other or we're better than them, and time will tell on that. They're going to be strong this season. There's no doubt about that. But they're always a bit Spursy, so we've got that over them. And Chelsea are just freewheeling at the moment.
Yeah, that is the biggest wild card for me of the whole season is Chelsea. I mean, they could end up just steamrolling to a top two or title. I mean, if everything came together, but I don't see a plan. I don't see
they ain't going anywhere near the title. I can tell you that.
I mean, there's so much chemistry going on at certain clubs. Arsenal finally being one of them, and so much just random stuff going on at Chelsea and Manchester United, who still does not seem to have learned that they need to basically do. I mean, they're getting further and further behind us, in my opinion. Even though they're spending arguably more money, they're just not catching where they're digging the same crater that we dug 4 or 5 years ago, and is only now starting to come out of, in my opinion.
It's crazy to me that, like, I don't know if this is true, but like the Frankie de Jong rumors that he didn't want to join United because of how much of a circus it's turned into, whether or not that's true, it came from multiple news outlets. It wasn't just the same person reporting it. And I mean, for a club of that size, you think any phone call, someone's picking it up. And for a player of his caliber, he'd slot in there and be a world beater. And
that's been when the call comes with a large pay packet, and anyone takes that until you finally call the player who really just wants to like be part of an effective and winning team, and is a bit disillusioned perhaps by being part of a circus where you lose 2 or 3 years of your career making a lot of money but winning nothing.
But it's gone on for so long with United now that is the case. Before, it didn't matter about the pay packet. There was always Man United could get virtually any player they wanted to sign, because the biggest club in the world tag was always dangling loosely around their necks, and any player would jump at a chance to sign for United, and that is simply not the case now. And that's that takes a lot of rebuilding. They've still got the name, they've still got the kudos, but there's no real foundations behind that right now, and that's going to take time. You're looking at 5-10 years before they rebuild all of that's been eroded away by bad signings, bad management from the top as well. And since Sir Alex left, in the last few years of Sir Alex, and not been replenished throughout at every level, then you end up being in a position where you've got to so much work to do, and the game doesn't stop. You know, the season starts in a few days' time, and you're back at it, and you have 2 or 3 results change everything. You have 2 or 3 bad results because you've not quite got it right, and then all of a sudden the crowd are bang. And
we've seen that as recently as last season. With us, with our own team. Some great questions from the chat so far. We're gonna dip into those in just a minute, but we want to make sure to cover some interesting things having to do with your primary job now, which is.
I have a good question for you.
Yeah, and I've got another one, and I'm sure they're probably.
Let me be the judge of whether it's good or not.
So obviously, and we've had our banter on here with Arlo White. He still blocked me on Twitter, and he started it. So, and that's all I'm going to say there, Mike. But in my opinion, Peter is, I think, the greatest commentator on football, world football. Because when I moved to America,
way to say that right before Ian Darke's getting ready to join us.
Well, no, hey, and I love Ian, but. For me, like Peter, when I moved to the States, they didn't show much football on TV, and you got Champions League in the evenings. I used to put it on. I remember in high school class because the teacher just didn't care, and then I'd mute the television.
You were beyond teachable.
He just gave it up. But for the first 15 minutes, you got to hear Peter. Lee, have you worked with him before? Are you excited? I mean, he's just a different level of excitement.
Yeah, I mean, let's deal with the Arlo bit first. We're all really sad to see him go. And whether he blocks you or not, he's probably got good taste. I don't know. I've not seen you really. I don't really deal with you.
I'll give you. So
I've only seen your head.
I made a comment once on Twitter about he said something. It was just over the top, and I was just in a
it was celebrating. It's sounding as though he was celebrating a top.
It was like a Spurs goal, and he responded very kindly, like, "I'm a Foxes supporter." So then I was like, okay. So then, like a week later, Leicester beat us, right? Yeah. And I'm not kidding you. It must have been within a minute of that final result. He tweeted me directly, like, "Are you okay, Pop It?" And I just wrote back, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then I think the next result against Leicester again, and I didn't have any interaction with him. And then he responded again, and I was just friendly banter, and then he blocked me. I'm like,
he came after you pretty hard. I mean,
it's not like I bit or went back at him. It was just like I thought we were having friendly conversation. There was nothing, I invited him on this. I said, "Hey, why don't you come on and we can have a knees up, like just a good conversation." And then he blocked me.
Never tweet when you've been drinking. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think that advice was for you, Andy. So I was going to ask, I mean, obviously when I found out that had changed, I immediately reached out to Peter, who's given us some time on the show before.
Yeah.
Because I just wanted to essentially bow at his feet and say thank you. He respectably said, I don't really want to make a big value about it before I've gotten into the job.
No, well, that's him to a T. He's a hugely talented wordsmith, if you like. He knows the game inside out. The way he poetically describes things, he's probably second to none. I haven't finished with the Arlo bit yet. I don't want to just diss Arlo out. I want to say how brilliant it was.
Okay.
Work with Arlo, and we were very sad to see him go. And he's a brilliant commentator. We got on. Me and Graham certainly got on brilliantly with him. We had such a laugh over the last 9 years. Have been a hoot, and we were really sad to see him go. And we'll miss him in the Winnebago before. We'll miss him on the gantry. But
no more soup.
No more soup. And in sport, but certainly in broadcasting, we are all. It's certainly again in football. Your ship's passing in the night. Your best mates with 20 odd footballers 1 minute, and you get transferred to another club, and you never see or hear from the rest of them again. So broadcasting's a bit like that. A ship's passing in the night. Arlo's gone off to do other things, and there's a gap that needed filling with, and we've managed to get Peter Drury, he's a dream to work with. He's an absolute fantastic human being. Firstly, a lovely man. You can chat about anything to him. we have a laugh. I think you'll see that, or certainly hear that on the commentary, that you'll get the banter on the upstairs watching the games, because we are just football people, normal people, but into football, talking about what we're seeing. That's how we try to broadcast it, and I know he's hugely excited about it.
Does it take you a while to build that relationship with him? Is there a vibe, or is it just kind of free flowing? Do you do any pre-planning the last couple?
No, I mean, when you first work with a commentator, you kind of you do all your prep, but you're talking before you go on, and you get to know. But there's nothing like the test of when you're actually doing a game together. You can do a practice game, doesn't really work. You can watch a false game on a recorded thing. It's not really the same. It's when you're in the thick of it and things are happening where you've got to be sharing the responsibility of what's going on. You're each other's eyes. You've got each other's back in case somebody misses something. But I've worked with Peter quite a lot, and Graham has as well, for various broadcasters. And I the first time I worked with him, it was like I'd done 1,000 games. He was just, he leaves gaps when when it's your turn to speak, and we're respectful of him, because he's got, I think the commentators have got the toughest job. They're talking most of the time. They've got to get all the names right. They've got to get all the numbers. They've got to, and we're just kind of the colour guys who are filling in the supposedly expertise bit. But they have got to be so switched on with what's going on in the game. And if we hear a gap or we see a gap, we kind of jump in and say our bit. But there's an art to getting in and out as a colour guy. But the broadcaster that you're sitting next to, if he's a very generous person, which Peter and Arlo was as well, then you've got a great chance of being able to create a relationship. And he's a funny guy as well, so that'll come across too.
Is there someone that you want to work with in the broadcasting world that you haven't had the opportunity to work with?
As a commentator, it's a really good question, Andy. Well done.
Thanks.
No. I've worked.
You've just offended like 5 people out there who are like, why is he saying me?
Yeah, I've been very lucky. I've worked with quite a few. I don't just remember. I mean,
have you worked with Darke? Have you worked with Darke? Oh, you work with him on FIFA, right?
Yeah, but I've worked with him as well on games.
Right.
But the thing you have to remember that most of my work here used to be studio. I was always studio. I was never co-coms. The co-coms was virtually always in NBC, and that's been going on for 9 years, so it's a long time. So I got the best of both worlds. I do studio here, co-coms in America, but now I switched to doing England comms here with ITV. So I left the studio basically. So if you think 9 years with Arlo and then most of the time in the studio, there's quite a lot of commentators probably out there that I haven't worked with, but I've done Arlo for 9 years and Peter on and off here and there for different broadcasters. Clive Tilsley. I mean, there's so many out there that you kind of bump into along the way. And now I'm desperately trying to think of the ones I've left out so I don't get in trouble.
Well, we're not going to let you, we're not going to let you make up for that, because we're going to get some nasty letters, but that's okay. I've put
negative press is still good press, right, Mike?
That's my philosophy.
As long as they donate to our charity.
Lee, I've put a question for you in the private chat. If you can take a quick look at that, and I'll
Who, me?
Yes.
How do I do that?
On the right hand, just go to private chat if you can. See that button? In the meantime, I'll vamp a little bit because the donations keep coming in. We're going to do the first prize draw. We're going to try to do these a little bit before the end of each hour. And just before the cutoff, we have another donation from the incredibly generous and lovely Mark Mertz, who I spent a lot of time with on the American tour, and a donation from Jalal Haji. So the first item that we're going to be giving away is, of course, a signed shirt from Lee Dixon. And
you pinched another one off me.
I'm sorry?
You pinched another one off me.
It's the one that you showed us from the '89 game.
Oh, that one. Guys, you've had I can't. This thing is, I'm trying to type something back to you, and I'm really struggling. So anyway, I think I've done it.
I've got that, and thank you.
You should have just left your first answer in there.
I didn't leave it long enough. I should have left.
You should have. And then
I'm capable of carrying a podcast for half an hour by myself, but basically,
like that.
Here's the scoop. Ian Darke is meant to be our second guest at the top of the hour, and he was very gracious to indicate that he'd be joining us. But since yesterday's game that he called, I have not heard back from him yet, so I'm just not 100% sure that he'll be here. So if we can't have him, we'll have some extra time with Lee for sure.
He's a good commentator, Ian Darke. He's a good one.
He's the best. He's the best. So we got some. Let's do the draw. Do we want to find out who's going to win the Lee Dixon signed shirt, which of course will be packed expertly by Lee. Are you looking for the one that I wish I could give away?
Yeah.
This is a retro shirt from the Arsenal Direct site, which will be sent to Lee, signed by Lee, with a pretty good sense of humor as to whatever you'd like to have written on it within reason. Say no. Yeah. And that'll go out to you in November. So this is the first one, and everybody who has donated so far is in. Let me go ahead and share the screen. This is the least technologically pleasing portion of the show here, but we use a randomizer, and we'll do the drawing so that we do it live.
The randomizer.
Because we want to treat everyone with respect and integrity, because as I've said many times before, my middle name is Integrity, which is weird. Like Integrity Feinberg. The winner, Mark Becreden. Mark has won a Lee Dixon signed shirt. Mark is a big listener of podcasts, including ours. We love Mark. We're very happy for Mark to have won this. And we are off and running with our 26 prizes. Let me just record that so I know who's won. And congratulations to Mark Becreden, who has won a Lee Dixon shirt. Now, we have some user questions for you. We want to make sure to get those answered. Andy, can you start off with some of the ones in the start area?
Our good friend Fredo. How crazy do you think things will get post World Cup? How many clubs how can clubs prepare to survive the impact of that tournament in the middle of their season? Great question, Fredo.
Good question. I think the answer to that is nobody knows. I think there's going to be obviously it will be disruptive. Primarily for me, it's not the players that are playing in the tournament; it's the players that are left behind. Because there's going to be, clubs and managers and coaches have got 6 weeks of nothingness to let the players try and get through the best they can. Obviously, giving them some sort of rest, but also they've got to train in that period of time. And the players that go away on international duty for the World Cup will be playing at a very intense level, albeit World Cup football tends to be a little bit slower than the Premier League. So a different type of football, but still playing and training and being in a concentrated state like they would be in the Premier League. So there's a difference in mentality from both sets of players, the ones that go and the ones that don't. I think it's going to be a really interesting, difficult time for all concerned. We don't know how the tournament's going to be. We closer to the time, we'll get an idea on more information will be coming in about the grounds and the stadium. I've kind of been in a position where leading up to the World Cup, I always do a certain amount of research about what's going on. The place that we're going to, Brazil or Russia, and I was talking to Nigel de Jong, who obviously played in that 2010 for the Netherlands in the final, and he plays out, or he's just retired actually, but he was playing out for a team in Qatar, and he lives in Qatar now. So I played golf with him a couple of days ago, and he was giving me a bit of a lowdown about what it's like over there and how different it is. And even he doesn't know when he lives there. He said it's going to be a real eye opener once the tournament starts. The weather is, and he told me an interesting thing actually. All the stadiums, he said, have got closed roofs and air conditioning. So in theory, they could have still played the tournament in the summer, but they've decided to play it in the winter in the middle of the season. But obviously that affects the fans if it's 40 odd degrees outside the stadium. So I think that was maybe a concern. But as far as the football's concerned, there's no issues with that. I don't know. Obviously, they're going to have to pick the time and place for training, what time they do the training, because it's still going to be warm, but obviously not 40 odd degrees. So it's, we can talk all night of the pros and cons of playing the tournament out there and how it came about, and we all know how that happened. But it's going to go ahead. So
they'll get knocked out early, and our boys come home. All right. Next question is from Gooner Boy Dazzer. What do you think of our new kits?
I didn't like last year's one. But I actually like, what's that?
Which one? The home one?
No, it wasn't last year. It was the one the really horrible kind of blood marble kind of.
Oh yeah, the Highbury one
thing. Oh no, not the home shirt.
White one.
Do you know that white one there? That was
yeah. Yeah.
That was the year before. I can tell you, I'm getting my kits all mixed up.
They come out in the season.
Yeah, but I do actually like the black one, and the pink one is good too. So I'm a fan. I like the home kit as well. So
not the traditionalist kind of. We should be red and white, and then blue and yellow. I mean, I see a lot of mostly old men named Russell that are complaining about that.
No, do you know what? Yes, is the answer to that is yes. I think that's how we should play.
I think so too.
I know that that's not going to happen, and so we have to give a little. They have to give a little one season, and then hopefully, it comes back. Adidas go. Do you know what? We're going to go back to a little bit more traditional next year. So I think that's how it should go. You should go modern, then a bit more retro, and then come back again, and then because you can't just stay in the past, and you can't just keep plowing on. You've got to have a bit of both.
No, and you just physically with your commercial obligations, you can't have just the cannon on the plain shirt anymore. You just can't.
Right. Well, it's like I was watching that Real Madrid Juventus game, and I like the Real kit, obviously made by Adidas, and our kits were very similar. And I was thinking like they do kind of fit a pattern, right?
Yeah.
Like Puma does the same across all the clubs. All right, next question from Dublin Gooner. What are your thoughts on Ben White at right back?
Well, he's a good footballer.
I think you've answered the question.
He's a good footballer. I think Ben's still got lots to learn defensively, both as a centre back and a right back. I'm a little bit, I'm not. I quite like him on the ball when he's at centre half. I'm not so keen on when he's at the ball at right back. It's a different set of passes that you need to be able to have in your front of your brain when you're right back to a centre half. They're different balls that you're playing. So if he's going to, Tomiyasu's obviously made of biscuits and he keeps breaking. So we need to try and fix him because he's started off.
You got the first bell of the 27 hours.
Let me ask you this then, Lee. Sorry to interrupt, but it might help. So who would you rather fill in for Tomiyasu after, if he is hurt? Would you prefer Cedric, White, or Maitland-Niles and keep him, because it sounds like we're trying to shift him on, which I think is wrong. But who would you rather play?
Or do we need to bring someone completely different in?
Well, no, I think Ben White is adequate. You can play away you can change. You don't have to just play a player who you don't get the things you get from Tomiyasu, and you can play him and make do. You can change. You can be a lesser player or a different player, and it's what goes on in front. So you got to be able to adapt in front. If, say, I was playing every week, which I more or less did because I very rarely got injured, and Ray Parlour was in front of me every week, and we had a set way of playing, and you just go, well, they play every week, so just let it go. Oh, Lee's got injured, so you go, oh, what are we going to do now? So we play, I don't know, Andy Linnigan or something goes and plays right back for a game. Then you adapt it. You don't just play like me and Ray would play. You know, Ray knows he's not going to get Andy Linnigan overlapping him, so he adapts his game. So you have to adapt all over the pitch to people that are playing in a different way. So I think playing Ben is fine, and he, you know, he's an intelligent boy. He will get better and better in any position he plays as he gets more experience. So it looks like Tomiyasu, a bit like you know, Tierney on the other side have come from a slightly different mould of fullbacks than I used to, and Nigel, and you know, we never really got injured, so it's something we have to cope with, and it's not ideal because it's become an even more important position, fullback, even more so than I played, but it is a position that's very important on the pitch. So if you keep chopping and changing your fullbacks all the time, it's not ideal.
Now, Mike, I know you said you wanted to get something out of the way, but this does kind of bridge to this next question. With that thought process, Lee, of what you just said, if you were a youth in today and you were kind of coming up, would you still want to play in that position with all the changes that were made?
I'm just trying to read the question. Would Lee still pick right back? Yeah, 100%. So right back's best position on the pitch. It's just the best because it's got the coolest number 2, and you can affect, especially now if you're playing now. You kind of, when me and Nigel played, the one reason why you wouldn't pick playing right back or left back is we used to get paid the least in the team. Yeah. Now the fullbacks get paid one of the most. So it's like that's the one tick of the box that you go, oh, you know. I remember when, I probably told you this story, but when Arsene came and saw mine and Nigel's wages, he got us in the office and basically doubled our pay overnight and said, I'm sorry. He apologised for the amount of money they were paying us. So
compensated you for the trauma of the car incident, the in the car with George Graham. I do want to make sure that we get this, because I started off well last year and then I completely tailed off and I ended up not getting what I wanted. I want to get some info from you on your Premier League predictions, and you know, and then we can go ahead and look at it during next year's show and see how we all did. So if you would, Lee, your top 4, your bottom 3, and some wacky prediction that, you know, and it can be anything having to do with football. It doesn't have to be Arsenal. Some wacky prediction that people would raise their eyebrows at, but that you think will happen this year.
Oh God. Right.
The extra pay packet is in the mail, by the way.
Yeah. Top 4, I would go in order. Do you want them in order?
If you can.
I'm going to go Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Tottenham.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of third place Arsenals, which we
didn't we're in fourth.
We didn't see any other than one person who picked us to win the league and Spurs to get relegated.
Should have put Spurs in my relegations.
So the 3 relegated teams in no particular order.
Oh God, I think Norwich.
They were relegated. That's the easiest.
No, I meant they're going to go down again.
Oh, okay.
Relegated.
Do you think Everton are on the in the bottom?
That's going to be the in vogue pick. I've picked them.
I think Fulham will go down. I think Everton are one of those. Oh God, he's got such a lot of work to do there.
Yeah.
And
is he the right man to do it?
Well, we don't know that because we're still. I love Frank. I think he's great. I get on really well with him, but I still don't know. I think he's so football switched on, but I don't know. I don't know yet whether that's good. Has it gone dark in here all of a sudden?
It has.
Shall I put a light on?
I think that happened the first time we podcasted with you. I think we could no longer see you by the end of the podcast.
Oh, wrong light. Hang on. Is that bad? Oh, it's terrible.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
you look like Casper the Friendly Ghost for a second because it was all dark and then your white shirt.
Dark really quick.
You did, didn't it? I've just looked outside and it virtually.
That's a typical summer English. It's just like.
Yeah.
That's
why I don't want to move back, Mike.
I don't know because you don't want to be English no more. All right, so Fulham's going down, back down. Bournemouth and Forest, the other promoted teams.
I think Forest will be all right, but I'm getting Bournemouth down and Everton.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I almost did that exact same three. Anything that you think off the top of your head is going to surprise people this season?
Anything that's going to surprise people, I would say
Arlo coming back to try to get his job back halfway through.
That's not going to happen.
I think he's been handsomely compensated.
I'm going to go. Oh, it's a big one. It's a big call.
You're not expected to get this right. You just look like an absolute genius if you pull it up.
Okay, I'm going to go. Brentford finished in the top 8.
Wow.
Okay.
How many goals do you think Haaland's going to score?
74.
All against the 3 relegated.
Yeah. Is that in the second half of the season in all competitions or? Did you get the Community Shield over there? Yeah.
The goal where he was kind of the shot where he was falling backwards was just in. The guy's insane.
Yeah.
I think Football Ramble put it best. They were talking about him, and one of the guys said he is Godzilla, and the bottom of the table is Japan, and he's just going to destroy all of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so back to thanks, Lee, for that. Back to the questions. We have one from the very aptly named Jacob Feinberg, lovely young man. He's the only one of our listeners who I actually love. Lee, good to see you again, and I have a question for you. What would you rate our transfer window as of now, and what do you think could be the final piece to the puzzle?
Why did you cut off help? I'm stuck in the basement. He won't let me see the day of life.
He told me he's going to the gym because he is getting buff so that when he gets to uni, you know what he's going to get.
He's going to be, Hey,
Jake, before Lee answers that question, don't stop watching WWE. That'll help in your persuasion.
He stopped months ago. I have not stopped, but he's stopped. Sorry, Lee.
What was the question? Oh, right. I think it's been good so far. I think I've talked about the signings, and I think the team's taking shape. I'm still, and I say this. I hear myself saying it every season. Partey made a biscuits again. He's another one. And my friend Granite. If there are 2, midfield players for a whole season, then I think that's an area that could cost us. So
it's strong at the back, kind of unbelievable at the front, and then you see a weakness kind of bridging the two together. That's been my concern as well.
And the thing is with Grant, he's got a lot of pluses, but he's just at times he can be a liability, and I don't trust I don't trust Partey's fitness, so I don't trust his body. So what happens if they get, what happens if they get injured for a long period of time, which is every chance that, or Granite gets himself sent off for something stupid. And so that's an area that I think we could still strengthen in.
I think that was a comment that was made on Andy's wedding night by his wife, which is, I don't trust your body. I don't know under what circumstances, but
a question about not my body, but what you just mentioned. So has a player ever come back to you, Lee, after you've said something on a televised match, or like do you ever have to bite your tongue? I mean, you're very honest and open, right? And I think criticism for any player is out there, but has anyone ever come back to you like, why'd you say that? Or I disagree with you, or have you heard of that from your colleagues? I've always been curious.
Andy does one podcast a year and brings the good questions. That's why he's allowed back every once.
And don't answer no.
I used to, because when I was playing, all players watch Match of the Day. It doesn't, on BBC at night. Because you come back from traveling away game, you get back around when it comes on. You go out for dinner with your wife. If you're playing a home game, you get back to virtually when it's coming on. So you end up watching it all the time. And Alan Hansen used to, well respected. A very good friend of mine now. He wasn't when I was playing, but we play a lot of golf together now, and we're good mates. And I worked with him for the BBC for about 8 years, so we became good mates on Match of the Day. Slagging other players off. But whenever he used to slag me off, or not slag me off, whenever he used to say, Dixon did this, and I used to get really wound up. I don't know why. I think it's because he was such a good defender and a good player. And I played against him. Obviously, he didn't do too good in '89 because we just, managed to get past him. So I must get a ding on the bell for that. I don't know what. Yeah,
that's not really how the bell works.
Mike.
I'll just point to the proof.
I don't even know what that bell's for, but it's just anyway.
It's if you say an Englishism.
Like if you said that Alan Hansen that day was in the descendancy, then you get the bell. It's
see.
But I'll give a bell to Lee Dixon anytime he wants the bell. I mean, that's my policy.
I think just mentioning Alan Hansen in a footballing sense should get a bell.
It should.
Like when I first met you and I called you a bell end, it didn't mean you should go buy a bell.
I didn't buy it. I went to a hotel and I took it.
I thought you were talking to me then. No. That's a bit harsh.
No wonder Arlo blocked you.
Yeah, this is why Arlo blocked me.
He's like, I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. And I'm like, that's not how I remember it. But
offensive to me is if I call someone the C word. Anything below that's a compliment.
Nobody's. I've had a few blanks of players that I've been in the company of who've not particularly been that friendly. But I just put that down to, do you know what, mate? I ain't slagging you off. I'm just saying what I see. I'm not, it's not personal. Got a little bit personal with Xhaka at times. Not personal with him, but I felt as if I was getting a little bit too, oh my God, he's terrible. And I kind of went into this and I had to step back out of it and go, right, actually. And I reassessed him. I reassessed my assessment of him. And I was pat myself on the back because I went, yeah, that's what you should do because that's your job. Your job is to say what you see and give your opinion and be insightful. It's not to have a rant about Xhaka every time I saw him play because I just see all his bad stuff. And now I'm open-minded because I'm an evolving human being, and I see all his good stuff now. So.
Oh, sorry. And I have a follow-up because I'm the journalist of the year. So has it ever, sorry, and if you mentioned this before, have you ever heard or received criticism about yourself in that public eye and then actually self-reflected and went, you know what, actually I could do that to my game? Or
I mean football or commentating?
Football. When you were a player, did you ever hear someone in the media say something to you, and probably an ex-player, right, where you're like, actually, yeah, I could do that better?
Yeah, well, for instance, when Alan Hansen said something on Match of the Day and I picked the remote control up and threw it at the TV, when I put the batteries back in and fixed it again, I had a moment of self-reflection and went, do you know what? He's right. And I actually learned something from that moment. So yeah, I used to do that all the time. I used to get defensive because I'm quite a defensive character. I felt as if playing football all my life, I've got to be that way. And I don't mean that in a pun way, being defensive because I'm a defender. I just mean protect myself from the outside world because I'm my own biggest critic. So I don't need you slagging me off because I'm slagging myself off over
right.
Somebody slagged me off and I kind of agreed. I go, no, yeah. And then I go, yeah, you're right. But I'm older now, and when people criticize me now, I mean, I get absolute pelters on Twitter. If I was to go on Twitter every week and listen to what people say about my commentating, I would never do it ever again. I mean, it's the minority, but if you, as you know, you can go on Twitter and find anything you want. You know, if you look for all your good bits, then you feel great. If you just look for the generic stuff, you don't see a lot. But if you look for the bad stuff, it's there. Yeah. So, you know what? If people, the only people I've got to prove anything to when doing anything, and which is the same playing football, is I had two people, and it was George Graham and my dad. Those were the teams when I was playing. And then now it's the boss of NBC, the boss of ITV, because if they are happy, then that's fine. And we can chat, whoever else I upset along the way or disagree with, we can chat about it. But the most important people are the ones who are employing you and also, your immediate family. But I don't have to answer to them because they know that I'm trying to do my best job.
Well, and I think for, like if you look at the Neville commentate, like color, I hated him as a player, but listening to him on TV, he is just one of the best. And I'm sure people say the same about you. They didn't like you as a player because you were so good and you beat their teams, but now they hear you on television. You're so good at that craft. You probably have gained a whole new support from supporters who didn't like you 20 years ago because you just used to work the teams. And, it's funny to me, like you see someone like Micah Richards, who was a good player. He wasn't a great player, but you put him on television and he is just something else. I mean, he's great, and I loved how he just goes after Keno.
I'm going to throw it out there. What happens when people get sick of his laugh?
People describe things as infectious because they infect you, and that's not normally
Well, speaking of infectious, sorry, you've harped on Xhaka, and it's clear that you just might put this as a headliner. Dixon hates Xhaka. Yeah. What? No,
I don't want to.
No. I'm kidding. But genuinely, Lee, what is your opinion on Xhaka? Like, there's so many managers that he's played under, and he seemingly is the first name on the team sheet for every manager, and it doesn't matter what transfer windows pass, no player has come in to replace him. What do you think is the cause of that? Because as you said, I think everyone who's an Arsenal supporter, they love him and they hate him at the same time because he is a liability on the pitch. So why do you think all these managers just fall head over heels for him?
Well, I think he's very he's a good pro. He's good trainer. He's good around the dressing room. He's a good player. He is. He's a very good player. In my book, my take on him is he's a better international footballer than he is a Premier League footballer because the game's slower. When he's had 1 million caps for his country.
A lot of guys like that. Pogba, similarly.
And he's a great passer of the ball. I think managers put him in there because I'm going to say something now that I'm contradicting myself. He's reliable because he's not very quick. He doesn't get about the pitch, but he's intelligent, and he will, to a certain point, he will do a job for you that is a needed job that's not that glamorous. He'll fill in it. And the way we play with bombing on Tierney, he plays, he fills in that left back role, wanders over there. It's a natural thing for him to do. So I don't necessarily think it's his. I don't put any blame on him. I just go, he's doing the best he can, and he's a bloody good player. But if we are gonna win, I don't care about finishing third. I don't care about finishing second, to be honest with you. all I'm bothered about is how do we get to that number one spot? And you do not win the league with Xhaka as your holding midfield player to win the league. So that's where I am with him at the moment. There's no one better at the club doing that job than he is. And Arteta is building a team around him, really. You have to say everything's changing apart from him and Partey are the two. So, yeah, that headline's not right that I think Xhaka's no good. I think he's a very good player. But
you have to trade your Journalist of the Year thing back now for even suggesting.
Is that it on the wall? Is that it on the wall there? That certificate? You need to take it down.
Yeah.
My Robert Perez kit fell, and I just realized live on camera that it's all wonky. So I got to get that done.
He was a bit wonky as well. He had a wonky shoulder. So,
so one more user question, and then a statement, which I think is a good way to kind of finish off your extended hour. By the way, we are now in hour 2 of the Pod-a-thon. Thank you, Lee, for helping us stay. As I suspected, Ian Darke is presumably still partying with the women, with the 3 lionesses.
Can I just have a big shout out for the lionesses, by the way? I went to the game at Brighton against Spain. It was brilliant. I was supposed to go to the final, but I couldn't go because obviously my daughter was giving birth to a baby and I wanted to be nearby, so I didn't go. But my son is the strength and conditioning coach for the Lionesses. Oh, he's put it, yay!
Nice. So is he down on the pitch then with him?
He was, yeah. So he's got as he quite rightly said, he's got a World Cup winners medal with the under-17s in England, and now he's got a Euros medal with the girls, and I haven't got any. So he points that out to me all of the time.
It's never too late, Lee. It is never too late.
Well done, Lionesses.
Yeah, that was incredible.
I was very excited. I mean, I've been supporting England as much as I can since 1990, and despite the confused looks and the hatred from many of my American brethren, but happy to finally see it come home. So, question from Tired Gunnersaurus, who I can verify, having spent a lot of time with Gunnersaurus in the States over the past 2 weeks, he ought to be tired.
Yeah.
Lee, have you ever seen a captain like Tony Adams since ? And I've heard you tell stories about certain. Well, I'll tell the story if you don't. But the answer to the question: have you ever seen a captain like Tony Adams?
Well, I was with him a long time, so there wasn't many opportunities for anybody else to get.
People always talk about like Victor Company, for example. I wouldn't know enough about that, but I mean, Victor Company is always mentioned as kind of this otherworldly leader and captain of a football team. Just even from afar, I mean, who would you say, if you haven't, would kind of?
Those players are all cut from the same cloth. But I think it's very difficult to compare because most of the captains that I played with, I didn't, Tony wasn't a captain to me on the pitch. He didn't play and I go, oh, look at him, he's my captain, because I was doing the same thing. I was giving everything I got. And your captain goes beyond what the 90 minutes that you do. It goes into the dressing room. And I don't know what Vincent Kompany's like in the dressing room. So I'd be speculating if I said, can you compare captains? Until you are actually living, eating, sleeping, waking up, training with those people behind the scenes, you don't know what their true captaincy is. Because basically, Tony led us out on the pitch, played with, give everything he got on the pitch, like the rest of us, tossed the coin and got it wrong most of the time. He hardly ever won a toss, Tony, and picked the trophies up at the end. So it's like, well, I could have done that. I could run about just as much as him and fly into tackles and toss a coin. And so his brilliance as a captain went beyond what he did on the pitch. So, and I can't share those experiences with other captains because I wasn't with them. So his leadership qualities went way beyond the 90 minutes.
Imagine an Arsenal player playing as long as you did for Arsenal in this current age, where instead of playing for, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 captains over the course of your career, one of them being primary, you've played for like 90 of them who have all left and or been injured. I mean, it's just, we could do another hour on the captaincy of Arsenal Football Club, which I don't want to get into now, but a lot of people saying John Terry, again, not equalizing, but, people who were known for their leadership. Rio Ferdinand, I would pull out. Roy Keane. These are the big names, but and Leo Williamson.
Absolutely.
That's a great call.
Good shout, Stephen.
Yeah. So I will ask also one more question that came in from Danny, which is, are you surprised that of the George Graham days, the only player who has had a son play football at a decent level is Super Kevin Campbell's son, Tyrese? You could possibly throw in Sean Wright Phillips, I think, into that, but and his grandson is now playing with Tyrese at Stoke, Ian Wright's grandson, which is crazy. Talk about grandchildren.
I'm just going through the team in my head now of like players. Yeah, well, it's bloody hard. You know what? It's bloody hard to be a pro. When I was playing, but it's even harder now to break through into. You look at our sons, and my son didn't really play after he was about 10 or 11 because he didn't like the pressure that everybody put him under. So he stopped playing and he went off and did other sports. And he's now, as I said, he's strength and conditioning coach in the game. But he as a player, he didn't really play much. So
didn't Ian Wright have 2 kids who went on? Didn't he?
Who?
Ian Wright.
Well, you had Sean Wright Phillips and
Bradley Phillips.
Bradley
Wright Phillips. Yeah, that's true. So if you add the 2 of them together,
Campbell's son. So you got 3 out of 11.
I think what we're learning here is that Danny, the GFP, needs to put the biscuits down and do some more research before asking Lee Dixon a question.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just show up halfway through the first hour and a half of the show.
That was what called a willy-nilly question.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
it's made yourself and us look like real pricks, Daddy. Thanks.
and I lost the comment that I was going to do. It was about here it is, and this is where this is the go home question right here, from Olivier. Former Arsenal superstar. Lee said something last year about what he remembers of games, and it was how loud were the fans. That stuck with me. Not the win, not the goals or the money, but the fans. We have responsibilities. Agree?
100%. Yeah, no game without the fans. We saw that in lockdown. It was absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
We kept it going because we kept football going because we had to, because it was going to be the start up for the morale of the country again, or certainly in England. And so, but playing behind closed doors was absolutely torturous. And as soon as the fans came back, the game reignited, and thankfully we're allowed to be in the games again.
Would you have preferred? Now, obviously in a real world environment with TV money and all of that, the impact would have been dreadful. But would you have preferred they just shut the season down, kind of like baseball did for a work stoppage? Different situation, but. Could they have done that? Would it have just purified the sport more? Or
no, I think it was the right thing to at the time. I thought we should have stopped, and then on reflection, I think it was the best thing that we started up again, because they did. You could feel the lift here. I don't know what it was like in the States, but you could feel when football started again. Even though it was just horrible to broadcast. It was just. You kind of got used to it after a bit. The good thing was you could get home really quickly because there was no fans. You'd be back home in half an hour from the Emirates. But that was the only good thing. It was the travelling. But I think it was the right thing to do at the time, and slowly integrate the fans back in, and now hopefully we've got a bit of a grip on this COVID thing, although it's still around.
I've got it right now.
Have you?
Yeah, I brought it home from Florida with me. Who would have expected that? I was in Orlando hugging millions of people and watching Arsenal and drinking and all of that. And shockingly, I came home and tested positive for COVID. But I'm on the tail end of it, and I'm ready. I'm ready for this 27 hours. So, Lee, you have about 25 and a half more hours. No. Thank you, Granddad Lee from Darren, our legend. Thank you, Mike, for having Lee on again. Much love to you and the family, and little George to your family
congratulations.
Too. Lee, thank you so much for joining us for staying long. You are a gentleman, a scholar, an evolving human being, and I like to. You don't have to call me a friend, but I like to consider you a friend because
I won't.
Someone, well, I don't want to bring your level down. I'm just trying to bring my level up, and but you have acted like a friend in helping.
Give me a high five.
No, the other way, you idiot. No. Jesus.
All right. So, congratulations to Mark Becreden for winning the Lee Dixon shirt. And we encourage you to go over. It looks like synchronized swimming now.
But we can't do it at the same time. Hang on,
Can we all do it together?
I just do this.
And this is where we hit rock bottom.
This is the strangest, weirdest thing that Lee Dixon has ever been involved in. I wish I could say the same for ourselves. Owen's backstage just laughing his ass off. We're going to let you go. Please remember, go to goonersvcancer.com. We've got steady stream of donations coming in, which is great. I believe that at the end of the first segment now, we have raised $1,300, well on our way to trying to eclipse the 5,000 from last year. And we'll have another prize draw at 10 p.m. So, Lee, anything else that you want to say to the Gooner public?
No, I just want to say stay positive and enjoy the process. I hate that word.
Well, I appreciate it.
And obviously, I see you all on NBC because the first game is
Friday.
Oh, I will be asking the pub, because I will probably be at the pub watching it on Friday. I will be asking the pub to crank up the volume, because normally I wouldn't really necessarily care one way or the other, but we need to hear you and Peter. Is it just you and Peter, or is it you, Peter, and
everyone's coming over this weekend, so the whole crew are in the UK. So
okay,
we've got a 3-man booth Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'm interviewing Patrick on Thursday as well. So I'm gonna put him under the microscope.
I would just prefer that you put him under. Not because I have anything against the guy, but just for 24 hours. So
Lee, if you need any world-class questions drafted, you could just
you're
let
my
me
man.
know and I'll send them over.
Yeah, you know where to reach us.
Man.
There's a signed Lee Lance Armstrong jersey in it for you. Thank you, Lee. Take care.
See you later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right,
Man,
we roll. We keep going.
Am I staying on with you for this hour?
You aren't, but you can if you want to.
Can I fill in for Ian Darke?
The Ian Darke segment is over. It was filled by Lee Dixon.
Oh, that's right. We
are now bringing in someone for whom it's going to be very exciting. And let's first bring in our guy.
Can I just say that you're bringing in Ian, the second Ian, that is not as handsome as the next man coming on.
That's like pretty much spitting in my face off the bat. Not even a hello. How are you? How you doing?
Well, first we made you sit backstage for half an hour because we didn't want to destroy the incredible chemistry that we have with Lee Dixon.
I was slightly grateful for that because I'm pretty sure he hates me. Lee, after that question, I'm still slightly fearful of him. Still love the man, Arsenal legend, but I'm kind of afraid of him. I'm traumatized slightly.
How jealous were you that you weren't part of our 3-way high five?
Not very jealous. That was one of the most awkward things I've ever witnessed in my life.
You know what though? It was awkward, but Lee decided to bring it.
It was his idea, I think. Yeah, this is okay. So you know what my idea is let's bring in our next guest, who is coming off of a great few weeks with some amazing women, and that sounds really strange, But with that intro, Simon Collings from the Evening Standard. How are you?
I'm very good, guys. How are we doing?
Now, you said you'd be calling from the platform. I didn't realize the platform was the name of a pub.
Yeah, the platform is a pub.
Good for you.
And I'm having a
where exactly are you joining us from in this festive environment?
I'm in a pub near Trafalgar Square, and I'm having a well-earned pint after a few weeks of, a lot of work. So
yes, that's fantastic. I should tell my daughter that would be hilarious if she's already at this pub. She's at some pub right now in London.
If there's one man that I would never send my daughter around,
yeah, that's true.
It's Collins.
That's true. So, football writer for the Evening Standard, second best hair on this panel right now. Covers a little bit Watford, a lot of bit Arsenal, and lately embedded in the Three Lionesses. Owen, do you realize that it has finally come home? And how does that make you feel, hater of Lions of Three?
You want to know what? This is actually a question that I was thinking of earlier in preparation for this, and I'll throw it to Simon, okay? Because as a dude with two young daughters, it was surprisingly good for me to see. I'm not ashamed to admit I normally actively cheer on the opponent of the England national team, but this time round, seeing the Lionesses lift it, for what that can do for attracting young girls towards the game, how big of a step do you think that is culturally now?
Massive. And I think, I was with my colleague at the game yesterday, and, he just had, a few weeks ago, he just had his first kid, and he was like, in 2-3 years' time, when I'm thinking about taking my daughter to her first game, where am I going to take her? And he was like, this is where I take her. The environment was so accepting. It was so friendly. And I just kind of feel like I think we've been sleeping on women's football as a society, and everything we've done, I think we've overlooked it. And now it's been thrust in our faces. But I think it's changed. I think everything has changed from this moment onwards. And I felt like last night was the watershed moment. And the FA and everyone in England, we've been waiting for this watershed moment. And last night it was thrown in our faces. And now, if women's football doesn't change from last night, it will never change. It won't ever change.
Yeah. Now, did you cover the men's Euros last summer as well?
I did a bit of it. And I heard from a lot of people about the day of shame. I don't know how to describe it. Day of shame of Wembley, when that evening where I spoke to my colleague yesterday. We were at the same game today when England women were playing. He was like, at 3:00 from Wembley last year, you knew that this was going one way and it was going to be horrible. And yesterday I walked up Wembley Way and I saw young families getting their face painted. I saw young girls hugging their dads and being like, let's go, this is what it was. And it was like chalk and cheese from what you'd have seen a year ago.
That was really what I wanted to ask you, was the contrast of just the entire feel. I mean, the final, obviously, it's been well publicized how bad that situation was versus how incredibly inclusive and great yesterday was. But just the overall tournament in general, it just seemed like a dream this summer. Yeah, not just because England won it, but just because of the way everything kind of went off and the fact that it was all in England as opposed to just the final.
Yeah, I mean, if England hadn't won it, it'd have been the same. And I don't think I appreciated it until I'd lived it and reported on it. And you were in that moment, and you just kind of felt like you just felt safe. And I know that sounds ridiculous going to a football game, but you felt like you could be yourself. You didn't think about anything else. And I kind of felt like a lot of people when I was walking up Wembley Way on Sunday afternoon, and you looked around at all those people who had come with their young kids, they'd come with their families, and this was a big moment for them, to bring your kids to Wembley Stadium when it's a final and just be accepted. And there was no worries about any of them. And this is what football should be. It should be inclusive. It shouldn't be about, are you scared about bringing your kids to come to a game? And it sounds, kind of crazy, but I feel like the women's game was showing the men's game that this is how football should be.
Yeah.
This is how you should be. You should be able to go to a game and feel inclusive. You should be able to go to a game and feel like everyone there is supporting you. And I've not felt that for a long, long time.
So, Simon, obviously with that England squad, there was plenty of Arsenal ladies at the forefront of that squad throughout the international tournament, not just for England. But when you look at something that was in my mind as well, was obviously Maria Petri sadly passed away recently. And we look at, she obviously has so much commitment, not only to the men's team, but the women's team and the youth teams. And something that I was almost slightly ashamed of is the fact that you claim to love Arsenal, but you're only loving a small percentage of what that club actually is and what it represents. But what do you think that the clubs can now do, clubs like Arsenal, for example, to really push the women's side to the forefront, almost on a level playing field with men? Is there any avenues that the club can explore, ticket price reductions, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the stage is set. Like, if you want anything to set the stage up for the women's game, England beating Germany at Wembley in front of 90,000, you cannot get any better than that. And I kind of feel like for Arsenal, who've been very good in terms of like the way they've tried to push the women's game, I think now it's time for them to take the next step forward, because you've got the England captain is your player. Go and take the step forward and say, look, right, we've got Leah Williamson. She is Arsenal through and through. She is our standard bearer. We're going to put her front and centre and follow her. And I think over this next year, I'm really intrigued to see how the clubs do it. Because if I was Arsenal, I'd be saying, right, okay, this is Leah Williamson. We've got the England captain. If you want to come watch her play, it's going to cost you sort of £4 or £5. Come down on a Saturday evening, a midweek, and come watch her play. And I think for a lot of the WSL clubs, they need to ride this wave. And if they don't, they're missing a trick.
What's the pro and con about having the women play more often at the Emirates rather than Meadow Park? I mean, I've been to see them at Meadow Park a couple of times. It's a great kind of little atmosphere, if you want to call it that. And I say that without scorn or mocking, but just it is what it is. And it's packed and it's exciting in its environment. At the Emirates, you might not get 60,000 every game. You might not get 30 or 35,000 every game, but it elevates the level and the squad to have them play them more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a fine balance, and actually Leah was really good speaking the other day about it, where she was sort of saying, for the players, like they're so used to playing at Boreham Wood, which is where like their home is, but they know they need to take that game to the next level, and I think this tournament and everything that's come with it is sort of, it almost pushed them out of their comfort, and they realise, like, if we want to take this game to the next level, we need to push it. And I think for those players, those games at the Emirates, I'm so intrigued to see what the sort of ticket sales are, because I was hearing, just a couple of days ago that like 400% of Google searches were through the roof for people trying to get tickets to those women's game. Like, they had gone absolutely mental. And I think the people will be really surprised at the number of people they get for those women's games. Like, I think before, when they put those tickets on sale, a couple of weeks ago, I don't think they'd realised how big after this Euros those sales will be.
Do you think, Simon, and sorry for jumping in, boys, but it's just that could potentially come across as negative, and I don't want it to look like that, but something that I actually talked to the boys about in one of our WhatsApp groups was it's extremely funny that you see when the English men's team are doing well within the British media, the push and stuff, the agenda that the media take to push, positivity out there surrounding the team. And it's funny, almost, it's a sensitive subject, but almost like the sexualization of a women's team after such a glorious triumph in the sport. Do you think that the media has a responsibility, as you said, to ride this wave and to really push this as well? Do you feel, as a journalist, a sense of responsibility to do that yourself?
100%. And I kind of feel like the biggest thing for like us as a media organization is to mean, this sounds kind of weird, but like criticize them in the same way we do the men's team. Like, you know, if they're shit, just say they're shit, you know, call them out. And I don't know if the women's players will want to hear that, but like if that's what they want to be in that same level, then say if they're terrible. If they're bad,
I would think that they would. I mean, I don't know, but
I agree.
I mean, equality is equality in both directions, right?
Yeah, and if you're bad, you need to be told you're bad. And I think that for me is the next step for the women's game, is like calling them out and saying, look, if the performance was bad, you say it was bad. You know, you don't sort of treat them.
There's nothing misogynistic
Yeah,
about criticism.
yeah, and I think there's an element where you can understand, maybe say like, is this like a cheerleader element, which is maybe makes sense if it's the English football, but like, are we cheerleading that team doing well, and do we need to criticise them? Because if the men crashed out in the quarterfinals, which could have happened for England quite easily, would we have chastised them? Yeah, and I think that's where the women's game needs to go.
I wonder, like, you know, so I assume when you look at the WSL, like Arsenal Women's is owned by the Cronkies, right? Like I know when Thomas bought Charlton, part of his package was he was buying the women's program as well. So I don't know.
Thomas bought Charlton.
I don't know if all the teams are separately owned, but you know, if you want to just, you know, you could almost say to someone with a season ticket package, hey, part of your season ticket package is going to come with 10 matches to a WSL match, right? I mean, why not do that? Then it gives, you know, your season ticket holders the option to go, yeah, I'll go down to the Emirates and watch the women's game. You know, I'm on their website right now. The first ticket
It's coming.
I think Simon's got company. We've seen and now heard from the company.
I think you would get very impressive. Like if you said to, okay, you guys know from being in the tour with America, if you said to Arsenal fans, look, you pay an extra 10 quid to come and see all 6 Arsenal games at the Emirates, how many do you think would do it?
Yeah.
Everyone.
They'd pay. And I think it's like an easy market to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Or have the matches prior to the men, right?
Or directly after.
Or directly, yeah. Just say, hey, we're gonna
just stay and have another drink and
And for that you can drink in your seat maybe because you know I just need those rules to change. So obviously with the Women's World Cup happening at the same time, or I'm sorry, with the Women's Euros happening at the same time as the Arsenal Summer Tour, were you given a choice? Was it kind of was there a primary? Because you know, with you, me, James McNicholas, and Kaya could have had all the women. I mean, it just and instead we just stood around like the circus freaks.
We could have. We would not have had all the women. We'd have had I'd have had the slim pickings.
No, mate, you would have been fine.
It would have been like
Mike sending videos in the WhatsApp group, and it was like the Undateables. It was wild.
It would have been like the circus strongman walking into the nightclub with the freaks behind him, like the tall guy, the bald guy, and the fat Jew. But I mean, was there any piece of you that wanted to? I mean, obviously you can't be in 2 places at one time, but
So we sort of debated as a news desk, like where was the best place to go. And we kind of banked on like the Women's Euros being the biggest story of the summer, which we kind of lucked out on because it was. But to be fair, all the stories we've seen from like Arsenal America have been very big. And yeah, like the access has been very good, and yeah, it's kind of been surprised me how good the access has been and how much like I've seen the positive messages.
Yeah, I mean, they even let a guy like me, behind the scenes. It was pretty much just they just invited everyone in to watch. So, let's get before I forget. And then we'll really start talking about the Arsenal men's team a bit. But let's get your top 4 for the Premier League. Your relegated 3, And as we are doing with each of our guests, a prediction about football. It can be Arsenal, it can be Premier League, it can be anything that might surprise people that you think might come true this year. So, top four.
I mean, I had to do my top four the other day for work. So I did Manchester City champions, Liverpool second, Tottenham third. I mean, I've seen that's gone down really badly. Arsenal fourth. And then the bottom three, I went for Leeds, Everton, Bournemouth.
That's my exact bottom three, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't have the same top four, but yeah, the same bottom three. Now,
I kind of feel this Tottenham finishing of Arsenal will not go down well, but that was my feeling.
You know, you have to be a man of integrity, and if you believe something, and if you've already gone on record with something, you obviously, you got to keep it up. Anything that you kind of have that you think might surprise people that's going to happen this year, and in football, just in general?
I don't know. I kind of think people will be surprised by. Like, there's a lot of apathy for the sort of Winter World Cup Qatar, but I actually, certainly in the UK, I think people will be surprised about how much they like it. I don't want you guys to like in the US, but in the UK, we quite like getting really drunk when it's Christmas.
But isn't it? It's uninterrupting the festive fixtures, really, isn't it? Though, because Boxing Day fixtures are starting back.
Yeah, it's agree, but I kind of think like people love, you know, the Christmas fixtures in football, and I think like if it's a World Cup at Christmas, everyone's getting drunk in London. I think it might actually go down better than people think. Like from the outside looking in, you'd be like, oh, this is gonna be terrible. I actually think.
Well, the finals are. The finals are on
the 18th of December, and then we're playing
it's the 18th.
Carabao.
I thought it was like the 12th or 13th. So,
No, it's the 18th, and then the Carabao's on the sort of 21st of December. So,
Jesus.
I mean that's an undersell, but I actually think you'll be surprised. I think people might like it more than they think.
All right, so the surprise is people will like Winter World Cup.
Yeah, people will like.
How are we going to judge whether that came true or not?
Yeah,
we're going to have to go out and talk to every person. And do a poll. All right, so far, total agreement amongst the esteemed guests about the City Liverpool 1-2 thing. I think we're going to find that quite a bit. So now Arsenal, are you as positive as everyone seems to be going into this new season? I mean, are you getting swept up in this whole Arsenal positivity thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to not be immensely positive, isn't it? I mean, how can you guys not be positive?
I know some people that are finding a way.
No, who's not being positive?
We don't name him on the podcast,
but it almost kind of feels like it's gone too well that it feels very un-Arsenal. I mean, that sounds like ridiculous, but this is the thing though. Usually this is in season, not surrounding a transfer window or something. I was thinking the other day. I was sort of writing a preview for the general season. I was like, I'm trying to think of a season where the preseason has been this good and this positive. I literally couldn't think of it. I don't know. You guys might know better than me.
Because Arsenal
when
in
was
general,
the season where it's been this good?
Well, 1967, I remember, was a really good summer.
Well, you know what this all leads to is us losing Friday.
Yeah, but Arsenal will lose at Palace. Arsenal will lose.
Well, because
1-0.
Arsenal, they're the
will score one goal of the season, and that'll be done.
They're the contrarian team. I mean, every time the general sentiment is we've turned that corner, then we go out and lose to Everton, like we did last year, or we go and shit the bed against Newcastle or something like that. And every time we think things are as bad as they could possibly be, we go away to Chelsea and put 4 past them. So we always do it's almost the I learned about in business school, the contrarian investment approach. Like when consumer sentiment is positive about something, you sell. When it's negative, you buy. And it can be.
Are you buying Arsenal shares tonight, or are you selling Arsenal shares?
I'm sorry?
Are you buying Arsenal shares tonight, or are you selling?
Well, if you follow the norm, you would be selling them tonight because you get a good, when we lose to Palace, as we would do.
We know this happens. We know.
Yeah, but it's never quite been like this with the summer. I mean, the way that this team is playing, if we go into the season healthy, you just get the sense that something's different. And that I never predict us to win because as soon as I do, we start this awful stretch. So I'm always predicting 2-2 draws and stuff. But I just don't know how. I love that we're starting at Palace because I've been at Palace like 4 out of the last 5 years, and it's a hellhole.
It's a marker, isn't it? It's like a marker. If you win at Palace on the first day,
there's more to gain than to lose in this one, I think, because if we can do this, it's like exercising demons, and then it's like, oh, who do we have the next week? What, Bournemouth or something? It's like we can do that. The Palace, and if we lose the Palace game, most people were expecting us to when the schedule came out anyway. So I like it. If you've got chat room, any user questions for Simon? Simon's with us until if you've got to duck out a little bit early because people are pawing at you and stuff and singing in your ear, just let us know. But are you good for another 10-20 minutes?
I'm good. All
right, perfect. So make sure to put your user questions in the chat. Owen, Andy, got anything for Simon?
Yeah, I was just going to touch on there, Simon. Obviously, Mikel Arteta has come out and says that Arsenal still want to do business in the remainder of this window. Obviously, the positions that are probably highest up on that priority list is a wide forward for competition or backup for Bukayo Saka, or central midfield, Yuri Tielemans being linked. In that wide forward role, that is a market that seems really limited because obviously Mikel Arteta likes that inverted type winger. Who are the players that you would look to as realistic options for Arsenal to approach?
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? Like, I kind of feel like if you're not going to upgrade on Pepe, which for me is obviously the literal barometer, if you're not going to get somebody who's better than that, then what are you doing? And when it was communicated that Pepe was going to be sold and going to get rid of, Isco was the player that I thought Arsenal would go for, kind of because I think we can get him on. I think Isco's free. You can get Asensio as another. Isco. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Isco. Yeah, and Asensio is another player from Real Madrid who we're looking to get rid of. And that was the sort of player I thought Mikel would go for because I think Pepe's biggest weakness is that he's been an out-and-out winger. And that basically he's a player who only plays on the right wing. He's not someone who plays left or right. That's his role. And basically, if he's not starting right wing, he's not playing in the team. And I thought for Asensio and Isco, those are sort of players who would suit Arteta's system where they can play right wing, they can play attacking centre mid, they can play on the left. And for me, that's been a big difference for Arsenal. And I think when they go get someone who's going to possibly play on the wing for them. And that's certainly my understanding is that they want to sign another winger. It will not be someone who's an out-and-out right winger. It'll be someone who can play right wing, centre mid, left wing. If they can't get it done, they will not push for it. And that's the biggest thing you've seen from Arsenal in the last windows. If they cannot get the player they want, they will not push for it. I think people were up in arms in January. We didn't get a striker, and it was like, well, they've waited and they've got Jesus. That's the player they wanted. And if you tried for Jesus in January, you would be told where to go.
Yeah. Chris wants to know when the last time was. I mean, he wants the date, the exact moment when you were this excited about an Arsenal team going into the season.
I mean, this is it. I mean, when have you been? I was trying to think about it before we came on here. I was like, I don't know. I
15,
really don't know.
Back 14, 15, maybe, because
it sounds mental, but it was that season. Was it 15-14 where Arsenal didn't sign an outfield player?
Yeah,
and I was still so fucking excited.
Because we had just finished second, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 15-16 was it? Yeah. Of course it was. Yeah.
But the landscape has changed so much because the top four were so close at that time, but the top two weren't that far away from fourth. But now, to bridge that gap from third to first it's never been bigger, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like Liverpool and City are on a different plane. Like, I don't know how you get close to them, but I think that gap from third to seventh is really open. Like, I put Arsenal in there, I put Chelsea in there, I put Tottenham in there, I put West Ham in there, I put maybe Leicester in there. And I feel like Arsenal, for the first time in years, I can look at that team and I think, yeah, that's the top 4 team. And I've not felt that for years.
Before we do our next prize draw, because we're about to enter hour 3 of 27, just want to encourage everybody, please go to goonersvcancer.com, donate. We've got a steady stream of donations going in. We are up to, just for today's donations, we are up to $1,400 with the most recent donation from Ramon. Mikhail, always very generous. Caitlin Carver as well donated. Jerome Marks, Josh Rosenfeld, Mark Loke, thank you for your donations during the podcast today. The next drawing is for a Ruth Beck art print. And I've got a variety of Ruth Beck art prints here, and I'm picking them out randomly. This one is for the gold Dennis Bergkamp Ruth Beck art print. And we will pick the winner right now as we go into the 5 o'clock hour Eastern time. Simon, have you heard about Ruth Beck and seen her art?
No, but it looks very good art.
You need to check her out. You go to buyruthbeckart.com. She does Highbury kind of scenes, Emirates scenes, Arsenal legends. She's amazing, and she's incredibly, incredibly generous to the pod. In fact, she'll be on tomorrow morning at I think in the 8 o'clock hour UK time. So
if she's bearing you guys, what is she doing?
8.
She'll be on. She's a lovely, lovely person. She'll be on at 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow morning UK time.
She's a saint. She's a saint.
She absolutely is. So let's get this randomizer up on the screen here. By the way, a rule that I almost forgot to mention, but one person can win no more than one non-art prize and one art prize. So you can win one Ruth Beck art. You can win one jersey type of prize. If your name comes up again a second time, we'll redraw, and then everybody gets a chance to win the grand prize, no matter what you've won so far. So let's get to the final draw here. The winner of the Ruth Beck Dennis Bergkamp print, Seth Thomas. Congratulations, Seth. I know that you were going to be watching. So, Seth, you have won a Ruth Beck art print, and you still have a chance of winning a signed shirt or a new jersey and the grand prize. But you're now on the list for the Ruth Beck art Dennis Bergkamp print. So, congratulations to you. And we are now in hour 3. So Simon, let's getting back to the Arsenal. I was going to ask a question, and now it's completely left my mind.
I've got one.
Okay, go ahead.
If that's okay. Simon, obviously, Mikel Arteta was often bashed with the stick of William Saliba and the treatment that he received since Mikel Arteta came in. How do you think that has sort of panned out now that you're looking at how well this guy is adapting to life at Arsenal? Obviously, he still has a lot of tests in front of him, but is this a case of we should have been playing this dude all along, or this was the perfect sort of handling of that situation?
No, so interesting. I remember speaking to someone at the club when all the furore was basically kicking off about why is Saliba not playing? And I remember someone said to me, like, hang on a minute, like, do you realise Mikel and Ben Napier, who's the loan manager, was like, do you think they might have actually had a plan for Saliba? Like, he costs £28 million. Like, they're not going to just consign him to the, the dump. And I think they've actually, whether they've sort of stumbled across that plan is debatable. But I think the way it's worked out has been really, really, really beneficial for Arsenal. And I think what we've seen from Saliba over these past 2-3 weeks, for me, I think when I was told basically when he came back this pre-season, he would be given an opportunity to state his claim for the first team. And it was like, if he's good enough, we'll play him. If he's not good enough, he's going to go. We'll sell him. And they've been blown away by Saliba. That was what I was told. And he's basically said, look, this guy needs to be in the first team. And I kind of think some coaches at Arsenal knew that was going to be the case, and some coaches thought, wow, this guy's a real deal.
It's kind of amazing how people just assume, though, that had he never been, excommunicated back to France, which is the narrative that some people choose to have, that he would have just been better than what we had those first 2 seasons. Sometimes it takes a while for a flower to bloom. Even if you know when it blooms, it's going to be a beautiful flower. So,
Look at you, Pod. Nonsense.
I'm artistic AF.
I come with maybe it's a societal thing where you just like you do like an instant gratification, and people deliver now. And I think Saliba is an example of where you just wait for things to deliver, and it might not happen now, but it will happen in one day. And I think we've realised that Arsenal fans just wait for it to happen. It might not happen this day, but one day you'll get what you're waiting for.
Negative Mike Hers doesn't think that Saliba will extend his contract, even though I've heard that he had already, or that he was in meetings. What's the latest inside scoop from the Evening Standard on Saliba's contract extension? Because it was a topic of discussion on the summer tour.
Yeah, well, you could tell me more from what we've heard on summer tour, but it's an interesting one. If I'm Saliba, I'm not signing anything.
There's really only one reason for him to sign, and that's if they double his wages or more.
If you throw money at me, I'm signing it and I'm paying it. But if I'm anything else, I'm waiting a year. I'm going to wait a year's time and see what are you throwing me? How much are you going to pay me? I'm William Saliba now, and I'm not being paid what I'm going to be paid in a year's time.
He does kind of hold all the cards at this point.
But what was the word on the US tour?
Oh, just that there was that it was either very close or it was impending. I mean, nothing that you wouldn't have seen, getting out there on Twitter. It's not like, when the cameras went off of Arteta, he's like, yeah, we're going to get it taken care of. It'll be fine. When you there was a media event the other day, if I remember correctly, either a press conference or something. I know Tom Canton was telling me that all the names were there. Was there something at the Emirates a few days ago?
There was an event quite recently for the All or Nothing documentary.
Right. Okay.
I think you'll see things coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah, I think that's what it was about. How many of the journalists that were on the American tour brought me up?
Yeah, there was a big thing. Actually, there was a kind of moment where Mikel was like, "We need to just call out Mike here and say we need to kibosh this." He was like, "We need to."
At that event, Mikel Arteta was poking his head through the door, going, "Is that fucking fat Jewish guy here again?"
He looked, but by the end of the tour, he looked so like PTSD from seeing me everywhere he went. So yeah, I mean, I just wanted to ask, if I made an impression on, if Mark Irwin still gets the first 9 questions, or if anything had changed there. But you don't have to comment on that.
Simon,
So-
how do you push your way into asking questions when the likes of
Where-
Erwin and
Where are you on the pecking order? Because I have observed there is a pecking order for sure, and
Yeah.
I'm in the. I hope I can get one in before it ends.
do they push you away because of your good looks? I guess that's what we're asking.
Mikkel and him just lock eyes, and they're like, "We're the
You
two
guys
best
just
looking guys in this room."
I bet Simon and Mikkel just nod to each other, and they both know they're just complimenting the head of hair.
I am like bottom of the pecking order.
Below Tom Canton? No, you can't be.
Yeah, I'm like minimal. Sorry. I'm.
Is that
I'm-
because you have a history of appearing on podcasts like ABW? Because the podcasters are the podcasters / journalists generally are looked upon a little differently than the print
No,
journalists.
I'm just bottom of the food chain. So like, and I would love to be higher up the food chain, but I'm just not. So
You're gonna have to like knock out James McNicholas and Charles Watts to climb that ladder.
If Gunnar Blog and Jane and Charles Watts want to go toe to toe, then we'll do it. But
Yeah.
they don't want it. They don't want it. They
Just
don't
have
want
an
it. This is-
elimination tournament.
This is me. You can clip this up. This is me calling them out.
Yeah, I was gonna say I bet Watts would fight dirty. He's
You know
gonna
what?
get a full chunk
No.
of that hair.
You know what? Watts is on vacation right now, and
Yeah,
McNicholas.
Watts has had 2 weeks off. He's done.
You take the first 2 weeks off of the season, you go to
I love-
the back of the line.
Love the way
Yeah.
Simon criticizes Watts for having 2
Yeah,
weeks
what-
off because
what-
he's done
what-
while slugging on a pint.
Watts will come back and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is Arsenal were fucking fine. We just send this shit, me."
And James, has done like 94 things for me over the last 3 weeks, and I was like, do you want this one off? Because people are gonna get sick of seeing us together so much.
I think Nicholas is perhaps one of the nicest blokes I've ever met.
He really actually he is.
But then that's what the Arsenal community is like, isn't it?
Well, so this went in a different direction than I was expecting. We had a little. So what can you tell us about Kaya?
Good bloke, lovely bloke.
Do you have to be over 6'8" or like incredibly handsome?
I would literally want to be his tailor, and I'll just sew his trousers for him. But
between him and James Ollie and McNicholas, they're all like. They're all just towering. They're hitting their heads on the top of the press box. It was weird.
I feel like this is a great time for us to play a game with Simon's word association. First word that comes to mind when we say a word, you just have to tell us.
Go.
Tom Canton.
Honest.
Oh, that's really the only person I had. I
No,
wanted something worse than that.
You're not going John Cross?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to put him in that.
Don't make that
position.
dude end his own career
You
live
wanna
on
ask,
this.
hey, you asked me about my word association with John Cross.
Well, the answer is Tomago.
Yeah, Simon, has the Kroenke's lawyer ever stepped in on you and told you that you can't ask a question?
Not for me. Not for me.
Who else have they done it for then?
Andy's about to find out that he's in good company.
Were they like intersecting on the current tour or not?
No. The only person that got to talk to Josh on the current tour was our friend Aston Mack, who spent the entire Orlando City game in the box with Josh and Denai and Zinchenko, which was an amazing experience for him, which we will hear about later because he's going to be joining us shortly. But no, this was back in 2019. Stephen, there's no way Tom blocked you. Well, actually,
No, there is 100% way that Tom can't block. That's a fine
true.
fucking line that I've been walking for years.
You guys are best friends. You're invited to the wedding, and he still blocked you on Twitter.
I asked Josh a question, and immediately his lawyer ran to essentially yell at him, "Do not answer that." And it was essentially throwing the likes of Cross and Irwin under the bus in front of their faces because I just don't give a shit.
Well, but the question was, is one of the reasons that you don't speak as much, you and your dad don't speak as much because you're essentially concerned that compared to what in the United States, what you say is going to be twisted into some sort of
bullshit headline.
Yeah,
clickbait headline.
And they didn't let that one through in real time. They didn't let that one through.
Chasta's kicking off. Everybody's jumping up to who's blocked by Tom Canton.
It's amazing. I've never been blocked.
What's the heat coming from Tom Canton? I'm upset.
Oh, he loves it. I love Tom.
I'm going to his wedding in a few weeks. I gotta make sure that we don't get heat between now and then.
Yeah. One other thing, as a journalist, how is it going to be watching that All or Nothing documentary, getting a glimpse in behind the scenes to probably more than?
I've seen the first 3 episodes. I've seen the first 3 episodes.
Oh, they're good.
And I've signed the NDA. It's like, I can't say anything. I cannot say anything.
Fair enough. It's fair enough.
I've seen the first 2 episodes.
Is it entertaining?
Just read us every other word.
All I would say is just get to episode 3, and when you see episode 3, you will be like, "Yeah, that's the Arsenal I know. That's the Arsenal I know."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. When does it start?
So like the first two episodes of the documentary, I was like, I'm literally just floating on the surface of this shit tsunami. And episode 3, I was like, right, okay, now I'm in here. Now you've got me hook, line, sinker. Fuck, this is good.
Do they
you watch episode 3 and you'll be like, fuck, this is good.
So there's a reason they did the break between 3 and 4.
Yeah, the first 3 episodes are shit. The first 2 episodes are fucking shit, man. Shit.
I love how Simon said 9 years.
Spoilers.
No,
but the first episode is shit. The second episode is okay.
But see, that's probably because you're approaching it with the emotional trauma of living through that shit.
You'll watch episode 3 and you'll be like, fuck, give me the whole documentary. You watch episode 3 and you'll be on here being like, just inject it. Give it to me.
So now Andy knows exactly when to time his erection.
When do I not have one?
You don't want it to happen too early. I believe that we've actually
you serve ice cream to kids. Please don't.
Yeah, I believe if there's any more like molesty kind of occupation, I don't know what is. But we've seen Simon descend into his blood alcohol level rise during the course of the podcast, which is fantastic. Any other questions that we have for Simon?
Simon, if you come on the pod another 9 times drunk, you'll match Feinberg's level of commitment.
Yeah. Well, look.
I know he's taking it off, but I'm about to find the audio of Mike drunk on the. He did take it off.
It's not even compelling because it's not in context. There's
but it doesn't matter. You took it off, you son of a bitch.
I took it off. Yeah, we've been asked by Gary to just have you giggle if All or Nothing is surprising.
All I will say is
you keep saying all I will say.
All I'll say is
good. I thought it was entertaining. I mean, look. I mean, I like the one.
First 2 episodes, you'll be sat there being like, quite good, and then you watch the episode and you'll be like, fuck, inject this whole thing to me. Trust me, episode 3, just stay with it. Episode 3, you'll be like, fuck, this is.
How long of a break is there between the 2 sets?
Well, there's
I think like episode 1 is like 45 minutes. Episode 2 is like 30 minutes. But trust me, once you watch episode 3, you'll be like, fuck, this is it.
Have I got my journalism right here? You're here to say that episode 3 sucks?
Give John Cross.
No. Episode 3 is. That would have been the headline in the Sun for Mark Irwin. He would have heard your entire conversation and then said, "Wind up merchant Simon Collings calls episode 3 a travesty." Episode 3 will be, you'll be watching that. You will.
Now we have now when Tom comes on in the morning, we have to ask him about episode 3. I'm like,
wait, has Canton seen it?
Yeah, he's got the first 3.
He should have done. Yeah, he should have done. Yeah. But he'll be the same. He'll be like.
He read the whole transcript with me already. So episode 3, it's huge.
No, I guarantee you, if you go to Tom and say, "Hey, this is what Simon said," the first 2 are meh. The third, Tom won't give you a fucking peep. He will not tell you a thing.
You sound so much like my wife.
It's because he's honest.
Wait, she says the same thing about Canton?
Yeah, she's like, I want Canton to come here.
He's a very sought after man.
That's true. So, all right. So, what do you think is the height of Arsenal over the next couple of years? I mean, I've wondered whether it's even worth trying to think about a club like Arsenal winning the title in the next 5 or 10 years, as long as Man City can do what they're doing. Liverpool would really be the example as to why that might not be the case, because they've been there or thereabouts for the last 4 or 5 years without doing things the way that Manchester City and Chelsea have. But, you know, at some point I just get numb to Man City winning titles and start thinking that winning, getting second place would be about the best that you could hope for. Is that a loser attitude, or I mean, is there a possibility in the next 3 to 5 years a title could actually be won?
I'm gonna slightly concerned because my battery's running out here, so I've got 4%. If I die, that's why.
Don't die.
Don't die.
Don't die. No. But
I remember, and if you are going to die, don't let it be because of your battery. Let it be because of another pint.
Yeah. No. Good. No, but I remember being on a night out. It's kind of sentimental, but I was really drunk on a night out in London with another bloke, and he was a Blackburn Rovers fan, and we were sort of quite pissed and talking to each other. And he was like, I don't actually like winning. He was like, I just like the journey. I was like, that's really weird. He was like, I just like the journey we do together. He's like, I don't like, winning promotion or getting back in the Premier League. He's like, I just like living those sort of 8-9 months together. And I kind of feel like for these Arsenal fans, what they've got now is what that Blackburn Rovers fan had, sort of 2-3 years ago, where everyone is basically just enjoying what they're living now. And I think before, 2-3 years ago, no Arsenal fans would have thought about this, but now every Arsenal fan I speak to is like, they're excited, they're happy, and they think this could be the season. Things are different, and I mean, kind of think
that kind of statement. That statement sounds like something a guy who's been married and wife doesn't give him anything would say. But and speaking of as one of those guys, no, it is kind of almost a relief, and this is a weird thing to say. It's a relief for me, feeling like a league title, at least this season, a league title is just out of the question. We've all said,
Do you not find, Mike, you just want to enjoy it?
Oh, I always find that I want to enjoy it, and people keep trying to tell me that I can't. But for me, the reason I'm picking us for third is because, to me, that would be, for this one season, that and/or a Europa League win would be like a league. I understand the difference between third and first, but where we've been to where I would like to end this season, I think it's realistic. Like, keep me fully invested and excited throughout the entire year. And we can deal with the following year after that. We can deal with the year after that.
But what's wrong, Mike, with, I'm sorry, but football is about the what if. And as much as a fucking idiot as you might sound saying it, but it's always what if. That's the thing. It's the possibility of what if Liverpool flop and fuck up and go into decline, and what if Man City have a shitty season, and what if we start brilliantly, and you never know.
Those are things that are a little out of our control, though, so I don't want to get too heavily invested in what ifs that we can't control.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of being a fan, is about getting excited about that shit.
Yeah, you have to be realistic, Mike. I mean, if you would have asked any Arsenal supporter 10 seasons ago if this is where we would be, like, you don't know what's going to happen. As Simon said, you just have to go in and enjoy it and look at the variables we can control. We can win the FA Cup. We can win the Carabao Cup. We can win the Europa League. If you were to go into this season knowing, like, hey, you could be in the semifinals of those competitions, you wouldn't even think about the Premier League. You'd just be like, fuck it. So think about the variables you can be invested in. And we almost, like, I hate to say it, but Champions League football is the trophy for us because we're miles apart.
That's what I'm thinking. Like for this season, I'm comfortable saying that my top is, I mean, other than like the incredible, what I would just love to see is third or fourth place, and the journey to get there will be fun as long as we're not on the outside looking in. I mean, I just really, really think that this season will be one to enjoy because the pressure isn't necessarily there to finish first, but we have the team that could just go out and surprise people. So,
and I agree with the chat. The fact that Mike thinks that we're going to win the league is just absolutely outrageously silly. And
if that's what you've taken from what I've said,
I'm sorry that you still think it's 2002.
Yeah, well. So Simon, we're going to let you go. We have our next guests are a pack of podcasters that have just finished up on their own channel, and Simon, you put in a good hour from the pub with us, so we'll let you join the folks who are really there for you. I appreciate you joining us in your celebratory environment. Anything else you would like to put out there into the world tonight?
No, I'd just like to say, like, honestly, Mike, you do an outrageous amount of work for Gooners for Cancer, and it's a charity that means a lot to my family. My brother had cancer, and I just really appreciate all the things you guys do. So honestly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, and Owen and Andy and everyone else that helps me with this. The help is starting to really, really grow organically, and just love that we have such amazing people that can help to support it. So thank you, Simon. Appreciate it. And let's talk a little bit into the season.
Let's go, guys.
Cheers,
boys.
Cheers, Simon. Take care.
All right. Lovely, man. Lovely.
He's so intimidatingly good looking.
It's kind of old to talk about the same things, the hair, the looks, but I mean,
the surprise of the podcast was a guest that I never thought I would have got to meet, which was the hand from the Adams family.
Yeah.
That was pretty fucking cool.
We didn't end up seeing where that hand went necessarily.
It going to the
it
hair.
went down. It never came up.
Are you saying he has a small penis?
Everybody has to have a flaw. Come on, he can't be perfect.
That's true. Probably a guy like Collins was probably just carrying a hog.
A guy like who?
Simon.
No, that can't. There can't be that much going for
meat sausage down there.
He gets into the pool and his hog gets cold before his knees does.
Yeah. I love it that like during the pod he got progressively drunker, and
you could notice the difference. It was awful.
Yeah, I mean, he was like tipsy when we started, and then he looked like he was going to fall asleep. But then also the ratio of people in the chat room that have confided that Canton's blocked them.
Yeah,
I had no idea. Yeah, I mean, I thought his goal was to have as many people, like viewers and subscribers, as possible.
So I'm gonna bounce in a minute. But Mike, I know that we have our big last hour with the boys, but again, putting this together, dude, and I know what you, Owen, Jared are about to embark on with your crazy ass
Mikey.
Well, he says he's gonna do it, but I don't think he will.
Don't even.
There is going to be some moment during this pod-a-thon that there will be a pinata that he needs to go and break, and he's just going to leave. I really like.
He told me he couldn't start until like 1 a.m. tonight because he had to go sombrero shopping. I mean,
he's fine. Mexicans don't need to sleep anyway.
He's probably roofing somewhere right now.
Jesus. Hey, Zeus.
He's listening. He's in the chat room.
I know. And hey, guys, he likes it when we do this. We just have to put that on.
Oh, so
how many wardrobe changes are you going through?
I've got a whole group of stuff.
Like fucking stars in your eyes or something.
And
I thought that was a joke. I gave a shaved ice away yesterday to this little kid because he was wearing the new black kit, and he came up with 4 other kids, and then they were like, "Oh, you didn't charge us enough." I was like, "The kid gets it for free."
Were they creeped out by that, or did?
No, I didn't stand up, so they didn't have it. Hey guys, hit the like button. Fucking animals are listening to us. You can at least hit the like button.
Yeah,
and subscribe.
I never hit the like, subscribe, the dislike, unsubscribe. I mean, whatever. As long as you're pressing buttons.
Dublin, that's extremely racist. You're talking about Spanish people.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dublin's he's just eliminated himself from eligibility for any of the prize draws. Speaking of which, go to goonersvcancer.com, get a leg up on your competition, and we were going to be doing our next prize draw at 11 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. Eastern time for another Ruth Beck art print. Go to buyruthbeckart.com. Again, the earlier you get, people are waiting for some odd reason. They're waiting to get their donations in, and the longer you wait, the less prize draws you will be a participant in. Mm-hmm. We are now at 1,450 for the POD-a-THON, and that extra 50 is Vincent Eagle, who not only donated through a super chat in the first hour, but has now done it directly through the site as well. Vincent, I am going to put you in for a number of tickets that reflects both together rather than just the one for the site. So,
Big Vinny, legend.
Yeah, Vinny, big up to Vinny, and thank you for your support. And we are all supportive of you. Our next guests are going to be Soph and Super Kev. They've just polished off a big podcast. They had Tom on. They had Dan Potts on. I think who else did they have? I think Judges was on as well.
How many people do you think Tom banned or blocked during that pod?
He got a hold of our subscriber list and banned each, cross-referenced the two, and immediately.
He did end a show once. Now this is all making sense. And he said something like, "If you go over and listen to them, I will ban you." So this is all coming full circle.
That's what he did. Yeah. Just doing the randomizer while
we actually have to Mike. Just have to bring this to your attention. You actually owe Tom Canton some form of retaliation for.
Yeah, well, I was I tried to pull it off during this podcast, but he might have gotten to some of his colleagues before I did. We will find out. But yeah, I had a few ideas in the hopper. But the one idea that he cannot stop me from without disinviting me to the wedding. So he doesn't want to be, he does not want the ball in my court on the 26th of August.
I still think we should have we could still do it, but remember we were talking about the gift the three of us were going to do for him? The painting?
What, just of himself? Like,
No, remember I wanted to have the three of us like paint him in Georgia. Remember, like, you ever watched?
I don't remember that. I thought you were kidding.
Like, and it would be a big fucking one too, like obnoxiously large, right? Where it's like large enough where people are gonna see it, but he can't say like, "I don't want this." You know?
Are you gonna take it to the wedding by hand?
No, that could be a little difficult.
I'm not able to go to the wedding. I'm in someone else's wedding the same.
Yeah, and Andy doesn't like Tom. All right, so we're going to begin.
All right,
by bringing in a legend, a man who scored 59 goals for the Arsenal, more goals for Everton, other goals for Fenerbahce, The guy's a legend everywhere he goes. We love him. Super Kev. Welcome back to the Gooners Pod, Pod-a-THON.
Hi, guys. Mike, who scored goals for Fenerbahce, by the way?
I got the wrong team, didn't I?
Trabzonspor, man. Come on, get
Oh,
it right. Come on. They're
Trabzonspor.
champions as well. Come on, get it right.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
insult
I'm
the man that's
exhausted.
given up his
I've been
time to be
podcasting
here.
for 3.5 hours. I'm exhausted by now. Only 23 and a half left. How was your show? You've just polished off a massive panel on the Highbury squad.
Yes, very good panel. We had lead judges. We had Dan Potts. We had Tom Canton, Harry Simiu, obviously Sophie, and myself. And we done all our predictions and everything for the season, etc. So it was a good show. Well worth watching it if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, if you were here helping to kick cancer rather than watching the Highbury squad, go back and watch the replay tomorrow night at 11 p.m. after we're done with the podcast, because I'm sure it was good. Sophie, great to have you.
Hi.
How
are you
art
doing?
thou?
Hi everyone. I'm good. How are you? How's everyone going? How's it going?
Doing lovely.
Hi Owen and Andy. How's it going, boys?
I'm about to leave. I had to wait for your beautiful face so you could replace my beautiful face.
It's going to be a tough task, though, mate.
Yeah,
very tough.
I've got to go do dadly duties and take my son to ice hockey practice. So
nice.
Yeah, listen, you enjoy.
I will. I'll listen on the car. Good luck. Have fun.
Take care.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. All right. So here we go. Now the real podcasters are here. We are in the midst of our 3 of 27. I'm in trouble here. We've already given away some great stuff. We've given away a Lee Dixon signed shirt, which was given away while Lee was on with us. Great segment. We have given away a piece of Ruth Beck art, and we are going to give away in this hour, at the top of the hour, a Kevin Campbell signed Legends shirt. I hope that's okay, Kev. I think I asked you whether that was okay at some point.
Well, you've already given the game away now, so I can't say no, can I?
I'm getting a little too comfortable with some of these relationships, I think.
I know, Magic. I know.
But once we've shared a beer and once he's named my son, I feel like a shirt is is doable. But we have a grand prize which we're drawing at the end of the show of a new home shirt signed by Saka, Emil Smith-Rowe, and Tomiyasu. We have signed memorabilia having to do with Cesc Fabregas. We've got brand new kits like this, tons of stuff over the next 23 and a half hours. But guys, how you been? The best Arsenal podcast has joined another Arsenal podcast to help raise money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. But I missed you guys on the summer tour. I missed you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you guys smashed it. You did such a great job. The Arsenal America group did a great job. But Owen will laugh. You know what I was just doing? I was like, why isn't it working? I'm trying to put these comments up in chat, and I just realized it's not my show.
It's not your show, so.
Control freak.
It's just an automatic, kind of like, oh look, yeah, they're saying hello. I'll just say hi back. Oh gosh,
we've already got about 15 hosts for this show anyway, so you might as well. Come on.
Oh no, but yeah, I mean, Kev and I watched from afar, but we covered it, and of course we had you on, we had Aston on. Tomorrow we've got Tiffany on to come in and say hi and give us a little bit of a breakdown too. I mean, it was incredible. I actually think that the US fans did and picked up where the away fans especially, but also the fans at the Emirates last season, in kind of really bringing everyone together and feeling like there was more of a togetherness and support of the team. And that trickled through to the US. And then Baltimore and Orlando were just insane. And I think that added another dimension to the connectivity between, the fans, the players, and the club. And I think something Kevin and I talk about quite often is when you have players you can fall in love with again, it makes it so much easier. And I think that was evident, especially with the kit launch in Orlando and the club choosing to do that. and having everyone involved. And, it was magic.
And it's the way they done it as well, involving, Aston, bless him. I thought he was brilliant on it, and Little Islington and the actual US fan base were involved in it. I just think it was really incredible. I love the energy that comes with the US fans. They always bring a certain energy to the table, and but do you know I really loved as well, Magic? I'll be honest with you, Owen. I'll tell you this. I love the way some of the players actually mingled with the fans. I believe some players came down to a bar and were in there and discussing certain stuff. And it seemed as though everyone started to connect. That's how it used to be.
It was a bit managed. I mean, it kind of has to be, I suppose.
It has to be managed, Magic. But
I mean, and by managed, I mean, there's kind of a human wall somewhat in between the players and the crowd to a certain extent. Although when Aaron Ramsdale walks in during his introduction into the Kit Lodge trivia event, he just strolls in and sits down next to people who didn't even realize who was sitting down next to him. It was hilarious. You knew he was going to be coming in from somewhere, because by then you'd learned the pattern that the person who the trivia question was about was going to stroll in any second now. So we knew he was going to walk in, but he was already sitting down at a table with his baseball cap on backwards and just the coolest looking dude. And so, yeah, it was, other than that, though, you were not necessarily going to get too close to the current players, but you had Ray there, Parlor, you had Gilberto there, who you could just walk up and take a picture with, have a chat with, Gunnersaurus, who you could take a picture of stuff that, of him and his body.
Magic. And, if Lee Judges could get close to Edu, I mean, things do happen. Things do happen.
Super journalist Lee Judges.
I'm still certain there were a team of snipers pointing rifles at that man. 100%.
I didn't see him in Orlando. Like we spent time together in Orlando, but surprisingly for Lee and I, we didn't spend that much time together, and mostly because I didn't want the club to revoke my credentials for being associated with him specifically.
See, just to jump into the football stuff, Kev, we talked there about sort of these active steps that the club are taking to get close to the fans, to be more relatable, to build that connection. But if we take it on to the football field for a second and the backroom staff, you're somebody, obviously, as we all know, who has been around at multiple clubs at different times, difficult times and positive times and stuff. But when you look at the way things are going now, the transfer business, the style of play, the energy on the pitch, the fans, I mean, like, a sold-out Emirates crowd for the Sevilla game and a pre-season friendly, the energy inside the stadium is something building here. We can talk about these Amazon documentaries and interviews and behind-the-scenes footage all we want, but is there something tangible out on the football field that is starting to reiterate or reverberate into the stands? Is there something building at Arsenal right now?
Yeah, there is. And the funny thing, here's the narrative that you're going to hear when we see it. It's only pre-season. It's only pre-season. Then we're playing Chelsea, and then that's the big testing game. We come through that with flying colours, but it's only pre-season. And then you go into the Sevilla game and you think to yourself, okay, and you beat them 6, and then it's only pre-season. So, we see it, we feel it, but let's be honest. The key is Friday. The key is going to a place that is a difficult place to go. Crystal Palace against our old captain, who we all won, to be fair, don't we? We all Palace won. But you can see on the pitch, you could see with the energy, you could see with the commitment, you could see with the style of play. I've always said it's the players. The manager could put anything he wants on a board, or he could say what he wants in training. The key is the players have to go on the pitch and do it. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a different energy. We're seeing a tenacity in this team, which if we have that consistently through the season, we're going to have a great season. That's for sure. The key is, do we have the squad because that's what it's going to take, because there's going to be injuries. Do we have the squad to continue that momentum into the season? And I think I touch wood. I hope that we can keep it up, because, you know, it's really important. Now we've got a centre forward. Now we've got a player who not only can he score goals, he can harass defenders, he could hold the ball up, he can do. He's not Aubameyang and he's not Lacazette. He's a bit of both. He can do everything, and he can play wide, and he's mobile. So I think Jesus is going to make us better.
And he's only 25, guys. He's 25 years old, but he comes with so much experience, Owen. You know, he's played in the Champions League, he's won Premier Leagues. He's been at the forefront of a lot of stuff and managed by one of the best in modern day football.
Ever.
Yeah. We have two guys under 25 who combined have 12 years of top flight experience. I mean, and captaincies and titles and stuff. I mean, Odegaard being the other one.
Well, Zinchenko's no chopped liver either in terms of the experience that he's had, especially at City.
True,
and captain of his national team,
and not in a way that puts them, you know, with just enormous mileage under them either, because, you know, 25 top level for a long time, Gabby Jesus, sure, but it's not like he's played every game, every minute of every game either. So he's had these experiences and this career trajectory. But he's a fairly fresh 25-year-old as well. I mean, I look at this guy and just I think if he's here through his early 30s, there's a lot he could get accomplished.
See on that, Soph, with Gabriel Jesus. Originally, when those links started propping up, people looked at, you know, his goal record for Man City, and people sometimes thought that was underwhelming and stuff like that. And I want to say this quite quietly in front of Kev, because I don't want to insult him, okay? And that's that I think that strikers are probably the most egotistical players on a football pitch, and they have to have that selfishness, they have to have that confidence within themselves. And do you think there's potentially a thing here with Gabriel Jesus where it's the main man syndrome, where he has to come into a club where he feels like he's the main man, he's the superstar? And I know he said in interviews it's about being part of a team, but surely at this part in his career, he's just willing to take that spotlight and step up and be Arsenal's talisman. Do you think that he's potentially going to fulfill that there?
No, it's a great point. You know, there's a confidence and there's cockiness, right? I think Rambo 2.0 had so much confidence, which I think towards the end of the season evolved into a bit of cockiness, and I felt like he needed to be brought down a peg or two. Jesus has come from Manchester City, and in a way, especially kind of being in Brazil's national team, does he really have anything to prove to anyone at Arsenal in terms of what he's achieved so far in his career? I think he knows coming in, he's probably the best player. You know, and I believe that there's a humbleness to him with that, and that doesn't happen so often. You know, Neymar is cocky and arrogant. You know, there's players like that. You know, Benzema, there's a cockiness to him, but he's a great teammate. You know, he's been a great teammate at Real Madrid. Lewandowski, kind of the same. So I think that he comes in knowing who he is, what he can offer, and a deep belief in what he thinks he can achieve at the club. I think he's coming to make a point. I think he wants to be one of the best strikers in the world, and he's hungry. You know, you win what he did at City, and you come into the Arsenal being that hungry. You know, Ian Wright was cocky, but he was a lovable cocky. Super Kev, you know, he had a swagger and a cockiness, but there's a humbleness.
You can't wear them jackets without having a certain level.
See, this is where I put the pictures of him and Righty in the wigs and the leather jackets.
I'll never reach your level of.
No, but you know, I think just to add to that, Soph, if I can, I think there has to be a confidence in what you do. To get to the position is one thing. For a position like number 9 to open up for Gabriel Jesus from Manchester City, because let's be honest, there's times where he didn't play, but most of the big games, if you watch the big games, he played. But a lot of the big games, he didn't play as number 9. He played wide. But that's Pep Guardiola for you. But the fact of the matter is he was trusted to play. Now, he knows the manager. He knows the system. He knows the training. Arsenal got rid of Aubameyang. Arsenal, Lacazette's contract run out. And the only person really you got to really contend with is Eddie. So he's coming in knowing I'm the guy. I'm the guy. At 25, best years are ahead of him as well. Coming into his prime. We're going to get his best years, guys. This is his best years. So now we're going to need players who are going to complement him. He's going to make players better, but we need players who are going to complement him. Because
I think we got the better Brazilian in the transfer window too. I'd never wanted Richarlison at our club. I just didn't think culturally he was the right fit either. And
he's the perfect fit for Spurs. And I don't mean that from a competitive standpoint. I mean from a personality standpoint. He essentially took over for Eric Lamela in the category of most punchable, dislikable, So
no, what I was going to say there as a point you made was Gabriel Jesus, how young he still is, surprisingly, for the amount he's achieved in the game. But Kev, reverting back to that, which is the sort of youthful thing that we're seeing with this squad, something that's been made a massive deal out of, potentially too much of a deal out of, is the Arsenal captaincy. And we've seen Martin Odegaard pick that up. Officially been announced by Arsenal prior to the Sevilla game. Do you think that's the right avenue to go down, to invest that captaincy in somebody who's going to be here for the long term? Or do you think it's potentially a risk handing that armband to such a young player?
No, it's not a risk. Look, he's captain of his national team. You look at Zinchenko's captain of his national team. These are the guys who you've got to lean on. Now, I think Odegaard's a safe bet. If I'm honest with you, he's no problem. He works hard. He's supposed to be the schemer in the team, isn't he? He's supposed to be the creator, the schemer. Now he's got a striker up there. We're expecting him to get a lot more assists, etc. But I just think he's a good guy as well. Behind the scenes, he's a good guy. You're not going to have any problems with that guy. As I've heard, he's the first in and last out as well. So if you ever want a captain, that's the captain. Captain's going to lead by example. So that's fantastic. So I think last season, Kieran Tierney would have got it. But the big problem is his availability.
Yeah.
He's not available all the time. And you cannot rely on that because you need to be a coach out on the pitch as well.
In case you haven't seen it, and I'm going to pull a Sophie now by having well-timed media. In case you haven't seen it, here's Martin Odegaard about a week and a half ago, a little over a week and a half ago, knowing that he was the captain's pick, but not saying that he was the captain's pick.
Yeah, let's go. Martin, there's been a lot of talk about the captaincy. I know you haven't been told, and you're probably not allowed to tell us if you have been, but is it something that you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always enjoy responsibility. I'm a captain for my country, so I think that's a nice experience, and I enjoy that. But I don't know anything about the situation here. I think that question is for Mikkel and the club. But yeah, if you ask me, of course, I will be happy to do that.
You're not worried it's been a bit of a curse in the last few years, the Arsenal captaincy?
No, it's not something I think about. I think about the future and to make that as good as possible. So we'll see what happens.
I don't know anything about
curse. What is the curse though? Aubameyang was really good for us for 2 years?
Do you really not believe that there's some sort of bugaboo with the? I don't believe that it's mysticism, but
Koscielny was a good captain. He just got injured a lot, right? Xhaka, obviously, the throwing of the shirt.
You've named 2 out of the last 20 captains that we've had over the last 6 years, though. I mean,
but why is it a curse?
Both ended horribly. Didn't Laurent Koscielny refuse to go on tour and then ripped off his Arsenal shirt?
Yeah, and to Michael tell you, I asked Emery about that, when we were in Los Angeles and stuff like that. But
you know what Unai Emery said.
Kev, have you seen that clip?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Good man, Unai. But it's more that it's been used as a bargaining chip. That's the thing that's wrong. There's no curse. It's just that Arsenal have handled their
every captain's left
responsibly.
Every captain's left. Every captain became injury prone. Every captain sat on the ground crying, and then came back.
Are you going back to like Gallus and Van Persie? And
I go back that far. Yeah, I mean Gallus, sits on the ground crying, and then comes on Tom Canton's podcast 15 years later and says that Arteta doesn't have a plan. So, I mean, that's the captain's curse right there.
I just think it's players who, I mean, Van Persie, not a curse really. I mean, he just went to Man United. Gallas definitely was a fool. Koscielny ended up being a fool, but while he was captain, he represented the club, I thought, pretty well. I just think it's a narrative that's cheap and easy to go after. And hopefully whatever that narrative is ends with Odegaard. So, okay,
yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that are recurring themes at Arsenal that I think are about to end. Inability to sell players, paying players to go away, dressing room cliques, not winning the big games when you need them. I mean, there are so many different kind of, curses, if you want to call them that you can just systematically feel being exercised by the way this team's transformation is taking place. And
is it also fair to say, and Kev will, I think, back this one up, because we've had we've had phenomenal captains. I mean, you could go back to the 71 side, you go to Tony Adams, Patrick Vieira. It's so hard to live up to expectations. It's the same. Like once you go invincible, that team, it's so hard to live up to that. The George Graham era, it's hard to live up to that. And when you kind of fall as a club and as a group of players on the pitch, all of the other things become so magnified and under the spotlight, even more so.
So I think. It's not Owen. Sorry, I think when you actually look at the transition of what Arsenal's going through right now, it should really shine the magnifying glass should be on what's gone on in the past, because we're talking about captains who have been okay, but they're not. That you can't put them on the same pedestal as the captains like you've just mentioned, So it's always going to be difficult. Yeah, Koscielny was a good captain for a bit, and Cesc Fabregas was a good captain. He just didn't have that people around him. We've seen captains come at Arsenal and be okay. But the captains we want are the captains who win. Let's be brutally honest. When you have you see those captains you've mentioned, so they've been captains who have won. They're winners. And I sincerely hope Odegaard is the next captain who, with this youngish side, getting experience now, getting that mental toughness with Zinchenko and Jesus as well. That's what made us fail at the end of last season. Now we've brought it in. This is going to be key to how we move forward, because you know what? Through the adversity of the end of last season, we should be a lot stronger mentally.
Is the role of a captain different now? Do you guys think? Kev, you were captain of Everton. You were captain on saving West Brom from relegation on that insane day. You were the first black captain ever at Everton Football Club. I mean, trailblazing. You get, I want tickets, I want this. You're the conduit between the manager. Some players just can't handle too much of that. Like Aubameyang really was a really good player, and I think giving him the captaincy is just not that leadership material. Do you think it's changed since when you were captain?
I don't think it's changed, because when you're the captain, you're the first, you're the standard bearer. You're the first person people are going to look at. You're the first person to be accountable. You're the first person people are going to turn to. And that's coaching staff and players and fans, by the way. This isn't just, so you have to be ready for that responsibility. And at a club like Arsenal, it is mega hard, let me tell you. It's hard at other clubs, but at Arsenal, such a big club, it's really hard. I'm blessed I was lucky enough to watch Tony Adams be captain. You know, coming through the ranks, I was there with Tony Adams, and the way he dealt with it, and just the ticketing alone is murder. Let me tell you, that is murder alone. Just
and explain that, because there's a lot of people that might not understand that that's actually a thing. So, I mean, what does a captain of a football team have to do with ticketing?
Well, so let's say you've got a squad of 20 players, and there's you have season tickets, but this is your match day tickets. So your match day tickets. So every player usually gets 2 tickets a game. Okay. So you got a squad of 20. So the captain's got probably 40 tickets. He might have 50, and he could then try and box off. But somebody like me, South London boy, I need 40 tickets, mate.
So you're going up to Tony Adams and asking for a larger allotment of tickets?
No, I say to Tony, hey, Skip, if you got any spares, put on my way. Because he knows all the boys are coming from South London. There's 40 lads a game coming from South London.
It boggles my mind
but that's just me, Mike. You've got everyone else. You got Righty. Hey, Skip, I need 6, and Merce, I need 4, and this one needs that. Some don't take the tickets, so some will say, "Listen, I'm not using mine. You know, put them in the pot." But he's got to manage that.
Why though? I mean,
what do you mean why? He's captain.
I know. I think the thought process would be, which is a weird way of saying, I didn't realize that. You'd think there'd be some intern or staffer that would be charged with having to deal with that.
Hey, listen, Mike, let me tell you this, and let me tell you this now, and I'll tell everybody watching.
Are you about to get mad at me again?
No. Tickets are sacred to the squad. It is a currency that many don't understand. Because you know what? If I don't need tickets away, I'm trading. It's a currency for me.
Right.
You can have my 2 tickets, and I'll get them this. But that's the way it was. And then sometimes the captain will just come up to you and slip you another 6. So that's another 6 less. So, you know, I don't know how much I've got to buy yet. You see, Mike? I don't know how much I've got to buy.
This just seems so 80s and 90s. This doesn't seem like 20.
Well, I thought it stretches further, Kev, because I heard that Hector Bellerin and Bird Leno were tasked with not only the ticketing, but the players' families travel to away games and stuff like that.
No.
If
their families are traveling to an away game on their own steam, then yeah, they would organize that. But if it's official, then obviously they'll meet up and travel with an official thing. But if like my friends and brothers and all that who are coming from South London, if they're making a trip away, there's like 16 carloads of them coming up. Because a lot of players, it's crazy, a lot of players don't need tickets away from home because a lot of people don't travel everywhere. My guys traveled all the time. So that's why they became such a part of.
It's hilarious.
I love this peek behind the curtain, because you just assume with a global multi-billion dollar pound company that there would be like
it's all technically done. It ain't.
And instead, it's players and captains essentially trading contraband in prison.
It is. You know, I'll give you 2 if you give me this 4, and da. It is.
It goes to things that aren't tickets. Like if I give you my tickets for this game, there's something else I need you to do. It's got nothing to do with tickets.
But you know something, Mike. Here's the great thing, Mike. What do you know what it does before a game? It takes your mind off the game. It takes your mind. So, you know, you're running around, you're doing this, and you're sorting tickets out, and Tony's in the ticket office, he's getting extra tickets printed. You know, it just, and then you get into the dressing room and all the tickets are all done. And then you see the switch flip. Game mode comes on. Everybody's starting to take their clothes, get the training gear on. And there's no talk of tickets anymore. Everything's about the game. Game. But you need that just to, that little bit of running around in the marble halls, and I'll meet you at the front door and you put your head out and you hand somebody the ticket. It's great, honestly. It was brilliant.
Idle hands and all that.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Honestly, brilliant.
See,
speaking of brilliant, Owen, just a second,
ahead.
We're going to bring in a fifth. Speaking of brilliant, speaking of lovely, speaking of a guy that you guys know very well, Aston is back. The man is here.
The superstar.
He's hopping on. He's hopping on with two of his biggest fans, and then also Owen and me.
How's everyone doing today? You guys doing well?
Oh, hold on. No, that's not what we want. Hold on.
Not very good anymore.
All good, Aston. Well, we're good. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing well. I'm doing good. I'm really pumped after that game over the weekend. I can't wait till Friday.
Yeah. Did you hear any of the discussion that we just had, by the way? Not
at all. Not at all.
You'll have to go back and watch it. I just learned something that apparently I'm the only one who didn't know this, but that the captains of a football club are basically assigned with incredible administrative duties.
Incredible power.
Yeah. And that Hector Bellerin apparently is on Expedia 12 hours a day taking care of all of his teammates' travel reservations. But
is that true?
Absolutely.
That's what we're learning.
I believe it.
I was just gonna, just before you come on, Aston, I was gonna ask a question of Sophie, but you could potentially weigh in on this one as well. And it was, Sophie, during the preseason tour, Matt Turner obviously made his entrance into the Arsenal squad. I think it'd be fair to say that there's still a lot of skeptics. Now, you're someone that I know has sort of championed the idea of Matt Turner, and as someone that watches a lot of MLS, you'll probably know more about him as a player than the majority. What would you say in defense of Matt Turner to the doubters at this stage?
It's a great question, and I just
a great person to ask it to.
I just remind people about last summer's transfer window. I mean, on our show, we had listeners where the sky was falling. It's like Ramsdale relegated twice. Tomiyasu, who he? Ben White, are you serious? Despite the fact that he'd helped Leeds to promotion and was really good at Brighton as well. So Matt Turner, what I don't like, and I say this with respect, and I've said this on other shows, is that there seems to be a prejudice towards American players or coaches. Same when Jesse March was introduced at Leeds. People need to kind of dig deeper to learn more about him. They just made an assumption that, he's American and he doesn't really know anything about football. Which is not true at all. He's done his apprenticeship not only here, but in Europe as well. And you could argue it was a good decision because he infused a new energy at Leeds and he helped save them from relegation. With regards to Matt Turner, he's been coached by the GOAT here in the United States, Bruce Arena, who's considered to be the Sir Alex Ferguson of the sport here. He's played at the highest level for his country. Potentially, if Zach Steffen's loan deal doesn't go well at Middlesbrough, regardless of that, I believe Matt Turner will be the starting goalkeeper for the United States at the World Cup. It would be crazy if Ramsdale's the starting goalkeeper for England, although I don't think he will be.
I asked him about that, and just he was like, you could tell he had thought about it, but like his eyes started rolling back, and he was like, "You just to even think about that possibly being the case, going head to head the day after Thanksgiving, would be a dream come true. It would be so good for Arsenal. It would be, it would be amazing."
I mean, most pundits here, Owen, believe that he's been the better goalkeeper than Zach Steffen, even though he was at City. He's a really good shot stopper. He needs to definitely keep working with regards to his distribution with his feet, but I don't know if you saw in preseason, his distribution with his arm is phenomenal. It's actually better than his distribution with his feet. And you can't kill some guy this is his dream move. A lot of people say, oh, yeah, everyone comes in and they're a fan. Well, I think we've seen evidence that Matt Turner truly has been an Arsenal fan his entire life, as has Zinchenko. He's got a great attitude. He's not coming to just play a bit part. He really wants to have a career and be successful. And I think maybe he'll play in the League Cup. But don't poo-poo it yet. Look, Leno is a good goalkeeper, but I think that some of their attributes are similar in the sense that people thought Leno's distribution with his feet wasn't great, but he was a really good shot stopper, good in the air, right? And I think those are the nuances. Some people think Leno's still better than Ramsdale and that he should be the starter. I think Ramsdale's kind of proven himself at this point. So just give him a chance is what I say. And don't think that he's just coming from some 2-bit league without having played really at a high level. The Gold Cup here is big. People in the UK may not know about it, but it's our version here in the United States of the Euros. And the US won that. They also won the Leagues Cup against Mexico, and that rivalry is intense. It's like England v Germany. It's also a border rivalry, which makes it even bigger as well. So I'm not saying he's going to be great, but all I'm saying is please give him a chance. And he's a backup goalkeeper, remember. And, will he get to play big games? Hopefully Ramsdale stays fit. But if he's going to come into the side in the League Cup and games like that, I think he'll do quite well.
And if anything, we've probably traded in. I mean, I think the goal here would be that we've traded in Leno for a guy who has every possibility of being as good as Leno, but is much younger.
I don't know, Mike, and I'm sorry to jump in, but the one thing I'll say is that people have this unreal expectation of how good your number 2 can be. Players with the ability, such as Bird Leno, don't sit and bench warm for seasons. They just don't do that. You either have an elder statesman of a goalkeeper or a young up and comer. You don't have 2 keepers in their prime willing to sit and waste their career.
No, and Matt Turner isn't here to sit on the bench either. I mean, he may end up doing that, but he again said he was the player that they sent out to us media after the Baltimore game, and he said and did all the right things. He's like, I know Aaron's a great keeper, but I'm not here to just be a backup. I'm here to push him for the number 1 position, which is exactly what Aaron Ramsdale said when he came in to kind of
compete with Leno.
So,
you know what it is? You know what it is too, real quick. Sorry, Aston. I just want to add this. We have players who actually want to be at the club. Kev talks about this all the time on our show. Who really wants to be there? That's half the battle. That's been half the battle for the Arsenal, is players that are there disengaged, just really want to take a paycheck, don't really care. And I think finally we have players who want to be there, and he's one.
And to that exact point, to what Ian's saying, combining the 2 statements, you don't normally get a player, a number 2 goalkeeper, that is going to be satisfied with staying that close unless you get the weird situation where, hey, he does want to play for the club. That's why he's willing to try to fight for it. You also have to remember that he's got a lot of his career left. This isn't, even if you want to be cynical about it, think of, he's going to want to make the most out of this opportunity because he's getting a big European move to a club the size of Arsenal. That does wonders for his career. So of course he's going to want to give it his all, because maybe down the line there will be a club that will want to take him on as a number 1. And to your point, like, when was the last time we saw 2 great goalkeepers at one club? Was it like Claudio Bravo and Ter Stegen together? Like, I mean, it never sticks. You know what I mean?
Fabianski and Chesney. I mean,
Fabianski. Look at it this way. Who's Liverpool's number 2? It's either Adrian or Kevin Gallagher.
Adrian. Yeah. What is it going to be, Adrian?
Kevin Gallagher, I would argue, is probably the better out of the 2 of them. But yeah, still, it's a huge drop off, But Kev, as Sophie and Aston mentioned.
I'm sorry. Are you moving on to a new topic? Because I want to interject something, or is this more about Matt Turner?
No, sort of. I'm a professional flag wearer, so it can be both. But you do you, Mike.
One of the things about coordinating a 27-hour pod-a-thon is having some level
fucking of up your co-host's flow.
No. Well, yeah. That and trying to keep a schedule going. We have reached the top of the hour. It's 11 p.m. We are now in hour 4, and we have a prize draw to do. So I want to make sure that we do this, and then and if you have any or Ian, as Aston likes to call you, if you have any way of remembering what your question is after this, then I'll throw it back to you. This is one of the big ones. we have a Kevin Campbell signed retro shirt, and Kevin will write something. Oh, Owen's left. He will write something on there for you if you request it, assuming it is inspirational and has something to do with a Dickie bow. But we're going to draw for this winner. Everyone who has donated so far, thank you for the new ones coming in from Daniel Robert, from Jalal Haji again, from Arnie Arneson from Iceland, Vincent Eagle, Ramon Mikkel. We are now at a total of 1,600 donated for this podcast alone. And there's a lot more to win. So if you have not donated yet, please go to goonersvcancer.com, donate online, and you'll be entered in every single prize draw thereafter. The bell is not for sale, but I actually put the bell up in an auction in the very first Gooners versus Cancer year, and nobody bid on it. I think that might be different now. The bell has gotten more famous than I have. But all right, so here we go. It is a random drawing.
Wait, Kevin, if I win, will you put on it proud of you, Aston? You're the son I always wanted.
Oh, we should appreciate that. That, and you have to donate during the show in order to be in for this. So, so the drawing for the Kevin Campbell signed shirt. And remember, if you've won a shirt already, you can't win a second shirt until the final. If you've won a Ruth Beck art print, you can't win a second Ruth Beck art print. But the winner, Alex Zobrak. Alex, congratulations. Alex has won a retro Arsenal shirt signed by Super Kevin Campbell. That is a top prize. So Alex Zobrak has won. Owen, back to you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Sorry. Don't worry about it. I forgot it. Nah, I'm just messing. No, what I was going to say before I was extremely rudely interrupted. Kev, we were talking about Matt Turner there, and Mike had mentioned that he had an interview with him, and something that I collected from the bits and pieces of media that he did throughout that tour was he's just a good dude. He just seems like a really nice guy. Not only that, you look at Gabriel, Zinchenko, Fabio Vieira, all these new signings coming in. They're just all really solid characters, good guys who are down to put the work in, seemingly. Do you think that this is obviously a massive step? You know, the one I look back to is Nicolaou Pepe. And whilst I have no ill feeling towards Nicolaou Pepe whatsoever, I was really surprised at the fact that they made a £70 million investment without actually ever meeting the player in person. Or talking to him in person before that deal was done. Do you like this avenue, the player that the club's going down now, where it's very character based as to what type of people they're letting come into their dressing room?
Yeah, I think they would have met Nicolaou Pepe, but it's a different regime. That was a different regime when Nicolaou Pepe was bought.
Mm-hmm.
Under Mikel Arteta, character means a lot. Being able to be part of a group and get along is very important. That's the basis of any good team. If you've done anything in your life with a group of guys or with a group, I can guarantee you get on. Because if you don't get on, you ain't gonna push. You're not gonna go beyond the limits. And you know, when it comes to tough times where you're suffering, in order to get through, you need to be able to rely on each other. And that's what the character does. All good guys, you see them all get along, all happy. Jesus, this looks like they've been at the club for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that is in them is the desire to win, that hunger. You need that fire inside you. Because we've said it many times on the Highbury squad. I think we've discussed it with you and Mike on here before. If the manager has to be relied upon to get the players motivated, something's wrong. Trust me, something's wrong. Yeah, he has to say his piece.
What's it like, Kev, when you have a tube in the dressing room, when you have someone who's maybe a bad attitude, who someone isn't overly likable, or someone that's a really bad trainer and doesn't pull their weight? What's that like as a player?
Or you ask for too many tickets from the captain.
It's funny because with the regimes, you don't have those people in. Those people aren't allowed to come in. You don't sign bad eggs. The bad eggs are at the club already. So, like Mikel Arteta, there's players who love the bad eggs. Oh, we love this one, we love that one, but they're bad eggs. They're bad in the dressing room. So what have you got to do? You've got to get them out. And sometimes you have to bide your time to get them out because they're big players and they carry a lot of weight in the dressing room. And they saw off Unai Emery, who's a very good manager. We know he's a good manager, but they saw him off having that attitude, having that power. It's not good. The key is having a motivated group who want to go in one direction, and that is to the top. That's what you need.
If I could just jump in there, I kind of wanted to add there that I do think that part of it is a management style from Mikel Arteta. He seems to have this very let the player hang himself with his own rope kind of approach. And I think that goes into what you're saying. Like, you can't just go in and maybe Aubameyang doesn't have the right attitude and just snap him up and get him out. But by giving him the opportunity, letting him hey, listen, are you going to show up on time? Are you going to make these? Well, showing that those behaviors led to poor results on the pitch, I think really opened the eyes of a lot of players. And I think that actually is a credit to the style of Arteta. He can't just always just jettison the dead wood as it were. And I do think that what Kevin's saying is right. I don't think bad eggs ever start off as bad eggs. Ozil was doing wonderfully under Wenger for a while, right? It was only after a while when they can dig their roots into the club and really set up power structures that they are able to kind of act in these aberrant ways. And that has to do with long-term management, not short-term management. You know what I mean?
I think that happens in the workplace. I mean, I've worked... Yeah. You can be on a movie set and, most people are going to be nice.
I'm actually not allowed to be.
But there's always going to be one a-hole. There always is, no matter what.
Get a group of 100 people, I guarantee you at least 5 to 10 of them are a-holes. That's just how the world works. It doesn't matter what the group of people is. But
there's a reason we all spend so much time we all spend so much time on the internet with random people. It's because most people you meet in life are dicks. That's the thing. It's very hard to get a group together like that, but we're seemingly doing it, I think. And when you look around, so people I've mentioned before, Zinchenko, captain of his national team, known for his attitude and his work rate. I mean, look at the way he handled himself throughout the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The way he represented the Ukrainians was absolutely brilliant. Martin Odegaard as well. When you're looking at some of the players, I mean, I think is he the youngest person to hold both international captaincy and club captaincy since the early 1900s. We're really building a group of strong characters here, I think.
And he did it in 18 months too.
And what was our weakest link for years? Kevin and I talk about this a lot, is mental impotence.
Leadership. Yeah.
And, now look at what Zinchenko's gone through character-wise. What then he walks into a dressing room, he immediately has respect from everybody. That's the difference. Odegaard, the most sought-after player in the world, Haaland, is captained by Odegaard at international level. Gabriel Jesus played under Pep Guardiola, played alongside the De Bruynes of the world and the Sterlings and the Mahrez and whatever. He comes into that team, immediately people respect that, and I think that's what we've lacked. How can you compare Mustafi and Kolasinac and Ozil even? And I appreciate Ozil's achievements, but they were a very long time ago compared to what this crop of players is. And Saka, for his youth and his young age, coming through Hale End, has helped before any of these guys got here. He really saved what's the word and how can you describe it? He really
saved our souls. He saved our spirit.
Culture.
And he did. And he has, at such a young age, been such a huge part of that culture evolution. We've had to reinvent our DNA and our profile. And that young man, Kev always said last season, stop putting the world on his shoulders. I just want him to play football. And this is why we just did the prediction show. And Harry and Tom and Lee and Dan and Kevin, and we were all saying, maybe this is going to be the best season we've seen from Saka because he doesn't have the weight of the world on his shoulders. There are other players who are here now to carry that burden and help him. But my goodness, what a savior he has been, right? For the last 2 seasons.
And you mentioned predictions. I do want to veer a little bit off before we come back on track, and we have some user questions that we want to get to as well. So yeah, and Owen, if you need to hop off for a second, please do. You've got family duties, and so
he's looking tanned. He's looking refreshed. I like the beard has always been like a hit, but you've got a glow about you, babe.
Nothing refreshing. It must be the light. I'm absolutely disgusting. It's good. Like.
So you said you've just finished doing your prediction show.
Mm-hmm.
What we're trying to get from everybody that comes on this podcast is a prediction of the top 4, the bottom 3, and some kind of off the wall prediction that you think will come true that might surprise people. So, we're not done with you quite yet, but we want to make sure to get these in before you have to go. So Kev, your top 4, and let us know if it's the same one you picked on your podcast or if you're diversifying.
It's got to be the same.
You're not going to diversify across multiple platforms.
I don't remember what I said.
No need.
These are my notes, Kev. These are my notes.
Bro, City to win it. Liverpool second. Arsenal third. Spurs fourth. That's what I've put.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my top 4.
That is exactly matching that of Lee Dixon. And your bottom 3 in any particular order. As you know,
3 was Bournemouth, Fulham, and Brentford.
Bournemouth, Fulham, and Brentford. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Actually, a couple people chose Brentford, Mike, on the show. I was surprised.
Second season.
Yeah, second season, sophomore syndrome.
Surprised about that a little bit, but hold on just a second because there's someone else that wants to come in here who I am more than happy to have come in here. So hold on just a second. The prediction, kind of an off-the-wall prediction, something that might not seem to make a lot of sense at the moment, but you think might come true, Kev. It doesn't have to just be about Arsenal.
No, it's not. No, it doesn't. Not Arsenal. It's I think Leicester are going to really struggle this season. There you go.
Like bottom 5, you think?
I don't know about bottom 5, but I think you've got to remember the last few seasons alone, they've been up there challenging us apart from last season. I suppose they kind of fell off a little bit, but I think they're going to struggle this season. Really have a tough bottom half.
So Sophie knows what I think of Brendan Rodgers, and it will not.
That feedback. What's happening?
Aston, your mic is like so sensitive.
We're going to need to get Aston a mic for the new season.
It takes after you. It's very, very sensitive.
Is there an echo? Because you're in my headphones right now.
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo.
You should take your headphones off and see what that sounds like. By the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm going to mute him real quick. All right, so Leicester will struggle. I tend to agree with that. I think Brendan Rodgers is on the he's kind of run his course there just as he did at Liverpool, and I'm not a big fan. So, Sophie, your top 4.
My top 4 was Liverpool, Manchester City, Arsenal. I can't say the third. I won't say it out loud. I won't say the name out loud.
So you've got that lot winning.
I don't know why either. I just why
that's
is
where we differ.
Lauding, why is everyone lauding them? But I feel like I'm just jumping on the like.
Well, you've been kind of a Conte,
I know because I believe in him. He's an amazing manager. So yeah.
But sometimes the amazing manager in the less than amazing environment sometimes can go very wrong. I mean, my big prediction, by the way, and is that Conte will not finish the season coaching Spurs. Whose decision it will be, I'm assuming it'll be his, but I do not think that that's going to happen. Was that for saying that or for?
No, Arnie in chat wants to give me a yellow.
Oh.
Saying. Yeah, Harry Simeou got the first yellow card of the Highbury squad season, by the way.
Really?
Because he predicted, and he was scolded for it, but in a very endearing and funny way, that Tottenham would win the League Cup. And everyone nearly, threw up and stuff like that. So
that's the least offensive thing I could think of someone saying about Tottenham.
No, but winning a trophy is still
that's
pretty gross.
That's true.
Yeah.
Bottom three for you, Soph?
I had Fulham, Bournemouth, and Leeds.
That is. Oh no, I didn't. I don't want to say my bottom three in current company.
Oi, don't piss about. Oi, don't mess me about, Mike. I'm telling you.
Use the P word. Go on, Super Kev.
Come on,
Get
don't
in.
pee me about. Come on, let's hear it.
It's
Come
West
on.
Brom. It's West Brom. No, I'm just kidding.
Samurai sword.
All right,
Go
so
on,
we
Kev.
See, just before you crack on, Mike, I'm going to have to jump off, but I'm only doing this because I know you've got very capable hands in the back room that's going to take over my position.
I do. I have four hands in the background, actually.
Yeah, and I'm really sorry that we're ships in the night here, my replacement, because I love this dude, but I'm not going to get the same just yet. But guys, thanks for having me on.
Take care, Owen. Cheers, mate.
I hope you just have a good time. But I'll see you tomorrow, Mike, 12 o'clock.
Owen, love you, mate. Take care, bud.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
God, it is so hot here. I'm sweating like swine. My hair's going curly. Go.
Does no one think that Everton's going to go down? Am I the only one?
Shh, you can't say that out loud.
You can't say that with Kevin here.
Aston.
I literally
You want Kevin to
I'll
sign
tell you
your
what,
shirt and
I'll
say
tell
you're
you
the
what.
son he never had?
Well,
And
he
then you
never
say
was.
that?
He can't. He's not getting anything now, is he? He's not getting anything.
I just made I tried to be political about it, and then you just came right out and said
You
it.
don't have to be. It's your choice. It's your choice.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Fenerbahce and
No,
I'm getting a lot of flack.
they're in the
They're
Champions
champions,
League.
mate.
They're champions, babe.
Don't even worry about that.
Speaking of champions,
Hey,
Jake, there's my man. Shaking Jake, how you doing?
he just doesn't even care about the hair anymore. Like he just knows he's got it, and it doesn't matter in what arrangement it is. This is the boy, man. This is
Jake. How you doing, Jake?
I'm doing very well. How is everyone doing out here?
Everyone's good, man.
I'm sweating and my hair's really going off, Jake. But other than that, it's fine.
Oh, me too.
How are you?
I loved Sophie when I was playing the video earlier of Odegaard. You took the opportunity to do some crazy thing with your
You
hair.
don't tell everyone that I did that when you played the video. You.
And we're gonna bring in a six just because this is the Gooner family that I love.
I love the surprise. It's like this is your life, right, Kev? Do you remember?
Yeah, of course I remember. Eamon Andrews.
Welcome back to the Gooners podcast, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan. How are you, Ryan?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Now this is a panel. This is how you spend the fourth hour of a 27-hour pod-a-thon. Ryan, it's great to see you again, my friend. Thanks for hopping on.
No worries.
And always nice. Now, Jake, you have some friends coming over tonight, do you not?
I do. Yeah.
What?
I do.
Has that started yet? We have this big get together at my house tonight, and I'm locked in the one room where I can't hear anything.
Well, we might actually be up as long as you are.
No, well, you're not going to be up as long as I am. I wouldn't think.
He's so cute. Your hair is so charismatic. I love it. It's kind of like what my hair looks like.
My mom loves it like this, but it's
no, Jake. She was talking to Ryan.
Well, listen. I mean, when you have the dad that Ryan had, that just comes with the turf, babe. That just comes with the turf.
Yeah. See, I brought in two guys with incredible dads.
Hold on a second.
I'm just saying. So, all right. So let's Ryan, how you been since the last time I saw you? I think it was in the middle of the season.
I think the last time
was it when I was over with Jake? Or I think you and Monique made it out that night late.
we lost, right? We lost. I think we lost. To
Yeah,
Brighton.
that was the Brighton game, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was not in a position to really remember too much about that.
Yeah.
But always, there's no one I love hanging out with at the Tollington after a game, win, lose, or draw, than Ryan. And when your sister's there, it's a pleasure. And but how you been? How you feeling about the season coming up?
Yeah, feeling good. Being good. Feeling good about the season. You know, I've been a big Arteta fan and what he's building for a long time now. Yeah, it was disappointing that we didn't get over the line at the end of last season, and yeah, I think we have to, you know, use that as a real push and motivator to do it next time. But I think what we've done over the last couple months makes me very excited for the new campaign.
And Jake, you know, obviously we talk about it, but let the world know how you're feeling about this season. I mean, how many trophies are we winning?
Can you repeat that? You lagged.
How many trophies are we winning this season?
Oh, we're winning the quadruple easily. But
and what is does that include the Baltimore Cup and the Florida Cup?
I mean, no. If that's what it includes as well, then we'll be winning the what have you been saying, the sextuple?
Not allowed to say that around me.
But I mean, I'm always excited at the beginning of a season just because it's our team and support through everything. But this season it does feel different, and I know that everyone probably feels the same way. But I've never been so excited to see a player play as I am for Gabriel Jesus, honestly, because the signing that we've made from City, I cannot believe they let him go. First of all, he's such a good player, but I mean, he has so much potential for us, and I'm just hoping that him amongst the other signings that we have, and hopefully no injuries, I think we'll have a great season. I can't wait.
Now, we'll be watching games a little differently this season. I mean, ever since 2006 when we started watching games together, you little 3-year-old sitting on my lap in a diaper, which is kind of ironic considering that I'm the one wearing the diaper now.
Oh my God, don't.
Well, I'm doing a 27-hour podcast. What do you?
We almost made it a whole podcast without Mike mentioning himself in a diaper.
It's not a medical condition. It's a matter of convenience. Anyway, I've killed Sophie.
It's a fetish, man. It's a fetish, Soph. It's a fetish.
Yeah, we don't kink shame around here. Okay, we don't kink shame.
All right. Anyway, we've watched these games together for years and years and years, and starting in about 3 weeks, you're going to be off at uni, going to school. Yeah. You got a schedule. I can't believe this kid is leaving me, but you're going to be watching every game. I mean, are you going to make it a point? One of your professors we know is a Gooner.
Yep. So, I mean, obviously, I'm going to get a little gang of Gooners together, and I'm going to find my place, and I'm going to try to watch as many games as I can every weekend. And midweek as well.
Have I done a job or have I done a job? One thing I've done right,
Jake. Shake and Jake, that's important to find where you're going to watch the games. That's key. Mm-hmm. Right.
You have to start the ritual because, like, if you don't hit the ritual right, we'll lose. So you got to find it early.
The bartender, make sure that he'll be playing every game.
It's gonna be all of a sudden you're befriending bartenders.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more proud of this guy. I don't know. You're gonna see on the podcast in a few weeks. You're gonna see. Well, in a few weeks he's going, and then I'm going straight to London. So when I get back from London, you're gonna see a guy hit rock bottom in May because it's gonna hit me that he's gone. But anyway, enough about that.
Someone in chat just called me a cougar. Is that? What is happening here? Nappies, cougars.
We started with the diaper talk, and then everybody started naming their fetishes. So
yeah. This could get out of hand, and we want Kevin to not like rush off.
I have actually a question for
I was Kevin,
everybody.
I'd be like out.
Listen, I'm nearly out anyway, so don't worry about that. I haven't got long left.
I wanted to put everybody on the spot since we're already making predictions, and which is ridiculous because there's still like 2 months of transfer window left, or 1 month left. But if we're making predictions, I want to know who's the top scorer for Arsenal and who's the top scorer in the league.
Jesus for Arsenal, Haaland in the league, I say.
Kev or Ryan?
Yeah, I'll go for Jesus for us. That's the easy one. League, I'll stick with Salah again.
Really? Even with he's got a lot of competition for goals now.
He has, but he doesn't look like fading. Well, I say that he wasn't great at the end of I just, whenever I see him play, he always takes so many shots. It just feels like he's going to be around there as well. So I'll go with him.
All right, Jake, what do you think, Jake?
I definitely think Jesus as well for Arsenal. And I've got some friends that think that Núñez could score more than Haaland this season, but it's so hard. I think it'll be so close. I honestly think that those three will be the top three. I don't know if Salah gets that many, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does. I would probably say Haaland without any injuries.
Yeah, Núñez was one of my picks, and Sophie, I still need to get your kind of outlandish prediction. But
why do you think it's going to be outlandish?
Well, no, not on this. We did the top 4, bottom 3, and an outlandish prediction. I didn't mean that your answer to this question was going to be outlandish. We need you to come up with something that people would not think would happen that you think will happen this year.
Like
But
prediction.
Mine was going to be that Núñez was going to be outscored by like Diogo Jota. I just think that Núñez was the biggest potential flop of the season. But he looked pretty good yesterday in what I saw from him in the Charity Shield. So I may have to take that back. He looks fit and ready to fire. So if your outlandish prediction.
I think, look, Núñez 4 weeks ago was a bust, according to everybody. And then now Haaland, if you're going to go with the correct pronunciation, I believe, is a loser because he missed an open goal. It's just nonsense. Kev will tell you, stop the madness. I mean, they're both really good footballers. They're probably going to contribute greatly to their teams. But I'm going to go with some tried and tested for this season. Jesus will be our top scorer, and I think he'll get a lot of goals, and he's going to be so exciting. And I have a horrible feeling rhymes with, I just say it's Son. I think Son will do it again. And I think I was going to go with a rhymes with, but I have James Johnston's in the house. Do you want to I'll do this for Kev. Kev's already heard it once, and I want to know what James, I played it on the show, so I've already broken the embargo, but here it goes. Are you ready? What is Jesus's song going to be? Ryan, your dad had some great songs. Super Kevin Campbell is still one of the greatest in my opinion. Here is an audition for what Jesus's song will be. You ready? An exclusive for the Gooners v Cancer POD-a-THON. Man.
Are we gonna get a copyright strike for this?
No, not at all. Hold on.
Oh, Mick Arteta called him, said now's your time to shine, 'cause I'm collecting gabbies and gonna make you mine. They said he walks on water, then turns it into wine. Oh, I believe in Jesus, the Arsenal number 9. Oh.
Any song with water is going to be great for me. Any song with water or batter is right up my alley.
Kev will tell you one of the greatest commercials ever in the 80s. Kev, the water in Majorca
don't taste like what it oughta.
Go on, Super Kev.
There you go.
I'm still partial to Accrington Stanley. Who are they? Exactly. Oh, good. I think
just not in that accent.
Nice.
Oh,
I like it. I think it's a good. Good shout. Yeah.
Good song.
So Sophie, we do need to get just a general prediction from you that you think is a little unusual for football in general, something that'll happen this year that people might not think would happen. So, and then we're going to go to Ryan for your top 4, your bottom 3. We're just jumping all over the place right here, but that's how we do it.
You mean like a bold prediction or something like that?
Yeah, a bold prediction that people would.
Oh, I've got a bold prediction for you.
Go on, Aston. You go first then.
I think my outlandish prediction is Cristiano Ronaldo walks off the field at some point this season.
During a game, just walks off without being.
Like he gets so mad that he just subs himself off.
Will he be there at the beginning of the season, you guys think?
What team could take him on? I mean, that's a
complicated.
complicated.
I don't know. It's just like we saw what happened in the game against Vallecano. Was it yesterday, right?
The thing is, no one can afford him. Like literally, no one can afford his wages right now.
I would like Kev's take on this because personally, he is in a cage right now in his house, going like this. No one's interested, and everyone's doubting him. He's the greatest goal scorer of all time, Super Kev. People talk about, well, you can't play him because he can't track back. He doesn't put on the press. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. Without him, United would have been in shambles last season, despite the fact that some people think that maybe with him they weren't able to allow the other players to shine. Kev, are people going crazy? Is this guy still not able to offer some team something? Like, am I?
Yeah, but it comes with a monetary problem to try and acquire him. That's the problem.
And a chemistry problem.
Well, it's not even a chemistry problem, Mike, because listen, there's going to be many teams who are going to need somebody who can stick the ball away. That's going to be key for many a team. But you've got to be able to afford him. So do you know what? I don't see Premier teams coming in for Ronaldo. I don't see any. I think he's going to probably have to go somewhere else. That's what I see.
Somewhere else, like here?
Might be America, might be Middle East. These people can afford him like that, no problem. So, but to pick up that paycheck is huge.
Kev, if you were him and you wanted another shot at Champions League, would you forfeit the wages and say, just pay me 50 grand a week? I just want to win another Champions League.
To go to another team to do it.
Yeah.
But you say win another Champions League. It's not that easy.
No, of course not. But at least put me in the room to be able to maybe get there. Would you do it?
But it's not your choice. It's not your shout. You can't do that. It's the club who has to do that. So no player's going to do that because you could say you'll do it, but the club ain't going to let you just go like that. And that's the problem. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, because isn't it?
He's contracted to Manchester United. So in theory, if Manchester United turn around and say, do you know what, we'll just let you go, Ronaldo. We'll let you go. And he goes somewhere else and smashes it. What do you reckon the Man United faithful gonna go? They're gonna go crazy. So it's a very difficult one.
Yeah, but would they rather pay him £30 million to be unhappy though?
But I think that you're assessing it off because you have to also remember the value that Ronaldo brings to any club. The contracts that he has outside of just with Manchester United, his kit deals, his boots deals that are all run through, that all produce revenue for United. You're asking United to just go bye.
Yeah,
just deal with that.
Listen, a Ronaldo, of course, the narrative is he wants to have a go at the Champions League. But realistically, how many Champions League clubs could afford him?
I mean, Chelsea should be. They don't have a goal scorer, Kev. They don't.
Yeah, but if you're Manchester United, do you sell Ronaldo to Chelsea? You don't.
No, especially, I mean, City sold Sterling to Chelsea.
Yeah, but they got Haaland. They're not worried. You know, they're not worried. They Manchester United, who struggled last season without. If Ronaldo weren't there, Manchester United would have been mid-table.
Right.
What sweet poetic justice would it be if Chelsea bought Ronaldo after United bought Van Persie from us? Just delicious.
I mean, I
want
don't
any
care, to
details.
be honest with you, because
Yeah.
it doesn't like do anything for
Same
us.
thing.
But
It's not happening, Aston. Manchester United don't need the money.
True.
That's the other thing. They don't need the money. They got Ronaldo. I think Ten Hag's going to try and see it out. So try and figure it out and get him in and say, look, play with us.
you can help me win Europa League.
Play with us.
Yeah,
I want you in the team.
It's so hard to see these kinds of moves actually coming together that I would not expect this one to happen before the end of the transfer window, but you never know. Here's what we're going to do next. We're gonna cycle off Soph and Kev. You guys have been generous in spending more than an hour.
I have something though. Before.
Okay.
Do you want to say something first before we go?
Well, I just want to say thank you to both of you guys. Kev, I know it's getting late and you've got to be up at 3 a.m. to tweet everyone a happy good morning.
You can let Kev. I'll wait if you want, but
Okay.
I have something for you guys.
All right.
Yeah. If
Kev,
needs
any last words you want to get out there and share? Any inspirational things to the fan base that you'd like to get out there?
Not inspirational, really. Just, hey, it's great that everybody comes on and joins you, Mike. Everybody, whether it's an hour, 2 hours, whether it's the whole shooting match, it's always a great cause to come and join everybody on there. And, at the Highbury squad, we say squaddies, and we call everybody squaddies because we love everybody. Look after yourself, take care, and I will see you maybe tomorrow. You never know. I might pop in tomorrow, Mike.
Well, you are welcome anytime, any hour. You just let me know, and you've got the link. And by the way, one quick thing before you go. In the first hour with Lee Dixon, someone had asked a question, of Lee, like, why is it that very few sons of George Graham era players actually have made it at the top or near the top level of football? And the ones that were really kind of given the most, the highest profile in that category were your son Tyrese and probably Bradley Wright Phillips and Sean Wright Phillips. So,
yeah.
I mean, it is rather amazing when
and now Sean's son.
Sean's son, yeah.
DiMaggio, plays at Stoke with my son. So
that's the greatest name. But yeah, I mean,
you know what? It's always hard because the offspring, Ryan will tell you, you're always compared to your dad. Always.
Yeah.
You always get compared to your dad.
Yeah, it's really difficult to. It's so difficult to become a professional footballer. That goes without saying. So just because your dad's played, it doesn't mean you might have a slight advantage in something. Probably the most advantage I said. Probably you start a bit younger than maybe others would. But there's so much on a journey to becoming a footballer, and of course the pressure as well.
The name.
Your son having Campbell probably was okay because loads of people in England have the last name Campbell, right? But in England, hardly anyone is called Rocastle. So
it's on you, isn't it? Yeah, it's on you.
It's a different kind of pressure, I think.
Yeah, Jake gets that as well because I mean, there's not a ton of podcasting Feinbergs, but
Can I just say that listening to Ryan, on our show, we do a lot of nostalgia stuff. And we take fans, a trip down memory lane, we call it. And players come on and do an inside the dressing room with Super Kev. But some of our favorite moments are when we go off kilter and just talk. And Kev tells us stories about that time and that era with your dad. And, it comes with a lot, to know that your dad was so beloved and that he's revered and he's got such an important legacy in our club's history. And to hear Kev talk about, their camaraderie, their friendships, not only, beyond and behind the white lines, it really is so special. And so to see you on these shows and talking, I think it's really important that these legacies and these stories just keep going, for as long as we possibly can.
Oh, thank you, Sophie. So it's very kind of you to say.
Yeah, well said. And Ryan's just been an amazing friend of ours. I mean, when I first met him, it was Ryan Rocastle. Now it's just Ryan, because we've moved beyond that into like an actual friendship that started with one thing and has moved on to others. So it's but from an Arsenal perspective, I agree with you 1,000%. It's important to keep those things going. Jill Armstrong does an amazing job of that as well, as you know. And so if there is one thing keeping in that whole spirit that I do want to talk with you about, but Kev, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
No problem. Ryan, Shaken Jake, Aston, Sophie, love you. Magic
Love
Mike.
you. Love you, Super Kev.
Keep doing a great job, Mike.
Legend.
All the very best. Take care, everyone.
At ease, Super Kev. At ease.
At ease.
At ease. Ah, love Super Kev.
He's so cool. He's like the coolest guy ever.
Oh, I remember now you're a bigwig, Aston. But the first time you came on a podcast when Kevin was on or had a message for you, your face was priceless.
Well, it's because to be so woven into the fabric of the club and to give us such unfettered access, such transparent access, he has a warmth and to walk so warm and so kind all the time. He's an incredible spirit and somebody that I think just wears the colors incredibly well and someone to look up to as a role model within our community. I think, at least.
Well, and I've asked him time and time again if I could talk to the Arsenal and see about him becoming like global ambassador, because he would be the right the not final, but probably one of the biggest links between the club and the fan base, and doesn't seem interested in it. But
I think he does it anyway, Mike.
He's doing it, but without the kind of the endorsement and the magnification of the club. So he's doing it in his personal life, and that's probably where he's most comfortable doing it. So
he talks like some of his stories about, he grew up a South London boy and he was a fan from like birth. And to hear his stories about, the guys back then, Ryan's dad and Pops and, the way he talks about them, like being driven, having to get to South London, to North London, just to be able to kind of, get in the mix, or from a young age, the sacrifices also parents make in order for, these guys to have gotten to that point. I mean, it's really, really cool. I mean, I know that there are stories from a lot of clubs about these types of journeys, but it's real, and they had a connection on a completely different level. When you see the four of them in pictures together, when it's Kev and Rocky and and Pops and all those guys, holding the league title, and Righty and all, and it's just amazing. And to have him talk and share those stories with us, I think that's part of what football is. Players come and go. Some players just stick, and us fans, like the memories, the nostalgia. There are parts of, I believe, fans, and this is why what you're doing, Mike, is a legacy thing. Like this charity, what you're doing, it's beyond football, because it's a community, and Arsenal and being part of this amazing club is developing friendships and from around the world, like people that you wouldn't even think. And to be on that journey, it's really quite an amazing thing. And I think that's the part of football that is special. I can look back on my life, two things that I can try and help trigger my memory. Now I'm an old woman, right? And a cougar, apparently.
We got Charlie saying, well said, cougar, though.
Damn. Is football helps me remember, oh, right, 1995. I remember the season. My cousin was getting married, right? Or Arsenal were doing X. It helps me remember things. It's like the film industry days. Oh, I remember I worked on Titanic in '99, and then I worked on whatever. These occasions, these experiences help us also foster and keep our memories alive. And I think we can all pinpoint our lives to our football experiences.
And
right?
who better to ask about this than you, Jake? Because I mean, you're an 18-year-old kid who started watching Arsenal, in essentially in the post 2006 Champions League era, and really, grew up in a time where Arsenal were struggling to get top 4 every year, and then eventually falling out of it. I know where your love for the team came from. Obviously, you were never given a choice about that, but how different is it for you actually having something of an indirect connection, hopefully through me, to some of the club's history? I mean, you probably know more about Arsenal in the 80s and 90s than a lot of kids would that are of your age right now. I'm not really sure what the question is, but that I'm asking, but is it different for you? Do you feel like a different connection to the club because of the history involved and how you're able to kind of sit at the feet of some people that can teach you about this stuff?
Right. I mean, I think it's interesting because I know a lot of Arsenal fans that are like my age from school and from playing with other players, but I definitely think the connection that I have with the team is a little bit more it's a little different because of what I've heard from you and what I've learned from watching things and reading things and hearing from people.
And the people you've met. I mean, even
I mean, I met a lot of people who have been supporting the team for a lot longer than I have, and have heard stories about it. And I feel like I have a different connection to the team, not just from you putting it onto me, but from.
But that's what makes this club different. And I had no idea when I stumbled into the North Bank and went to my first game that just because they happen to be on the same tube line, I didn't know about the Arsenal way, and I didn't know about the family and the tradition and the red and how all that came to be. But and a lot of current fans don't care, doesn't register. All that registers is first place and not accepting mediocrity and all that stuff. But it's so much more than that. And that's really, for a family member and for people who I've met, like Ryan and Aston and Sophie, who are like family members now because of what we share. That's what this club is about. And I just don't know that other clubs are like that. And so with your friends who are Chelsea fans and Real Madrid fans and that sort of thing, I think they all just suck. No, I'm just kidding.
Mike,
I will the team like I do. That's the thing. That's what makes it different.
I know I'm going to duck out soon because you're going to bring in other guests. I just want to say, I will do everything all the time on our channel to preserve our legacy and our stories.
And you do a very.
There's a reason that Ruth Beck is one of my favorite humans on the planet. She is a very special person. Then you have a younger artist like Scene Sketches, but then you also have Stephen Nola Gooner, who does incredible work as well and is such a cool guy who has the legacy of coming from London to the United States. We've got Kev. It's so important because I see these new partnerships that are forming at the club. For example, I don't know anything really about is it Logan Paul or the other guy? That's going after a new fan. That's not about me or Generation X or baby boomers. That's all about the new fan, and that's fine. I totally understand that. But there is something that came before all of that matters, and it's really important that we keep that going. And I think what you're doing, and I'm so impressed year on year with this event and the work that you put into it. You're a man who has family. You've got 2 kids in college. You're a busy man doing, working in a career. But what you put into this is incredible, and it's so important. And look who you've brought to the table and who's here and who you're talking to in the next 24 hours plus. And oftentimes, no, I don't know if anyone tells you, but you should take a bow and pat yourself on the back because it's such a wonderful community and you're doing a really good thing at the end of the day and you're helping people. And that's really an important part of football that sometimes goes amiss because people would just want to talk about money and winning and all these different things. So I just wanted to say that before I duck out. And
well, thank you, Soph. And I did hear a lot of that on the Orlando and Baltimore tour. It's just, you know, people coming up and saying they appreciate the work I'm doing. And it's great. I didn't really believe it was that big of a deal. I just was doing, you know, as a passion project.
No, it's a really big, it's a really big deal.
So
and we've added a store to our community page. And we failed epically with our store last season. You know me, I'm not afraid to admit that, you know, sometimes we do things great and sometimes you just don't have the time to put into it, because we all, you know, have a lot of podcasters, you guys, that you don't know, they have other gigs. You know, some people do it full time, some people don't. And last season, we had all this great merch that Nicolaou, Stephen Feely helped us put together. And he's a wonderful human being and an epic person, and gave his time to help us do that. And I'm determined this season to make it count. Why? Because the store's now up on our channel. And if we do sell anything, we want a lot of that to go to Gooners v Cancer and to the Ruth Becks and the artists in the world that we promote through our Talented Gooners community and show, right? We also have a new partner called Zenith Coins, and I would like to give an exclusive coin to you guys. I don't know if you want to auction it or whatever. They're really special. They're actually the official license product partner for Arsenal Football Club. They're absolutely beautiful. They come in this incredible case. You get the box, you get the case, you've got your certificate of authenticity, and even your little polisher to keep your coin fresh. The coin is beautiful and it's amazing. And I'm going to put it out here. And we're developing some exclusive coins for the Highbury squad. And we'd love to give a bunch to you to do what you want with Gooners versus Cancer, whether it helps raise money or they're giveaways to all of the wonderful people who spend their money to help raise for a good cause.
Well, we love that. I appreciate that. We will definitely find a way of providing that as an incentive for people that are very generous. And speaking of which, on your way out, speaking of Ruth Beck, we have our midnight UK time, 7 p.m. Eastern time drawing. Will you stick around for the Ruth Beck drawing?
Yeah, sure. I can do that real quick.
And while I'm doing the randomizer, I know I'm asking you a lot by having this short of a period of time. Can you do 1 minute to 2 minutes on Maria Petri? Because, you know, Ruth Beck, obviously massive part of her life and the art that she's done now. And I'm hearing that's going to go to the family. It's amazing. But I know that you can put better into words than I could what Maria meant to this fan base.
So I have to say the last 2 weeks have been a bit emotional. Sometimes also, you don't know what's going on in people's lives. People have struggles. People have things that are happening that, you know, are really big. And Maria was a voice for women. And as a Greek woman, you know, she was a teacher. I don't know if a lot of people know that Maria was a teacher, but, you know, she was a very special human being. And as a young Greek girl growing up who wasn't allowed to go to football matches, desperately wanted to go. I always see my male cousins going off to the games and I could never go. I was never allowed. And Maria broke through that barrier. And as a Greek woman herself, you know, just said, F you. I love football and I'm going and this is, you know, what I'm doing. And she gave us a voice big time. And then to meet her and for us to become friends was incredible. And that's all thanks to Jack Stevenson, who I know, Mike, that you love and adore as well. He's a very special human being. He does a lot of things for a lot of different people. And when I was there in April, I got to hang out.
Jake got to meet Jack in April as well.
He's just a cool guy. And, you know, I met Maria through him a few years ago. And, you know, we became friends and exchanged WhatsApp messages. And then when I saw her and we took pictures, I'm so happy I was there in April because it was the last time that I saw her. But She'd go to every game, every women's game, every men's game, every academy game. She was an unconditional lover of Arsenal Football Club. When people talk about their dogs and unconditional love and people and unconditional love, Maria had unconditional love for the Arsenal Football Club. Her quote, and she said it herself, when I die, I'm just going to be really upset that I can't go to see the Arsenal. And this weekend, it really came back to me because she would have loved seeing England women win the Euros. She loved Beth Mead. She loved the Gooner girls. She was a massive supporter and fan of them. And her voice could be heard loud and proud every single game. She was there. Kev remembers her voice when he was playing at Highbury. And I know that that would have been an epic weekend for her. So these women have come a long way. A lot of people are kind of still poo-pooing it. Like, what, can't, how, what? No, you don't know because you haven't been on that journey. It's not been easy for women. When the last time we won the World Cup, we weren't even allowed to play football. We were banned from playing football. And now you've got all these incredible women doing these great things, and you've got broadcasters who've both broken the mold and broken the ceiling. And so to every single trailblazer that came before, you know, the Leanne Sandersons of the world, the Alex Scotts, to see Jill Scott, to see Ellen White lift that trophy, to see all of these women, to the 99ers, the US women's national team that have also helped lead the way. It's an incredible journey, and we're here at this destination. And I hope that they capitalize on this from a club level perspective as well and keep the momentum going. So it's a massive moment, and I'm really proud to just have a small part of that. And
your connection with Maria was unique, and our hearts and thoughts are with you. You know, as a member of her extended family dealing with her passing. We know that the club recognized it in a very respectful way. I
think the club are going to do some really cool things for Maria.
I had some words with the club, but I kind of figured I was preaching to the choir already, which is a good thing to, you know, rather than the alternative, which is, you know, for someone like myself to have to explain it to them. They knew. In her honor, we have a Ruth Beck art print. Show it real quick of the what do we have?
Come on, you Gunners!
We have the two flags, the double, I guess, league champions and cup winners. And we're going to auction this off right now, and then we're going to bring in our next guest. We'll rotate you out, Soph, and bring in someone very special to join us as well. And here is the random drawing again. Maximum of one Ruth Beck art print, maximum of one jersey able to be won. We've raised over $1,600 so far just today for Gooners versus Cancer. It is not too late. It is just the right time to get your money into goonersvcancer.com. And the winner of this Ruth Beck art print is Jerome Marks. Jerome Marks, congratulations. And just to show this is completely randomized because, you know, you get more tickets the more money you donate, but any donation can win. Any donation is appreciated. Jerome put in $5 and has won an art print, and we appreciate the donation. I got to get rid of Andy's face under here. How do we do that? I'll show you what that picture is, because if you missed the first hour, it was a pretty funny moment of the three of us kind of somehow figuring out a way of joining hands. Awesome. Together.
Lee, bless him.
And this was Lee's idea. I don't really understand why he did that, but
so adorable.
But in any case, so we love you.
Thank you. Love you guys too. And you know, the women's game wouldn't have grown without the support of men. And there's a lot of great men in the Arsenal community and in the football community. So thanks to everyone who supports women in sports, and especially in football, because it's really important and it means a lot. And thanks for having me. And I love you guys. And I hope that this is a massive success. And if you need anything, just please reach out and let me know.
I wanted to say, Soph, by the way, thank you so much for what you do. The Highbury squad is something I don't think that you realize. You were talking about before, legacy and leaving stories and the ability to do that. Well, you actually create a platform where so many of us actually get the chance to tell our stories. It's not this, you know what it is you fight against the centralization of our club and our culture. You really like to decentralize and make sure it's in as many hands as possible. And you're just a force to be reckoned with. I have so much respect for you, Sophie. And again, thanks for all that you do.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good luck. Stay awake. Get some coffee.
I'm feeling really good going into hour 5. So
okay, good. I'll check in on you in a little bit.
I can see this working out. And I'm going to play a quick comment from Mikel Arteta about Maria Petri as we play you out. And when the comment is over, we will have replaced Sophie with,
cool.
with somebody special.
Just remember, I have dibs on. I signed Jake years ago to be my academy.
Well, you said when he turned 18. He's been 18 for almost a year, and he hasn't gotten the call yet. So
okay, so this season.
All right.
Love you guys. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye. All right, and here's Mikel on Maria Petri. When this ends, we will be joined by a second Jacob. So hold on just a second, and you'll see that.
Mikel, a bit of sad news this morning. Arsenal lost probably the matriarch of the fan base, Maria. One of the best-known fans probably in Arsenal's history. Any words for the family or those of us that are mourning her passing this morning?
Yeah. Well, first of all, obviously, we are really sorry to hear the news. She was an integral part of our supporters, our community. The way she transmitted the Arsenal values and the feelings of this football club, it was something like I have never seen before. She was everywhere, every single week, and she will be missed big time. Okay, thank you guys.
Welcome back. This is hour 5 of the Gooners podcast and Gooners versus Cancer. POD-a-THON, and remember, it is just the right time to donate. Go to goonersvcancer.com, donate anything $5 and above. You get entries into a raffle where you can win artwork, signed shirts, signed memorabilia, brand new Arsenal kits, and even a grand prize, which we're drawing tomorrow for a brand new Arsenal kit signed by ESR, Saka, and Tomiyasu. Welcome to our second Jacob of the night. The more artistic of the two Jacobs, aka Poorly Drawn Arsenal. It's great to have you on the podcast, my friend.
Hello.
Sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
All good.
We've got a few now. Ryan, have you been following the trajectory of Aston and Jacob's new Arsenal careers, or should I fill you in on what's been going on with them lately?
I have an idea. of who they both are.
Because Aston is the new spokesman for the club, and Jacob, aka Poorly Drawn Arsenal, is the new artist of the club.
And when we combine our powers, we're actually the best pub quiz team of all time.
That's true. Well, you had all the answers,
and we still didn't win.
We did not. I can confirm that.
So, Jacob, how has your re-entry into life from the whirlwind week that we had in Baltimore and then in Orlando been?
Okay, I immediately came down with COVID.
Yeah, me too. We all have, I think. Is Aston the only one that didn't get it?
He was lucky.
Yeah, I definitely didn't get it. I use Voodoo. I don't know if you've tried it. I know a lot of people are using the other V word, vaccines, but I heard Voodoo works just as well. I don't know. Don't flag me for misinformation.
I flag you for misinformation every day, just not for that. So yeah. I mean, how have your I was almost to say, have your friends at school thought you were more popular and stuff, but then.
So I can confirm that I'm no longer in school. It's been about 12 years since college, maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at my son and I'm thinking, hey.
But yeah, so I didn't really tell anybody about Poorly Drawn Arsenal very much. So it's kind of like a surprise. This is a thing. Also, I was in Florida doing this thing with the club.
So tell those that are listening kind of what your involvement was and how that came to be. I know we've talked about it on our live show, but this is obviously a different audience.
So I'm poorly drawn Arsenal. I have questionable artistic skills and a love for Arsenal, and I combine the two into probably a very sick love of, or I guess it's a public display of affection. I guess is what you could call it. So basically I just draw cartoons, make little animations and GIFs or GIFs, depending on who you ask, of the club. I started it probably 6 years ago at this point as just a mental health project for myself, like a daily task, just because I was struggling with anxiety at that time. And I just started doing daily drawings just as a way to manage my anxiety. And it's blown up into this absolutely insane thing where it's the last year, even like 2 years, have been just absurd with the amount of things that I've done or been lucky enough to be able to do. That's a quick rundown of Poorly Drawn Arsenal.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say the part about the anxiety, because of course routines are such a good way of kind of breaking into that space. But now that you've got all the attention, how is that anxiety coming? Because you've got to be like absolutely overwhelmed by the Hollywood celebrity status you've achieved.
It was a lot easier when my face wasn't attached to it, because I could just be like, even though it's not necessarily true, I could just be like, oh, that's Poorly Drawn Arsenal. I'm somebody completely different, even though the personalities are exactly the same.
Like a superhero.
I guess the Poorly Drawn Arsenal and the Walrus is a little bit more, I would like to think a little bit more dumb than me, but maybe not. It's been an adjustment to that. Having people come up to me and asking for photos was an absurd experience. That I never thought would be anything in my life.
Is that why you punched my camera when I asked you for a picture with you? I mean,
I was just like, this is it. This is the last straw. No more.
This is
you went on a rampage. You destroyed Wall Street.
I went on a rampage and just decided Wall Street.
Something about eBay and then punched my phone. But Ryan, have you seen any of Jacob's work? Would you like?
No, I have done. I have. I'm not super active on Twitter, but I've definitely seen that there's one. I think with the one with Arsene Wenger holding up something.
I think there's a couple. I think he's holding up one of them. He's holding up a Viking sword. Remember when he went on that trip and then he just had a random Viking sword?
Yeah,
I drew that.
He sure a strange situation, the sexily lying on the beach and that sort of thing. But the podcast, the animations, I mean, I'm a little partial to this one, but I'm gonna play one right now, and you can see kind of how far this can go in brilliance. So here is a recap of the Baltimore tour stop for Arsenal.
Hello, I'm a walrus. Welcome to the city of Baltimore, the first stop of the American tour for Arsenal. Let's jump right into it and go to the Poorly Drawn Arsenal tour correspondent, Magic Mike.
Hey everyone, it's Magic Mike from the Gooners Podcast and Gooners vs. Cancer.
Magic Mike, what do you make of the tour so far?
Just wrapped up an amazing 4 days in Baltimore with the Charm City Gooners and the Arsenal being in town. As usual with these events here in the States, the game itself is fun and it's what a lot of people come for, but it's everything else that truly keeps me coming back. Things like the fan events where we get to hobnob with the club employees.
I don't know what hobnob means.
With some former players, even sometimes current players.
Is it a hot doorknob?
But most important, the best part, meeting and hanging out with other Gooners from all over the country and all over the world. You don't get the opportunity very often to take very exclusive video of Gunnersaurus's penis.
Are we allowed to say that on this podcast?
And, when you do that, you answer a ton of very important questions. And you also raise a couple more, not the least of which is, what the hell is wrong with you, Mike? I got that a lot. We also did a live podcast and panel show, which included our mates James McNicholas, Stuart McFarlane, a few more great guests in front of about 150 people packed into a room at the host pub. We raised funds for Gooners versus Cancer at a couple of the events, which of course always reminds me of how generous the Gooner family is. And if anyone can help me to remember any of the other stuff that I did over these 4 days, I would really appreciate it. Please hook me up. My DMs are open. Slide on in. And the best part, it's not over yet. There's a whole week in Orlando left, 2 more games, more debauchery to occur in the name of the mighty Arsenal, and memories to be made and instantly forgot. So please come see me down in Orlando. Let's raise a glass.
I can't hold a glass. I have flippers.
Let's share a hug. Let's enjoy being part of the Gooner family and watching the Arsenal and send them back to Europe, raring to go for the new season. We're going to win the treble. We're going to win the quadruple. We're going to win the Champions League this year, despite not even being in the competition. So that's where we are. Goodbye from Baltimore. See you soon.
Well, that's all the time I have in Baltimore. On to Orlando.
I love it. I mean, Ryan, I've made it. Have I not made it? Like all of my work and aspirations have finally.
You know what, Jake? You know what really impresses me, by the way, about this stuff that you do? It's not just that you're able to do this creative, funny, artsy thing, but it's the speed at which you do it. I watched at that pub while you literally did an illustration while we're all drinking and answering questions and doing quizzes. There he is in like 5 minutes, just bangs out just another beautiful picture. It was quite the sight to see, man. How long have you been working at like art and stuff?
I mean, I did some as a kid, but I would say it's really just kind of started since I started doing this, which was, I think I'm coming up on year 7 now. And it's the amount that I can. So like usually before it would take me like an hour and a half to do something, but I guess in 7 years I've gotten a little bit better at it. So now I can do it in about 30 minutes or so. But yeah, that's about 6 or 7 years.
That's still, you managed to get that good that quickly. That's scary. If only we had some players that had that same trajectory, you know?
Yeah. When Mass Gunner asking which one is the walrus, I think that shows a certain level of understanding of what the theme of the satire of it. Ryan, would you ever appear in one of if asked of Jacob's videos?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they look great.
Trying to coordinate something here, but I have to thank you for making me look a little thinner. My face was less pear-shaped, which I appreciate. And is the little singing voice at the beginning, is that your voice?
I swore no one ever picked up on that. It's been there since the beginning.
Listen, I'm gonna stop it after 3 seconds, but listen to the beginning.
Yeah,
that's you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh,
I kept thinking, I was like, no one said anything about that.
Well, I've said something about it.
No, you were the first person. That is in fact me.
Yes. See, I mean, it's another talent coming out. Jake, other Jake, 18-year-old Jake. How did it make you feel seeing your beloved father illustrated in such a fashion? You got to unmute.
Well, I think it was for the second one in Orlando. I was with you when you made it. I think I didn't hear it, but I was down there.
Oh no! When it came out, yeah, we were together. Actually, I would
right.
Tell Jacob how excited I was, like that it was coming out. Like
I think we might have been
we were at the Tiki bar in Sarasota.
Yeah. So we were at a Tiki bar in Sarasota, and
getting ready to be rained upon like nothing I've ever seen before.
Yeah, but I mean, he was making comments about, oh, my poorly drawn Arsenals, it's coming out in a few minutes. Like, I cannot wait to watch it. And when I watch it with him, it's so funny. The work you do is very entertaining. And props to you. I hope you keep going on with it, and I'm sure you will. But seeing you on that is definitely funny. And
have you shown it to your friends? Like,
that's
your lads.
I might do that tonight. Actually, now that you remind me, it's. I'm sure they'll be happy.
Yeah, wait until later in the night. They'll think it's even funnier.
Oh yeah. But yeah, props to you. It's entertaining, and I know that many other people like it as well. So
thank you very much.
And when do you choose your first 3-time appearance? Because I'm in a very exclusive club now of podcasters or personalities, if you will, that have appeared twice, and I did it back to back.
You did, and you were the only person that's done it back to back.
It's like that they had that whole thing on Saturday Night Live, a big show here over in the U.S. that the 5-time host club, and they get the special jacket and you get to enter the lounge that is forbidden for anyone that hasn't been a host for 5 times, and then it became like, oh well, everybody's been on 5 times now because the show's been on for 50 years. I'm going to be pretty gutted when it's going to be like Elliot or Arsblog that gets it, right? Or is someone just going to zoom up there like
both at 2 right now. I would like to sit here and say that it's really well planned out and that I have like a long list of exactly who's going to come on, but it is not that planned out.
There's no pipeline throughout the entire season of who you have. Is there any more?
I have something lined up for this Friday, which is ideal. But after that, I don't know who's doing the Leicester match, or I did write down the matches in order, so that's good. I also have no one for Bournemouth yet.
Wow. So is there any future involvement with the club? Since obviously this there was some synergies there with you being American, being on tour, helping out with the with the bit, and we did get a question earlier about the whole Granit Xhaka Matt Turner bit, which I thought was hilarious. But is there a future? Have they basically said, oh, we'll be in touch, or is there actually something concrete on the books?
I know that they want me to come over to England, but I stupidly let my passport lapse at the beginning of the pandemic. So now I'm stuck in that bureaucracy hell of trying to get that back.
Well, Arsenal can make a work permit for a footballer come through. They should be able to get you.
Give me a passport. Yeah, I'm stuck at that moment right now. But I know that they want to do something in London, and there's been a couple other projects with some other artists that have kind of popped up that we've talked about, and it hasn't come to anywhere because my passport situation. But
there are so many talented artists and I never realized how many different kinds of art there are. I mean, we've got Ruth Beck style, we've got Santa Sketches style, we've got Charlie Shanks' style, we've got Gunner Balls, and that sounds weird, but Gunner Balls and Gunner
Ballsy.
Who am I leaving out? I mean, there's just so many artists.
Matthew Shipley, I have some of his work. I'm going to feel bad leaving people out. There are so many artists. Every once in a few months,
because you have not sent me free art to auction off. But but what I find is it's a community though of everyone supporting everybody else. It's kind of like the podcasting community in a sense, where you'd think it would be cutthroat and people like fighting over views and time slots and that sort of thing. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah, I think part of it's like it's almost more lonely than podcasting is, because with podcasting you can have like guests and have conversations with people, which is partly why I went into podcasting, because I was like, I want to collaborate with people. When you're doing art, you can't really collaborate with people that don't also do art in some ways.
Yeah.
So this gives me an opportunity to like collaborate with podcasters and things like that. So I think it's being just an artist sometimes is kind of more lonely in the sense that you don't get that collaboration that you do with other, in the podcasting sense. So I think it kind of inherently makes you want to be more social or want to be more supportive of people, because you're craving, human connection of some kind.
You could have like another artist like on Poorly Drawn Arsenal, but he draws his half and you draw your half, and it's like this beautiful menagerie. I wanted to ask you, because I know everybody, Mike's asked me to death about like what my experience was around Arsenal and all of those things. I know you had a very similar experience through this tour as well. Like, so what are some of the behind the scenes things that like different interactions that you had with like players and staff, and anything fun and worth telling?
Well, the most fun thing that happened was I was sitting in the hallway of the hotel waiting for one of the videos to be filmed, and the entire team came back from training, and they walked past me, and Aaron Ramsdale had ABBA on his phone on blast, singing to it at the top of his lungs, and I just will never forget that moment.
Was it "Take a Chance on Me" or was it
what's
the other song Mom likes, Jake? Dancing Queen.
It was Mamma Mia.
Oh,
he was singing Mamma Mia at the top of his lungs, and
he looks like a Mamma Mia type of guy.
Yeah.
So let's dip into Arsenal a little bit here from a prediction standpoint. We want to make sure to do that. We've got 30 minutes until the top of the hour when we go into what we're going to be calling Sunday Roast Leftovers, Tuesday edition, or Monday edition for those of you who are in the States. We want to get your feedback and predictions on the top 4, bottom 3, and a kind of off-the-wall prediction on football that you think might surprise some people. It doesn't have to be Arsenal related. So we'll start with you, Ryan. Who are you predicting for top 4 finishes this time?
Top 4, I'll go with Man City top. Boring, I know, but it's just how I feel it's going to go again. Liverpool second. I just think they're in a bit of a, how it was with United and Arsenal, and about 20 years ago. I just feel like they're just a bit too far ahead for anyone to really catch this season. So I'm going to go for them too. I'm going to put us third. I think we'll be the surprise package of to people. Maybe not to me, but maybe to people a bit further away from it. I don't think they're quite prepared for how good a season we could have. And then fourth, I'm going to go for Spurs. I think Chelsea could miss out this year. I think they just the scattergun approach they've taken to the transfer market. Even though, to be fair, they are getting good. They are being linked to good names, but that doesn't fill me with great confidence. I think Tuchel, someone really earlier, like about 45 minutes ago, said that they think he could go as one of their surprises. He could be one of the first managers to either be sacked or to walk, and I could see that happening. So that's my top 4.
If he leaves, they're in big trouble.
Well, you feel like he's almost like he's doing what Arsene was doing for a bit with us. It feels like he's making big decisions for transfers, for contracts, for for other things that aren't directly related to coaching. And I think in the modern day, it's very difficult to do that role. He's coming across as a little bit stressed to me.
He's got to be, because he's kind of holding together a transition in management, in ownership, and the loss of their David Dean was a woman, I forget her name now, but and she's left. So I mean, I think he probably really is kind of like that guy with one foot on each of 2 sailboats, trying to keep them from going too far apart. So Aston, just letting you know that your mic is brushing up against your shirt or your scarf or something when you move around.
That's weird because it's not attached to me.
Well, I don't know. Something's happening. Just don't move an inch for the rest of the time. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So Ryan, that's your top 4. Bottom 3 relegated teams this season.
Bottom 3, I'm going to go for Bournemouth. I'm going to go for Southampton.
Ooh, okay. It's a big call.
I'm going to go for Southampton, and I'm going to go for probably at this moment, I'll say for Fulham.
Okay. And kind of hard to predict when the transfer window is
so hard, just because look how much changed, even like, you know, in our team. Like last year, you know, like how much change. Maybe you've got Ramsdale late on and Odegaard late on and Tomiyasu late on. Like that. This is like the last week of the transfer market. You know, there's still 4 weeks left now. I think a lot of clubs will be moving on to, you know, maybe their second, third choice players. And actually, I think that's where it's going to benefit us. Because I think some of our players now might actually get sold, because I think they probably weren't, you know, someone like Maitland-Niles, he probably wasn't the first choice pick for a Premier League team. But now if they haven't been able to get those in, I think, you know, the likes of Villa, maybe Everton might come in for people like that. So yeah, it's hard to say at this stage, but that's what I'll go for.
Yeah, I think that's why we'll see a lot on the outgoings. I think we'll see a lot of movement at the very end for us, which is frustrating because you kind of know that we need those to happen before we can bring in the 1 or 2 remaining players that we seem to want to bring back in. Any or do you want to think about this, or any kind of a surprising, or is it the Tuchel thing that you're gonna jump onto for your surprising pick?
Yeah, I'll go for surprising pick.
Just any prediction that wouldn't seem to be kind of in the main that could happen.
Okay, I'm gonna go. It's a little bit different because it's away from the Premier League, but
yeah, that's fine.
I think I'll say it because I'm speaking to a lot of Americans here. I think America are gonna do really well at the World Cup. It's my prediction. I think they could make even the semis.
Wow. So U.S. men's national team semi-final potential.
Yeah, I've been doing just a little. Just saw the other day that there's a lot of players now from there in playing in the big leagues, like the top leagues. And yeah, if it could click for them, we've just been looking at it a bit. Have I watched them? No. As someone said, have you actually watched them? No. I'm basing this purely on the players that are just based on the roster. I was surprised when I looked at their squad and I was like, wow, okay, they've got quite a lot of decent players now. So yeah, that would be my surprise.
All right. Well, it sounds incredibly well researched. And look, I'd love for it to happen. I'm still going for an England-US final. You know, teams that are in the same group can play in the final against each other. So
Aston looks very shocked by
you know, that's what I want. Then it's guaranteed to come home. Jacob, poorly. What are you thinking for your top 4?
Okay, Man City.
Okay.
Liverpool. Us, but I don't feel overly confident about third. But I don't want to put anyone ahead of us.
That's true.
And then, even though I think they've had a terrible window and everything that you guys just said is completely true, I'm going to go Chelsea. Mainly because I want to believe that Spurs are going to have the worst season possible. So
I think that's going to happen. I think we're good there. Mine was Liverpool, City, Arsenal, Chelsea, but you know, it's just incredible what a year will do, because last year I have the kind of the list of people and what they predicted, and we had like 2 people predict Arsenal top 4, and the average position was 7th. And so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people who have picked, and only 1 has said 4th. The rest have all said 3rd for Arsenal. It's just that level of optimism. Your bottom 3?
Bournemouth, Fulham, Leeds.
Bournemouth, Fulham, Leeds. Excellent. Okay.
I think Leeds lost a lot of really key people. And I think their squad was already really, really small. A few injuries almost put them down last year. And so, yeah, I'm going to go Leeds.
Yeah, I have Bournemouth, Leeds, and Everton going down. I just didn't want to say it in front of Super Kev, but like Aston did. But yeah, I have them going down. Ryan, we are very thankful for you joining us tonight. I know that you've got to run. It's late there. It's well after midnight, and I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure again. Hope that you'll join us for the penultimate hour tomorrow if you're free after work. But either way, anything else that you'd like to say or get out there to the people watching?
No, just thank you for having me. I've seen as well some people in the comments about my old man. What they said is very nice to hear and read. So thank you. And yeah, good luck, Mike, with your evening. And yeah, as just what Sophie said before, what you're doing here, raising this money, is fantastic cause.
And you don't have to answer. We'll talk offline about this, but my wife and I will be over for the last game in April and the first 2 games in September. And we're going to be doing another Gooners versus Cancer kind of live event show with incredible audio production values this time, not like the ones we did in Orlando and Baltimore. This one will actually be professionally produced by a gentleman who you'll see later on in this podcast, but we're doing that on Friday, September 2nd in the evening. So if there's any way that you are going to be around, we would love for you and or any of your family to come and join us for that. So and we'll talk more about that. So thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the podcast.
Thank you. All right. So then there were 4. We're going to do another drawing in about 20 minutes, and then it evolves into just Danny and myself, which should scare anybody. We appreciate everyone who's staying up from the UK. I know we've got Daniel is here. Who else do we have from the UK? We've got Arnie from Iceland. Henvik, who has gone to sleep, but he has generously donated, and probably will win the next prize, considering he just went to sleep. So we're going to get predictions now from you, Aston. Top 4. I mean, it's Arsenal number 1, right?
Arsenal all the way, baby. I'm actually going for Liverpool because I actually think that, interestingly enough, the 2 leagues that best translate into Premier League are the Bundesliga and the Portuguese league. So Holland coming from Germany and Darwin Núñez coming from Portugal should bed them right in. But I think that Holland's injury record with the physicality of the league might come in conflict. He'll have the best goals per minute ratio, but he won't maybe score the most goals. And I think Núñez will be fit for the whole season. And that's why I give it to Liverpool. City, then I give it to us. I think that my other bold statement is I think we'll be much closer to 2nd than 5th, depending on how the rest of this transfer window goes. As it stands right now, probably, just making 3rd, really close to 4th. But if we get the next transfer that we all hope that we're getting, I think we'll be actually a lot closer to 2nd than we think. And then it's going to be Spurs. Unfortunately, I think Tuchel might be one of the first guys to go if things don't go right. My actual sack race prediction, though, is going to be Newcastle's coach. I think Mourinho's coming back.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay. So Liverpool, City, Arsenal, Spurs. That's your top 4?
Yep.
Your bottom 3.
My bottom 3 are going to be Leeds, Bournemouth, and Everton.
Okay, same with mine. And so, in fact, no, your top 4 is not the same as mine. I have Chelsea in 4th. And is your surprise pick, which I never did get one from Sophie, but is your surprise pick that Ronaldo storms off the pitch this season? I wrote that down earlier.
Really? Listen, I said it, so I'll make my bed and lie in it. But I really think that my surprise pick is going to be that I think Newcastle's going to get Jose Mourinho as their coach by the end of the year.
I'll give you that. Hires Jose. Yeah, that could certainly happen. All right. And Jacob, my son, my lovely, dear son, who I'm going to miss beyond belief. Your top 4. Top 4 dads ranked in order.
Not very unique, but I think here's my thing. I do think that Holland could have some type of injury problem throughout the season, but I think their squad depth is so crazy that I honestly think that the rest of their team will still carry them to finish first.
If he gets hurt, like this is a dumb question, but like who gets 20, 25 goals a season for them?
I don't know about 20 to 25 goals, but I mean it's
who fills in like when Aubameyang stopped scoring for us and stopped playing for us, all of a sudden goals started coming from the wide players, from ESR, from Saka, from what happens. I mean, I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm just saying like who are the people?
I mean, to be fair, it's their whole squad that they did last year. Like we got Grealish still to step up, right? You still have Mahrez on the team. You still have who's that young guy? Who's the young guy that they just got? Do you know, Jake?
Alvarez.
Yeah, that kid. Yeah.
And we've seen Odin play a false 9. Like it's pretty much the exact same team. They just added a pretty good player.
True. I mean, I wasn't implying that they were not going to be able to get goals from there.
No, we hear you. They're crap. You hate them. You think they're going down.
Yeah, they're in my bottom 3 for sure.
So I think they'll finish first again, and Liverpool second. I do think we'll finish third. And with what everyone's been saying about Chelsea, I think it's very like it could go either way. With like, I don't think Chelsea will finish fourth. I think
it is going to go either way. They're either going to finish fourth or they're not.
Right, but like I could see it go either way. If they finish off the transfer window well, I wouldn't be that surprised to see them finish fourth. But I do think that's unfortunately Spurs have had a pretty solid transfer window other than signing Richarlison. I didn't really understand that as well as some of the others, but I think Spurs will finish fourth. But St. Totteringham's Day is returning this year.
Ah, nice. It's about time, by the way.
My guy.
Way too long.
Your bottom 3.
I've got the same. Actually, not the same. I've got Bournemouth, Fulham, and Leeds. That's my bottom 3 because I think, like Jacob said, I think Leeds losing Rafinha and Calvin Phillips is just too much for them, especially with the troubles they had last season. They were seeming as though they might go down last season, and then they've lost probably their best 2 players. So I just don't see them staying up for another year, but maybe they'll surprise me. I don't know.
Yeah, they've got Patrick Bamford though.
Yep. And they just signed an American, like a up and coming American, right? Aronson.
And Aronson.
I'd like to see him do well, but I don't know if it'll. Obviously, because he's American, but I don't think it'll be enough for them to stay up.
You know what's interesting is nobody's even mentioned Forest. Nobody.
Well, it's funny because
you want to hear my outlandish prediction?
No one has relegated Forest. Everyone has relegated Bournemouth, and like sometimes those things just flip. Like halfway through the season, you look up and Bournemouth is somehow in like 11th place and safe from relegation. But Forest just. I don't know. Forest just belongs in the top flight, and for anyone under the age of 35 or 40, you might not agree with that because you haven't lived that. But Forest is they're one of the top football clubs in England and in Europe at one point, and I believe won the European Cup
maybe 3 times,
maybe twice or 3 times. Yeah, they've got stars on their shirt that Arsenal doesn't, that a lot of clubs don't, but that doesn't mean that the current squad, and everyone thinks that they sold Spence to Tottenham, but it wasn't their player to begin with to sell. It was Middlesbrough. So it's interesting that no one's picked Forest.
Yeah, they're much bigger than Tottenham for sure.
They are. I mean, who isn't?
That's actually my outlandish prediction. I think that they'll have the type of season that Brentford had last year, because I feel like they've signed Lingard, they've signed Niakate, I believe, from Frankfurt, or I don't know if it was Frankfurt or Mainz, but one of those 2 teams, they've signed him. And I don't know, I feel like they play the kind of attractive brand of football that people talked about Brentford last year. So I wouldn't be surprised. My prediction is that I wouldn't be surprised if they finish 10th, 11th, 12th this season.
Yeah, so Forest mid-table as opposed to barely escaping or being relegated.
Right.
Love it. And you hit your stride when you start talking about signings and players, because there's no one that studies those FIFA the rankings and the transfer lists and stuff more than this guy right here. So I love it.
Wait, quick fire question for everybody. All right, we're going to play Forest over under. Will this team finish above or below Forest? Ready? West Ham.
Above.
Okay.
But maybe not by much, though. I think it could be close.
Brentford.
Above. No, Forest will finish
below.
above.
Below. I think Brentford's going to have second season syndrome.
Okay. Everton.
Below. Everton below them.
Below.
Here's a spicy one. Leicester.
Below.
Ooh, really? We're just throwing them out, huh?
I'll say the same thing with Aston Villa because I know that's next.
Yeah, Aston Villa.
Below, because Jake has just said that they're going to be mid-table, and I obviously one of those teams has to finish 9th, I guess. But like Villa, West Ham, I think has the chops to remain good. But Villa, Everton, Leeds, Brentford, I think they're all
Leicester,
kind of sagging. Leicester, I think those are teams that are like
So who's the 7th spot? Are you
state.
guys trying to give Forest the 7th spot?
No, West Ham.
West Ham. Yeah. We did say West Ham.
United. Yeah, West Ham United. But that really ends up with 7. That's the 7. That's the 7. So.
Yeah, that's the other two. Newcastle and Palace are my last two. So Newcastle.
Oh, that's true.
Newcastle above them, I think.
Newcastle's going to have a slow rise, but they'll finish above Forest this season. They'll be 9th.
Yeah, I honestly think we're not giving them enough credit. They might be 7th. Bruno Guimaraes was easily like one of the best players in the league last year, in the short period he spent. But what about Palace? Palace is an interesting one too, right?
They just seem like nailed on for 10th place, and that's not bad for Palace. That'll get the job done, I think. Right, Jacob? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like what Vieira's done with that team. I think that they've kind of completely flipped recently in direction as far as like they went from this old team that looked like they were going down to within a season they're young and exciting again. So yeah, I could see them in the top half. I could see them 10th.
Beautiful.
I guess top half, but I could see
Do you think they're going to finish above Forest?
Yeah, I don't have Forest as high as everybody else. I kind of have Forest like 5th.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're all operating under this Jacob Feinberg prediction that Forest is going to finish 10th. I mean, some people might go into this thinking Forest is going to barely escape relegation and be 17th. They are one of the 3 just recently promoted teams, and it doesn't always. So this could have been the easier answer to this would have been they're all going to finish above Forest. If I had a gun to my head, I would probably, which only happens in this country, I would have probably said everyone would finish above them because, the likelihood of them coming out and finishing 10th or 11th isn't that good.
Did I get a bold prediction in?
Oh, yeah, did I not ask you for a bold prediction? I did not. So
right. Here we go. I don't know who, but one manager is going to celebrate a goal by taking off their shirt.
and now, have you already illustrated it and you're just waiting to put the head on?
I have a feeling it's going to be Jesse Marsh, but I just have a feeling that one manager is just going to go. Who's that one guy at Sunderland? Paulo
Di Canio. Jake, you remember me talking about Paulo Di Canio?
You love Paulo Di Canio.
Oh, I love because
knee slide.
He had like a
knee slides in his
16-inch waist. He had like a 16. His like a normal person, I guess. Well, I'm going to reveal myself, but normal person would have like a 32 waist and a 30 length leg. He had like a 16 waist and a 40 leg. Like and he wasn't tall either. He was just all leg. And seeing him do knee slides in a suit after those goals during the Tyneside derby was unbelievable.
I feel like we're going to have a celebration from a manager approaching that level, starting to take off some clothes. I feel like it's bound to happen.
My body is ready, and every bit of me hopes it's Jurgen Klopp. Jesus Christ.
This is amazing because we've got Simon Collings saying people will like the Winter World Cup. We have Lee Dixon with a very rational Brentford top 8. We've got, Aston saying Newcastle hires Jose. And then we have a Premier League manager will celebrate by taking off his shirt. This, Jacob, is why I love you. Because that comes from a very special kind of mind, and it's the kind that I like.
Has everybody already mentioned who they think is going to get sacked first?
I didn't add that into the list, but you certainly are welcome to. I mean, I would assume that you're thinking it would be Eddie Howe.
I actually think it's Lampard, but what about you, Shake and Jake?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say Lampard.
They're just going to keep digging if that's what happens, because who comes in other than Kevin Campbell if Lampard leaves?
Kevin Campbell to save the club.
Oh, he could do it
again.
Super Kev. I have a question for you guys actually. So I saw this in the chat earlier, but I don't think anyone talked about it. Someone had said Mitrovic won't be able to show himself in the Prem, and I want to know your guys' opinion on that.
Well, Jacob, will he show himself by taking off his clothes? When you score 40-something goals in a league season, you're gonna, and then you go up a level, you're probably gonna come down from your heights. But let's make this quick because we have a prize drawing to do in the next few minutes,
right.
And we're gonna head out. So
I agree with that because he scored. I'm pulling up his stats now. He scored 26 in the championship in the 1920, and then 2021 he only scored 4. So
he's gone. He's yo-yo.
Yeah, he's done the yo-yo with them, and he consistently scores a lot in the championship, very little in the Premier League. So I feel like he's not going to show up again either.
Yeah, I have to triple that.
Have it open. How many did he score last season? It was an insane amount.
43 and 46 matches, 44 matches, 43 goals.
That is ridiculous. I'll never forgive him for out jumping. I'll never forgive Per Mertesacker for being out jumped by Mitrovic, who was like 9 feet shorter than he is for an equalizer against Anderlecht in the Champions League all those years ago. But
anyway, if it's not him though, they don't really have anybody.
Yeah, I don't. They gave away.
That's why they're in my relegation prediction because I just don't
they sold the guy to City or to Liverpool, right?
I don't think Bird Leno is going to be able to save them from relegation this year.
No pun intended. Save. All right, so we're gonna do a quick prize draw. We're in because we're entering the middle of the night territory in the UK. We're going to be doing some of the marquee prize drawings are going to be saved for the end, but we've continued to get donations. Mackenzie Dolnick, Christian Laufer from Chicago, thank you so much for donating. And remember, the earlier you get the donation in for during this event, the more of a chance that you will have to win more prizes more often. But the next one is for a Ruth Beck art print, and we're going to make it this one of the Emirates Stadium. It's a beautiful look at the Emirates Stadium with the players loving each other right there. Let me just update this real quick. And Emirates Stadium. And here we go for the draw. And when this draw is over, we enter our number 6 out of 27. I can't believe how much time we still have to go. But I'm feeling strong.
How's that diaper going?
Yeah, it's pretty full and saggy, but
I'll make sure.
Is that toilet paper behind you? I've been wondering this whole time. On your right shoulder must be.
I think it's a printer tray.
Okay, that makes more sense.
We were on the same
like
wavelength.
toilet paper.
No,
okay, it's not toilet paper, but it could be toilet paper.
In a pinch, do what you have to do. In the wild, you do what you have to do. All right, so here we go. We have the drawing. We are now going to do it. I'm an incredible commentator of events. The winner.
And our next winner is...
Called it. Henrik Frieder, who went to bed just a little too early. Henrik has generously donated. He has won a Ruth Beck art print. He remains eligible for one of the level 2 prizes, which are the shirts, and of course, everybody who wins a prize, even if you win one of the prints, one of the jerseys, everyone will be eligible for the grand prize. So Henrik Frieder, I wonder if he has a Twitter account. Is it Frieder the Twitter? Henrik Frieder, congratulations and thank you for your donation. And boys, it's been fun. That's about it. We're going to have a complete changeover here. I'm going to replace the three of you with someone who weighs the same amount as the three of you combined.
Mike, you got a clone?
I do. I have a clone, and he's on his way in. But Aston, I love you, my friend. We have a second stretch where you're going to be joining us as well in the morning. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So
thank you, everybody. I want to say again, Mike, you're absolutely class. A fantastic example of what the Gooner community means for the first time in a very long time. And it becomes really obvious how large we are because we have so many different sides that always seem to be opposed to each other. But right now, you and Soph and all the other podcasters are really playing your part with the club working the way it is to really kind of bring this sense of unity and togetherness. And I cannot say enough good words. I am so very proud to be a Gooner. I'm so very appreciative of all the opportunities you've given me. So thank you all. If you guys don't know the Genesis story, I would not be where I am without Mike. Thank you so much, man.
Well, Aston, I love you, my friend, and you, like I told people in Orlando, you are my ride and die, not ride or die, ride and die.
Yeah, because of how he drives.
Yeah, exactly. But I love you, my friend. Take care. See you in the morning. And speaking of people who I love, I think Jacob's getting a little bit nervous right now. But no, my son Jake, your friends are coming over anytime now, and I hope you have an enjoyable evening. We'll see you in the chat, and I love talking football with you. And you know, for years you've always held your own in these conversations. So it's been my joy to have you on the podcast with me. And of course, you're welcome anytime, except for when we talk about like porn and stuff.
Thank you very much, and have a good. Is it this version of the Sunday roast? That's what's happening next?
Yeah, it's the Sunday roast leftovers coming up in the next hour. Are
you gonna play the intro?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. You can stay back. You can stay backstage for the intro if you want, but yeah, the intro is almost a little poorly drawn, like as far as the song is concerned. So you know, it's that same level of homemade. I mean, your stuff is good. My stuff is so bad that it's good.
It's so bad that it's funny.
Yeah, but like you know, you can almost it's artistic cousining. Like there's some relation between the two. You know. So, but you are my son. I love you. Brush your hair and come give me a hug later. All right, bud.
All right, everyone.
And Jacob, we're gonna God, the stupid with Andy at the bottom. We're gonna play you out. We're gonna play you out with the second leg of the summer tour and the Orlando poorly drawn Arsenal podcast that we did. But thank you so much for joining us. Love chatting with you, my friend. It was a pleasure meeting you.
I'm gonna echo what everybody else is saying and just saying that you're doing a really good thing, and that everybody that's in the chat, please donate. I don't really know how it works, but you can donate at a website and then you can get prizes. That's cool. And it's all going to a good cause. So as best as I could understand, that is what is how prizes work. But I do understand ways to beat cancer. That I got. And that is important.
Promotion. No, it's great. It's great. The website is goonersvcancer.com. It's scrolling along the bottom of the screen. The amount raised so far in this podcast is now just under, let me do my maths, it's just under $1,800 for the podcast leading up to and including the hours that we've been on the air, which is great. But we've raised overall, we raised over 5,000 in Orlando and Baltimore combined. We raised over 12,500 for the 89 shirt that we raffled off. It's a good time to be donating to Gooners v Cancer, and we have a few more donations that have recently come in, and I'm just loving seeing it. There is generally a lull as we get into kind of late night US, middle of the night UK, but if you have
imagine that 3 a.m. is almost impossible, like 3 a.m. East Coast time.
Well, but we'll be doing it. So, Jacob, appreciate it, and we will play you out with this.
Hello, I'm a walrus. Welcome to the city of Orlando, or more commonly known as. Due to my extensive high-quality research on the city beautiful. Or the final stop on the American tour for Arsenal. For this we welcome back the poorly drawn Arsenal tour correspondent Magic Mike.
Hey, this is Magic Mike from the Gooners Podcast. Just finished up an incredible week in Orlando. What a dream.
It wasn't a dream. I was there with you, Magic.
What a week this has been for the team, for the supporters, for everybody involved. I mean, it started at the kit launch on Monday, played some Arsenal trivia, drank some Arsenal beers, met some Arsenal legends and current players, and even got to finally meet up with a guy named Jacob who was drawing pictures
That's me.
of certain weird regions of Gunnersaurus, I have to say.
Never mind, I have no idea who he is talking about. I've never met this man in my life before.
Then, of course, 2 more wins on the pitch on Wednesday against Orlando City and on Saturday against this pathetic little club from West London called Chelsea.
Ha 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 ha.
So in a week like this, a guy like me has a lot of different hats to wear. My head by the end of the week was like, please, what's going on? Stop changing hats. I feel like you're accidentally going to put a yarmulke on if you keep doing this. But anyway, I start with the charity hat, which I wore a handful of times when we did fundraising for Gooners versus Cancer at a few of the live events throughout the week. Of course, you can learn more at goonersvcancer.com.
Wait, if I do this right. When I point here, people can click on a link to visit the website.
We were able to raise over $3,000 in Orlando and over $5,000 on the summer tour as a whole for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. So thank you to Gooners for that. Also wore the media hat, which is really a truly enjoyable hat to wear. I was very lucky to be able to sit in on team press conferences, interview guys like Mikel Arteta, Martin Odegaard, and Eddie Nketiah, and did a ton of interviews with drunken Gooners before, during, and after the games, which is always fun. Wore the podcasting hat on Wednesday when we did a live podcast show from the fan event in Orlando with guests like Gunner Blog, Kaya Kainak, Lee Judges, Aston Mack, and that same Jacob guy who was still drawing different parts of Gunnersaurus' anatomy.
I don't know what you are talking about.
And most of all, I wore the fan hat and just got to enjoy watching my club play a bit closer to home, revel in our utter dominance of Chelsea, partake in a beer or two every hour, and start dreaming of winning the sextuple this year, which doesn't mean what you think it means. It actually means apparently winning 6 trophies. I obviously thought it was something much hotter, but
6 trophies is hot.
So yeah, things are good in Arsenal land. Orlando's a smashing success. Now it's up to the boys, the lads, the Gunners to get the season started off right. I'm going to go with Arsenal 6, Palace 0. I mean, that's not too much to ask, is it?
Anything less would be a disappointment. Well, that's all the time we have. Thanks for coming on, and let's get this season started.
Tonight, we're back. It's hour 6. Jacob's gone, Aston's gone, Danny's here, and it is the Sunday roast left.
Welcome to the Sunday
Tuesday
roast with Mike and Danny. This is Danny, and this is Mike, and we're kind of strange. We're in the tub, and we drink a lot. At least one of us does. This is not Mike's body, but that is Danny's, and that's really gross. Thanks for watching the Sunday roast. We love our fans, And here's Danny's mom.
His name's Michael.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
And he's a Jew. You can tell he's a Jew. Look at
Ask him
him.
who's his daddy.
Magical moment. I can almost taste Danny. It's so close I can almost taste him. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. It's the Sunday Roast
Tuesday
with your hosts, Magic Mike and Danny the GFP.
Good evening.
Good evening. My screen is frozen.
You put it on the wrong camera setup again, you tit.
Nah, Jesus Christ.
Cannot get the fucking staff.
You know,
you make me sick.
It's almost like this is hour 6 of a 24-hour podcast that's going on here. I can't 27-hour podcast. How you been, Danny? Since the last time I saw you about 24 hours ago.
The answer to the question everybody wants to know is Wales 3, Russia 0. That's the game in which the Walrus was born at Euro 2016. Because it said on the screen, WAL for Wales v RUS for Russia, and you had a picture of Aaron Ramsey on a walrus.
That's, who knows more than you about this sort of thing? So,
genius of a man.
Tom Sable's in the house. Danny looks like he's on an episode of Stranger Things. Keep running up that hill, Danny. That's not a reference that I get, but
rolling down a hill is the only thing I do when it comes to hills.
So we have. By way of the different time and the different format, we have some people probably tuning into this show for the first time. Sunday Roast normally at 9 or 10, depending on how Danny's feeling, on a Sunday evening. We are now here at 1:11 p.m. on Tuesday morning, or 1:11 a.m. on Tuesday morning. So this is the Tuesday Roast, the Sunday Roast leftovers, the Monday Night Roast if you're here in the States. This is a show that is only tangentially about Arsenal and mostly about our body parts.
It's episode 24.5 as well.
Is that what we're going with, or are we
going to call it that? And I'm going to steal it off you and put it on ABW. So a little bit of continuity.
That's
but
good.
I shall wait 2 years before I do it.
Beautiful.
It's going very well. It's going very well as well. Very good indeed, apart from Andy ruining it. And then you lot picking on me when I asked Lee Dixon a perfectly good question. And then you shit all over my question with your inability to understand the point I was making.
Which is what? Explain this to me now.
In the George Graham days, you had all those magnificent players, and out of all of them, only one of them has had a child that has played at a decent level of football. And then you and your shitty friend, the fake American, said about Sean Wright Phillips. That's his stepson. Bradley Wright Phillips is his son, and he was shit, apart from in MLS when he was pretty good.
Didn't he play for Man City though?
I think he should play for Man City.
That was Sean Wright Phillips.
Yeah, but so did Kevin Campbell's son. That's where he was before he decided to leave and go and play for Stoke.
Yes, but Sean Wright Phillips played in Man City's first team back when Man City's first team was.
Yeah, but that's his stepson. That doesn't count. That's not his DNA. Okay. As much as he loves him, and he is probably a real dad to him.
True.
But DNA-wise, there's only been one player whose son has played. I mean, what's his Kevin Campbell's son's name? Tyrese, that's it. I knew you'd know. I was going to ask Kevin. Kevin would know. That he is a hell of a player. And he took a step down from Man City's academy to go and sign for Stoke because he's going to do stuff. And when he plays, he is a hell of a player. And I reckon if he doesn't get Stoke to the Premier League, he'll be in the Premier League within 2 seasons and banging in goals, just like his old man. But it's just odd, isn't it? And you can even add all the Wenger years. Every manager that Lee Dixon has played under, all those magnificent world-class players, only one has had a kid that has done it at the top, or will do it, or is doing it, or can do it.
Well, there you go.
Are you pressing buttons? You've gone very quiet.
Yeah, sorry. I have even more duties than normal, and I don't mean that in the diaper kind of sense. But
have you had a poo yet on air?
No, I'm not going to be doing that. We will not do this.
No poos.
High Tech J has come in and said, "Damn, a 5-hour stream. You have no idea what's happening here, my friend. This is hour 5." Or this is now hour 6 of 27 hours, raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society through Gooners v Cancer. So If you want to show your respect, which we appreciate, head over to goonersvcancer.com. You can donate any amount you'd like from anywhere in the world, and your donation gets you raffle tickets that are used for hourly draws at the end of each hour. We just did one for a great piece of Ruth Beck art. We've got signed shirts. We've got unsigned shirts. We've got unsigned underwear. All sorts of things that are going up for raffle that you can win, and it all goes to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. So please do participate in that, and thanks for the respect on the 5-hour pod, which we are now moving past. So, I kind of wondered, did we leave anything unfinished in our pod last night? I know I was a bit distracted because I couldn't get the website to work. We finally got that sorted.
Did it get sorted as soon as I said it would do?
It got sorted last night. It got sorted in the evening on Sunday. I was able to get somebody to respond to me who was able to put in the key to the website, turn the key, and reopen it back up again. So
did they lock it safely when they were done and then swallow the key?
They did not, and that's why I am going to break in and take all of the money out of
all of the monies.
All the money. So where did we leave off last night? Do you have the minutes of our meeting? By the way, if this is the pod where we want to take our cue from you, the viewer. So if you have a topic, it doesn't have to be Arsenal, it doesn't have to be a question to be answered, it could just be a topic. Throw it out there. Top 3, whatever. Top 5, anything. Why do you guys look so similar? It can be. In fact, I've grown my hair out to the longest that I like to let it grow, just so that we don't
in
look
your eyes.
But
do that. Get it out your eyes. There you go. Oh. It makes me very sad that your boy likes the football, because my daughter couldn't give a fuck about me or football or the podcast or you or life.
She used to go with you to the football. I mean, it didn't last, once. But you had those memories though. No?
Yes. Hopefully, my balls will be back in order. My infection has now spread to my legs.
Maybe that's why she doesn't go to the football with you, is because you sit there talking about your balls 24/7.
You need
she
needs to know about gentlemen's balls to stay away from them. Yes, so that on the second Friday, the 2nd of September, I hopefully going to get her to try and come down, but she's taking 2 weeks off to go on holiday to Ireland. Hello. On the 12th of September, taking my mum back, having my mum deported back to the motherland, and taking her mum as well. So I'm not sure if she's going to get any time off, but hopefully I'll be able to shovel myself into a respectable pair of pants, get a shoe that fits, and wedge my ass in the chair and get on down there. But did I tell you the other day that my neighbour came in and handed me a parcel and then went, "Oh, my son's giving me his flu." My next door neighbour Sue. Turns out she had fucking COVID.
What?
She stood next to me. I said, "Well, don't stand there. You might have COVID." And she said, "No, I'll be all right." Turns out she had COVID.
What the hell is wrong with people?
COVID is what's wrong. But I'm okay. I didn't get it. Well, if I did get it, I'm super. Does it make your balls swell up when your leg go wonky? You've had it a dozen times. You should know.
I technically have it right now, and I can't tell where my balls are because the diaper is too bunchy right now around it.
So that's why I won't go to hospital about my leg, because they'll go, "Oh, well, you might have to stay overnight," and I'll have to say, "It's the NHS. You can go fuck yourself. I'll be a day patient. I am not spending a night again." I did that a few years ago. I took a tablet and it got stuck, and it burnt a hole in my lower intestine, and so there was blood in my poo. It stank. It's black poo. It looked like black sausage, but I knew it wasn't because I don't eat that shit. And then I had to stay in for 2 nights. My God. Quite close to the worst experience of my life. "Nurse, I need something." 3 hours later, they'll turn up with something you didn't ask for. And now, as you're finding out, young Michael, my boy, we're of that age where when your brain goes, "You need a wee," your bladder is 1 minute ahead of you. It's either gone already, or it's telling you, it's like a kid on New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve, or like a dog when you say walkies. That's how your bladder is when you get to about 50. It wants to go, and it's not waiting for you. It's going on its own. And so I cannot go there, sit in a hospital bed, which are made of stones and bits of metal, and sit there for 2 days while they go, "Oh, the specialist will be around in a few hours." No, fuck that. You let me know and I'll come down there and see you. That's the gist of it. That's why I'm here and not in hospital. Otherwise, I'd be in hospital with it.
That was like an AFTV level rant about hospitalizations. Like you are the I mean, other than the jail part, you're the DT of hospital rants right now.
My nonsense days are well behind me.
Well, good. Yeah, we have that to be thankful for, because I don't want the show to be canceled.
No.
Lone Star Londoner saying what we are hearing is the worst experience of anyone's life. So, all right, we do have some things. First of all, I just want to bring up Dave Lieberman, top Gooner from California, is giving a testimonial.
He understands. He knows what I'm cooking.
Yeah, a testimonial, by the way, for winning a great prize last year. He had won what I consider to be one of the most underrated prizes in last year's Gooner raffle.
Wasn't that the one that was a very, very limited edition worth £1,000 or something?
One of only 71 books created on the double winning team, the 70 to 71 double winning team. The book went up for auction. It was donated by Mark Brindle, the amazing supporters liaison officer, and it was only one of 71, and most of the 71 were in the hands of the players and their families. Not only did he give the book, but then once the book was already bid on and didn't get nearly enough attention, in my opinion, then Mark said, you know what, we're having a reception in the spring of 2022 with the double winning families and the players that are still around, and I can get it signed by a lot of different people. And Dave, of course, said, hold on to the book and get it signed, and then I'll take it and run. And I'm glad that it hasn't been sold. But looking back at my awesome 70-71 book I won from last year, autographed by Charlie George twice, Sammy Nelson, Peter Marinello, Bob Wilson, Frank McClintock, and Eddie Kelly. It's awesome. Thanks again, Mike. Grateful to be able to enjoy the book. You too can win big on the Gooners V-Cancer POD-a-THON, and that is true. So Christian wants to find out how much has been donated so far, and the tally at this point for this event alone has reached $2,035. So we are well on our way to trying to eclipse last year, which we just hit 5,000 in the last couple minutes of last year's Pod-a-Thon. Thanks to deposits. I keep calling them deposits. Thanks to
you're obsessed with deposits.
I'm obsessed with deposits. Thanks to donations from Daniel Sweetman.
Never heard of him.
And a very generous donation from Nick Canning. Based on that donation, I would expect to see his name in the prize draw fairly soon. So thank you for that. We keep rolling along. And so we do have a couple of kind of Sunday roasty type of questions. So let's see. Where are they? See, yeah, you're not able to control the chat this time, which is unfortunate.
No, I'm sitting here bathing in the glory of having to do fuck all other than sit here and look slightly aggressive and menacing.
Yeah, so when Soph came in, she was displeased by her inability to put comments up.
Clicking on it, and it wasn't working.
I know. Daniel Robert, top 5 albums. Surely Tapestry is there. That's not a bad call, actually. Tapestry.
I don't even know who it's by.
Carole King.
I don't know who she is.
Carole King and James Taylor are like the soundtrack to my kids, to like the songs we used to sing my kids when we were putting them down to bed. They're fantastic, but this is always the kind of thing that I struggle with. And 5 of them, I'm going to go with just the ones that come to mind as being like surprisingly good, not necessarily like the top 5 of all time, but one strange one is Asia. Or Alpha by Asia. Starts off. No, starts Alpha. Asia Alpha. I forget the band is Asia. The album is Alpha. Starts out with 3 or 4 of the best songs, and it just kicks in, and goes a little bit downhill from there. But when you start off that strong, I'm sure no one else would have that on their list. But I'm not doing it in any particular order. But that's one of my top 5. What do you have?
I have Genesis Live. I have Phil Collins.
So you're just basically just spitting in Arsblog's face right now. Then.
Yeah, and I would say, I'm trying to think of a good one. It would be LaRue. That's very, very good. Fuck knows what happened to her. Madness's greatest hits. Phil Collins' greatest hits, and I love the Pet Shop Boys' greatest hits as well. And I think that's enough. Yeah, because basically I have no taste in music, and I don't care about music. If I never heard another song for the rest of my life, I wouldn't care. Oh, the Greatest Showman soundtrack.
But then you wouldn't hear. Thanks for watching the Sunday Road. You like music more than you admit.
I don't care for music. I'd much rather listen to LBC or talk radio and occasionally Radio 5. No fucking music, please. Get fucked. I don't like it. It irritates me.
I'm going to go my second album, and again, not in any order. I'm going to go with Queen's Greatest Hits. That is a massive album, full of songs. It starts off with another
Very
one,
good.
Like the Dust, and keeps going. But you can't go wrong with Queen.
You know their song "Who Wants to Live Forever," which is the soundtrack to the Highlander film. They hated, and it's on apparently, so I heard years ago. It's on none of their albums.
What just happened there?
A spasm somewhere. And I was mates with the bloke who was in the band with Freddie Mercury before they called it Queen. So it was about 3 of the Queen members and my mate Barry.
You know what? Speaking of Queen, I was given, and this was when I was with Jake in the Diamond Club, right before we met.
Interesting it was then.
Thierry, Lacazette, and Bukayo Saka. And
this whole story again.
Yeah, well, in that same visit was a man who was said to be, and I have on very good authority, the official driver of Freddie Mercury back in the day. His name is Graham Pope. Maybe someone could look that up, but he gave me his card, which is it is as like metallic as it looks. But if you're ever looking for a ride and you want a limousine that has substances, probably residue still involved in every possible way,
it's using the same cars he used 40 years ago.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's a model. It's a Model T Ford, and so apparently he was Freddie Mercury's driver. Trying to
Lone
think of
Star.
the third album.
Lone Star Londoner's got a very good point. I was listening to Ian Lee. He had a show over here from 2016 on Talk Radio until 2020. Then he got fired for being a dickhead. And I'm listening to them all again from day one. And he played Bananarama. Bananarama are bloody good. Not a bad song. Every single one of them. I love them.
I don't know. I mean, they always seem more like kind of. I mean, and I say this in a way. They seem kind of like more eye candy. I don't know how talented of musicians.
No, they weren't eye candy.
They were good musicians.
They were just quality 80s pop. They weren't ugly, but they weren't good looking, and they could sing.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Bangles.
Susanna Hoffs and co. I think one of them might have been a man, but we don't talk about that.
No, we don't. No, however she identified is what we're going.
Yes, that's a potato, like we do potatoes.
The third of my 5 albums that I'm just coming up with systematically has to be Abbey Road.
Fuck off.
I know you can't be arsed when it comes to the Beatles, but I can be arsed.
Overhyped nonsense.
I can be arsed a tremendous amount when it comes to the Beatles, and
they're not a patch on madness.
They've got to be up there. I'm going to struggle on the other 2. Well, got to go with an unplugged. I'm going to go with a surprising one, which is
the Fiddler on the Roof soundtrack.
Well, that won't surprise anyone. Nirvana Unplugged.
Oh God, you fucking hipster! You're making me sick.
I mean, the voice of an angel, and the 5th one has to be Chris Cornell's Songbook. I'm done.
I don't know who he is.
Got all 5. You don't know who Chris Cornell is?
Nope.
You can. This show has reached its final episode.
Has it? 24.5. What a way to go out.
We almost made it to 25.
Who did he play for?
Chris Cornell was the lead singer of both Soundgarden first, and then Audio Slave after that. Then he went on a solo career. I wanted to see him in concert, and it just never worked out. And finally, in like 2014, my friend, my neighbor and his wife and I went to see him with like second row seats up in Baltimore. Most amazing concert, so incredible. And less than a year later, he was gone. Just a sad loss of talent. You know, and I almost mock people who get so wrapped up about people they've never met before dying, like on Twitter, like oh my God, Betty White, like you know, and I shouldn't, but like for me, that one did hit me a little differently because just his music is so amazing. Yeah, so those.
That's how I feel about Rick Mail.
So you named 5 right off the bat, and then said how much you hated music.
Well, that's because I brought up. I've got a file of albums. Also, anything by Prince. That's the best concert I ever went to. In fact, it's so good I went twice at the O2 Arena.
To who?
Prince.
Oh, Prince. I thought you said Bufferins, and I'm like, that's a medicine. That's like a headache medicine. That's not a.
You're off your trolley, sunshine. Have we got any more questions?
We had a top 3 something, and I'm trying to find it now. It was top 3 deans that you know. Fuck off.
Well, number 1 would be Dean Stanley, my mate who comes on here, who comes to the Champions League final with me because all my Arsenal supporting friends are wankers. He's an Everton fan. Dean Malenko.
Oh, Dean Malenko. I'll go with Dean Malenko, although he's not in great shape today. I think it's Parkinson's.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't like him. It's just, I don't like him. In fact, I dislike him. I used to hate seeing him wrestle. And Mike Dean.
No, Mike Dean has to be down at the bottom of the list.
Well, I only know 3 Deans he is.
All right. I like this one from Loki.
Hello, Loki.
Keep them coming, please. The topics, they don't all have to be lists, but how about making a wrestler from 2 famous people with their attributes?
This is easy. It's going to be a mixture of Donald Trump and Boris Johnson.
What's the? I mean, there's no mixture.
They just talk good mic skills. Peppa Pig World.
God. Making a wrestler from 2 famous people. How about let's change this to two podcasters? Like, if you made a wrestler from,
it's got to be Chris's hair. How about we build a wrestler from different parts of other podcasters?
Okay, let's do that. All right, so Chris Carpenter is where it starts because you can take like 5. This is like Mr. Potato Head, where you plug in the different parts, but then it just ends up being all Chris.
Oh no, it'd have to be Chris's hair, and then you'd have Simon Collins' face because he's beautiful.
Did you catch Simon earlier?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Did you notice how he descended into intoxication during the time he was on the podcast?
He did. Yeah. And did we ever find out who that hand was? It probably was his lovely wife because she's too good for him.
I would hope so. In fact, that's what we're going with because we don't want anything bad to happen to his marriage.
We'll have to have the judge's legs because he's still a footballer at his age.
So Chris's hair.
Yeah. Simon Collins' face.
So we're going for like a heartthrob then.
Yes. Our very own Fabio.
Yeah. So far we're kind of, this is kind of going down the Chris Jericho, or the young Chris Jericho.
And you have to have the judge's legs.
Judge's legs.
Because he still plays football. We could have Kevin Campbell's arms. He's probably got some guns on him. Look at him.
So this would be a person that just has. I mean, look, I didn't make it this way, but blonde hair, like perfectly coiffed, or not blonde hair, but like long flowing hair, beautiful face, and then black arms.
Yeah. We're multicultural, if anything. We're gonna have lady parts and men's parts.
Really pale, disgusting legs. Yes, he was a footballer, but if you've ever seen him pick his broken toe apart and replace the tape on the platform of Covent Garden or Leicester Square Tube Station,
you had a broken toe.
What?
You had a broken toe.
Lee Judge.
Oh, did he?
Sorry, my COVID just kicked in. Ugh.
Oh, don't die.
Yeah, last year when we were gallivanting around London in early November, we had a broken toe and a bad back, and reminded me about it every 10 seconds. But
have you ever been to London before?
I had a picture loaded that I had to clear out for here, but it showed him picking his toes. It was lovely. Davis said physical graffiti, quadrophenia, candy apple gray, songs for the deaf, liège and leaf. I couldn't tell you who any of those are by.
Okay.
So you want to call me a hipster for liking like fucking Nirvana?
Oh, I do have some kind of hipster music I like. XYLO.
Xylo?
That's it.
Is it played on the xylophone?
Fantastic. Yes. And so we're going to have Sophie's hands, because in case I bet she's got nimble little hands, but very strong grip. You know, like a marmoset monkey. You're never going to get a banana off it.
You know who's listening right now? Who's probably taking copious notes?
You,
Sebi. Because we're gonna, if we can have somehow, if we can have
podcasting Frankenstein,
if we can have a photographic rendering of this professional wrestler with Chris Carpenter's hair, Simon Collins' face.
We need the bling. I've not met Sophie, but I imagine she's got a more than a fair share of quality bling rings that will go with Chris's hair.
Oh, no question.
Delightfully.
Kevin Campbell's arms.
Actually, we're going to have Sophie's hands and Sophie's feet, because Sophie will have a superb set of shoes on her.
Yep. Yeah. No, stylish.
And she's got showbiz hands. That's a medical fact. Those hands are insured for more than Engelbert Humperdinck's.
Clive's voice. I like that from Jared.
Who?
Clive's voice will be next.
Oh, because see, then once it's finished all the showbiz and it's late at night, tucks you into bed, Clive's voice will soothe you to sleep.
Now I don't know
wise words.
I don't know how you unless he does it to one of those deep fake things and has Clive's voice there. But Sebi, we got to see this at some point tonight. So
we're missing a torso. Do we want a big fat torso? We could have you.
That would be hilarious to put all these attractive qualities from people, and then
just one of you in the swimming pool.
Yeah, and then my naked belly in the middle of it, ruining the whole thing. Yeah, I think that we'll be done there, because I don't think we need to be anatomically correct with the genitalia.
We could have Tom Canton. No, Kaya Kanak's height.
Okay,
so it's really tall.
Yeah, so a tall, skinny guy who just has it'll look
belly.
It'll look like when the snake eats the
frog
snake eats the mongoose or something, and the snake is just super thin except for the one part where the monk.
Yeah. And in the belly could be the face of another podcaster. That's what it's eating. Another podcaster. Who will be the So when you do this, Sebi, you'll have an outline in the belly of a face of what podcaster.
Oh God. By the way, for anyone who's new to this is the Sunday roast right here.
Oh, Dan Potts is the face inside the belly.
Yes, please.
Oh, Alien. Like in Alien, the head is getting out of the stomach, breaking out. It's Dan Potts breaking out of the stomach like an alien.
Right now, Sevi's got steam coming out of his ears. How the hell am I going to do this?
We need to get Jacob back on. That's something you can only draw. It's not something you can stitch together.
Yeah, you can't Photoshop an alien. Well, I'm not going to say you can't do it, because I've said every time I think Sevi can't do something, he does it. So
what else are we missing? I think that's everything, isn't it?
I think so. And
we've got hands and feet and legs. And we've got the arms, we've got the body, we've got the head, the hair.
Hands, shoulders, knees, and toes. Yeah, I mean, ears, I guess. But God, that is So there's a combination of people who can't sleep because there's no air conditioning, and people who can't sleep because of the last 5 minutes of our conversation. But yeah, Tom says, Dan Potts breaking out of my stomach, screaming Arteta.
Yeah, he's not still Arteta out, is he?
He must be. You know,
even he can see what's going on. It's going to be a glorious season, my boy.
My guess is that he's like, things look good, but you got to play when it counts and prove me wrong. That's what I'm going to guess. I did, obviously we were on the air when I didn't get to watch when he was on Highbury squad, what would now be last night UK time, but I'm sure it was a good show, and I'm sure he was saying I'm seeing some changes, but you still have to convince me during the season.
Looks like Torreira's going to be gone, and Galatasaray 6 million. Leno, Fulham.
So this is a Turkish team that's actually going to pay money for a player,
like when Kevin Campbell paid for Fenerbahce, not Trabzonspor, current Turkish champions. Come on, the Spore. So it looks like we've got some players that are going to go out. Florent Balogun looks like he's going to go to Nimes in France on loan for the season, which is nice.
Is it Nimes or Reims?
Reims. It's a cross between both. Aaron Ramsey is signed for Nice. That's nice. I don't know. If they'd name their fucking places so they're pronounceable, then it'd make my life a lot easier.
Well,
can't trust them.
That's what this is all about. So yeah, I mean, looks like the outgoings are starting to happen now, and so does that cause Tielemans to suddenly show up?
Oh, Leicester are absolutely fucked, aren't they? Because they've got no sign of anybody coming in, and all they've got is who's that? Maddison to Newcastle. That looks like that's going to happen.
Ooh.
Probably about 50 million.
So they're going to lose Maddison and Tielemans the same summer.
Well, Vardy's knackered. He's going to have to carry on playing because his wife spunked all their money up the wall. But we've 24 players have left the club, 12 on loan, and 12. What the hell's that? Miltman. 12 on loan and 12 players have left the club for a total value. Those 12 players that have left, total value of £15 million. And 9 of that was one player. Magnificent deal.
Oh man.
Have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm catching up on a couple of text messages because I'm I haven't had a chance to look at my phone in a while, but
you look at your phone tomorrow and I'll tell people a story. What do they want to hear a story about?
No, I'm good. Our next prize draw is going to be at the top of the hour, which is 2 a.m. UK time, 9 p.m. American time on the East Coast, 6 p.m. American time on the West Coast. And then our next two guests coming in are going to be representing the Arsenal Vision podcast with Paul Paz, making his first appearance on the podcast, and Elliot Yankee Gunner making his 20th appearance.
Never heard of him either.
And you will finally see the glowing, beautiful, helpful face of Jared Carver. Never
heard of him.
No, I haven't either, but apparently he works for our podcast now. There's a story that Dromiaga is waiting for.
I've got a story about penises, if that would help.
I mean, it's on brand. We might as well get that up.
You let me know when you want it, when you want to go and press some buttons, and I can tell you a 4-minute true story about something that happened to me.
Let's do it. I might have to change my diaper.
Good. So it's probably about the year 2006. Billy Connolly is one of my favourite human beings in the world. I absolutely love him. And when he dies, I will be shutting myself down mourning for a year. And so I've been to see him saw him in Oxford once in about 2004. Then I think it was 2006. He was in Southend. So I bought tickets for a theatre in Southend to go and see him. So me and Ginger Ken, the one who I named my Ginger Cat Ken after, we went down to sit. So we drove down to Southend. Shitty drive, shitty place. Never want to go there again. And we were early. We find the theatre in Southend. We sit outside the side of it and we have fish and chips. And we think we'll go in there, beat the rush. So we go in, open the doors to the Southend Theatre. And we go in and we sit there. Well, I'm sat there anyway because I brought a chair with me. And so we're sitting there and these women are coming in. There's probably about 20 or 30 women have come in, no men. I'm thinking, fucking hell, this is a bit weird. And then one of the people who works there comes up to us and goes, are you here for the show? I said, yeah, we're really looking forward to it. It's something I've wanted to see for ages and I love it. And she went, okay, right. And she looked like I was making it up or being odd. She goes away and comes back and went, are have you got your tickets? I said, yeah, we bought the tickets online. She said, okay. And she went away and she come back about 5 minutes later and she said, we don't really have any bookings for the wheelchair spots, but it doesn't matter. No one's booked the wheelchair spot, so you can come in and you can see the show. And is that okay? I said, yeah, that's fine. She went, okay. Then she came up, she went out, and then while we sat there, the whole room, which is probably big enough to fit 100 people in the waiting room, the entrance, well, me and Ken are sat there, and every single person there is female. And we're thinking, okay, Ken, this is a bit fucking weird. You thought, first of all, you thought there'd be more people coming to see Billy Connolly. And secondly, why are they all women? And Ken went, I don't know. So we just carried on talking between us. And then so must have sat there for at least half an hour of all these women, all this other stuff coming and going, doors opening and closing. And then the same woman come back who'd been to see us 2 or 3 times. She came over to us and said, right, you can come in now, let everyone else go in first. And then, no, you can go in first before everybody else, because wheelchairs always go in first. So in front of best part of 50 to 100 women, I don't know. She said, oh, can I just see your tickets? So I gave her the tickets and she said, oh. And she looked at the tickets again. Then she went away. Then she come back and she went, you do know there's more than one theatre in Southend, don't you? I said, no, I didn't know, no. And I said, is it a problem? And she went, yeah, these tickets aren't for this theatre. They're the one down by the seafront. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, what's showing here tonight then? She said, Puppetry of the Penis. And there was women laughing and giggling and smirking. And me and Ken got up. Well, I didn't. I sat there. Ken got up, grabbed hold of me, shoved me out the door, and we drive like a bat out of hell to get down there. And we barely managed it because although it is probably 300 or 400 meters away, no, half a mile away, it's a zigzag to get down there. And that was the story of me and Ken and Puppetry of the Penis. Sad times. Didn't fucking stay, Drummond. How dare you? And don't Google Puppetry of the Penis. The gist of it is you get half a dozen men that are extra long in the underpants department and they do stuff with it, tying them in knots, whacking them against things. It's a show for ladies and gentlemen of a certain persuasion, of which I am neither. And it was meat puppets. That's it, Drummond. Meat puppets. I don't know why I'm taking so long to read there. I can just read the comments on this one, can't I? Puppetry of the Penis. I saw those crazy Aussies years ago. Did you accidentally see them when you wanted to see Billy Connolly? So I went to see Billy Connolly and it was brilliant. And that was the second time I went to see him. And I think I then went and saw him one more time in Peterborough when he was, this must have been about 7 or 8 years ago. And it's very sad. And he's my favourite person other than family that's ever lived. It says, Moss says, it was pretty cool, actually. They can make puppets out of them, the meat puppets. It's disgusting. I have Billy is 78 or 79 because he's the same age as my mum, but he has got slight Parkinson's and living in Florida now. And I want to go to Florida and live with him in the warm.
And me. What part of Florida does he live in? Do we know?
When I come and live with you, we can go and find him.
My wife is so looking forward to moving and living down there, and then when you show up, it's just going to be so devastating for her. Perfect timing because there's no one I would leave a live stream in the hands of more than Danny, and it appears that these incredible inventions called adult diapers, they do have a maximum capacity.
Shut up! No, 62 liters.
Keep going.
Oh dear, that's no good. It's not good.
So my commitment to the cause is unrivaled. But
oh, that's good. How many bottles of that drink have you got there with you? And what is it? Is it an energy drink or?
It is. It's just Gatorade Zero. This is number 2 of 3, but I do have 24 Red Bulls, of which I've only had 1 so far. So I am getting ready to start hitting that because the fatigue will start to kick in a little bit soon. But
I did an 8.5-hour show, transfer deadline day one, all by myself. I don't think hardly anybody from ABW turned up because they're all scumbags.
Well, that's not fair. I need to get, before I forget, because we've got 10 minutes left in this roast, I need to get your top 4, your bottom 3, and your out of left field prediction that isn't
two
a
of those.
popular thing?
I have a domestic and an international. I've come prepared, Michael.
Well, you know what? You're the consummate professional.
I am something professional.
So what have you got for us? Top 4.
It is going to be Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea. All these idiots saying Spurs are going to get top 4. No, they're not, because as soon as a half-decent job... Remember, what's his name?
Ancelotti.
Ancelotti. I was going to call him Tony. Ancelotti signed an 18-month contract. That was half of last season and all of this season. So if he wants to leave for a decent job...
No, Conte. I thought you were making a comparison to when Ancelotti left for greener pastures from Everton. But, yeah, Conte signed an 18-month contract.
Yeah.
He's gotten everything that he wants, or maybe he hasn't. Maybe he hasn't. Maybe the players that they've signed
for that is because another club will want him, Barcelona, Real Madrid, maybe Juventus again, PSG. Some club like that, Man United, will want him. And if he's done a 5-year deal, they're going to have to cough up a fortune. If they only want him now, his contract expires on the 1st of July next year. So they have to pay 11 months now. If by the January transfer window, a club like when Newcastle sack Matey Boy, which they will do, he's going to want to go to a club like that. And then the only compensation they have to pay Spurs is fuck all.
Yeah.
So Spurs are not finishing top 4. So Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea.
Yeah, my predictions. The only difference is that I have Liverpool actually winning the league, but I have Chelsea in 4th. No. I have Conte. My whacked out suggestion, or whatever we want to call it, was that Conte doesn't finish the season at Spurs.
Very nice.
Your bottom 3.
Well, my left field one has got something to do with winning the title as well. So my bottom 3 is going to be Leeds, Southampton, Everton. All because they're going to carry on their form from last season. You made a good point about Nottingham Forest being a leviathan of British football. They are, back in the day, they were the team. They were much like Arsenal, loads of homegrown players. Everybody liked them. They played the beautiful game under Nigel Clough, under Brian Clough. Nigel was his son, and they won back-to-back European Cups. So did Villa won it back then.
79 and 80, right?
Yeah. Well, I say yes. I don't really know.
When I was over there, one of my best friends, the friend of mine who probably liked football the most, because he had European lineage, was a bloke called Rob, and he was a Nottingham Forest fan through and through. And it was not like, oh, that's your cute little team. Like mine was Arsenal, his was Forest. And both of those teams were competing for the first division, or to try to get as close to Liverpool as we could at the time, But Forest. I hope for Forest's sake, first of all, it's very near to your home.
It's where Sean lives. It's about an hour and a half. If Sean drives, it's an hour and 10 minutes. If a normal human being drives, it's nearly 2 hours.
And your 2 crazy predictions.
One is domestic based, which affects the league table, is where I agree with you. Haaland, I'm a Dortmund fan. Haaland was regularly injured. Haaland to pick up an injury in about October that will rule him out for the rest of the season, and Man City go and buy Harry Kane. But they don't get him in time, because someone on your show said earlier they've got loads of players that will score 15 goals a season. No, they don't. You've got De Bruyne, last season 15. Sterling's gone. Mahrez is on 11 goals. Foden 9. Gundogan 8, and the other one was Jesus, who had 8.
I would say
they are going to struggle without.
I would say Foden's in line to make that jump if something happens to Haaland. I think Foden makes that jump. Grealish, I just don't see that he'll ever make that jump.
No, so that is my left field. That Harry Kane will sign for Man City in the January transfer window, which will help fuck Spurs even more. And my other left field, the international one, England will not make it out of the group stage in the World Cup, and they will not win a game.
Not win a single game.
Nope, they are boring.
They will not beat Iran. They will not beat the United States. They'll not
draw. I wouldn't be surprised if they draw with Iran. And then the USA. Who else is in that group? Iran, USA, and Wales. Yeah, draw 3 games.
Wow. All right.
And Wales and the US of A will get through.
That is
and I will laugh.
That is as huge as an elephant's penis.
That's as huge as us two in the bath together. I mean, there you go. There's a can't draw Arsenal for me.
See, now I need to make sure to leave time in the hour for the outro. So we're going to do our draw right now for the next prize, which again is a Ruth Beck art print. Which Ruth Beck art print is it? It is
all of them
of Santi Cazorla. Beautiful Ruth Beck art print of Santi.
I know nothing. There you go. That's one for Loki.
I see nothing.
You don't even know what that is.
I see nothing. I know nothing.
Who says that?
I forgot. Oh, is that Topo Gigio or some shit like that?
No. It's only me and Loki will know that. I know nothing.
Who is it? What's that from?
Oh, wait till Loki puts it in the chat. Make him feel. Why is Loki up this late? He should be in bed. It's nearly the 2 of the A of the M.
All right. The winner. Oh, Faulty Towers.
Oh, Dave L got it.
Davey.
Excellent.
All right.
Loki put Manuel. I knew he'd get it. I gave your number to Gav, by the way, Loki. I don't know if the useless shit has rang you yet. If you do, be prepared for a 2-hour phone call. Woo! Here we go.
All right. The winner of the Santi Cazorla Ruth Beck art print. Now remember, if you already want a print, we're gonna redraw.
Yep.
The winner, Jerome Peter Santos.
That's me.
Jerome Peter Santos, your alter ego. Congratulations on the Santi Cazorla print. By the way, I have to say we've now done we've done 6 prize draws, and we've got about 30 some odd people who have donated in this window. In fact, that's that 31 that's saying right here, 31 entries. You've got very good odds of winning something at this stage if you've donated. So please make sure to donate early, donate often, and
donate big.
Go big or go home.
Go large.
And if you're already home, just go big then anyway.
Or don't bother.
So yeah, that is the prize draw. Congratulations to Jerome.
Peter. Was it Peter?
It's JPS is what I'm going to go with.
Oh,
Jerome,
they used to sponsor the Lotus cars in Formula One.
Yeah, exactly. What he said.
Yeah.
Any other? Let's see. I'm going to wait until at least one of our next guests show up.
Who's up next?
Up next, I said it like a minute ago. Paz and Elliot from Arsenal Vision.
Never heard of any of them.
I will check to make sure there's no cancellations. I don't see any.
Oh, that's always good. We don't like a cancellation. Have you managed to get Andy to pull his finger out and do more than one show? Was he only? Let me guess. He's turning up when you got Bergkamp on and Pele.
Yeah, I mean, he looked at the list of people on this podcast and was like, "I want that one. I want that one." I mean, he wasn't worried about what time it was.
I said, "I'll do the hour that nobody else wants to do for the Tuesday not Tuesday Club, the Sunday roast leftovers."
You've just completed that promise. Okay, and all right, so we do have. Let me see. One more question. One more question is not a question, but this is. This is from some time ago, and you know what? Actually, this doesn't fit with the tone. I'll bring it up a little bit later, but who'll be the first manager to be sacked this season? We haven't gotten your answer on that one.
Fatty Lampard, fatty Lampard, you fat fuck.
That's the end of that song?
Well, I just made it up. I can only do a certain number of lyrical bars before I start needing payment. So you can use that, but only that, and only use it twice. And then I want £10,000 for every other time that you use it. Fatty Lampard, fatty Lampard, fatty Lampard, go and fuck yourself, you fat fuck. There you go. Highlight of the show.
You gotta love English chants. I mean, we I don't think we could have that kind of originality at like a Commanders game or something like that.
I don't even. I looked through the list of all the NBA teams, and there was 15 of them I'd never fucking heard of. What a load of shit!
There's a lot of expansion going on. So, give me an example. Like the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, I can tell you because I have got a little thing called Sport, and I have a link on Wikipedia, and I can tell you the mofos that I've never heard of. Like the Toronto Raptors, never heard of those.
Well, they just won the championship a couple of seasons ago.
The Atlanta Hawks, the Washington. No, I think I've heard of the Wizards. The Minnesota Timberwolves, Oakland City Thunder, Portland Trail Blazers, the Sacramento Kings, the Dallas Mavericks, the Houston Rockets, the Memphis Grizzlies, the New Orleans Pelicans. Are you having a fucking laugh? Yes, I haven't heard of any of those lots, so they're never going to win anything. They're just making names up for them. All basketball is squeak, 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 score. It's just that for fucking 4 hours, however long it is you play it.
That little bird chirping thing that you did is the very first thing Elliot got to hear when he came into backstage. So
you may use that on any of your shows, Elliot, as an intro, because we do good intros. That's the only thing ABW are known for. And that's only good because people laugh at us for
that's
it.
A prime offer there. So we will end this off now as we hit 2 a.m. UK,
Bong.
9 p.m. here. We go into hour 7 of the 30 of the 20.
Seven.
This has been a special Tuesday morning, Monday night, Sunday roast. I think that's going to be the final name for it.
Up your bum, you dirty buggers.
And if I can find the outro. Where's the outro? What did I do with the outro?
Again, this could take fucking hours.
Here we go.
Going. Oh, here we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Love you.
Mama.
Thanks for watching the Sunday Roast with Mike and Danny. This is sometimes Mike, and this is Dan. And we have fun. Here's Bird Leno, and here's Sexy Mike riding a horse. Danny loves junk food. We know he does. And Mike does tricks. We love football, but hate talking about it. So we made this show. Why you watch it, we don't know.
But it's fucking hard work. Get off me, you buzzy cunt. Fuck off. I hate them.
The Sunday Roast is a joint production of a Bird Camp Wonderland and the Gooners Podcast. Join us every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for all the entertainment you didn't know you wanted, but can't live without. Have a great week, everybody. We out.
So, gentlemen, Elliot, we always start off the podcast with like you shaking your head at the most recent ridiculous thing that I've done. Are you glad that you came back from Portugal for this?
I quit.
Welcome to hour 7 of the Gooners versus Cancer POD-a-THON. We're going strong. Jared is now in the house with his hot black shirt, looking great. Welcome, Jared. And
good to see you, buddy. Elliot looking good as well. I like it. It's the official shirt of hour 7.
Yes.
What we need to do then is
I got the memo.
What we need to do is a little bit of this. And breaking his Gooners podcast duck is Paul, aka Paz, aka karaoke superstar. Welcome to the Gooners podcast, my friend.
Woohoo!
I think I heard that a couple months ago in London. So,
I don't like long introductions. That's why woohoo. It's like, fucking get on with it. Not you.
Yeah.
Not you.
No,
But not you.
Ask Elliot. I tend to do long introductions, and then there's like 4 minutes left in the podcast. So let's start off with this. First of all, if you're just joining us, where the hell have you been? We are raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society through our Gooners versus Cancer charity initiative. The way that you can help and also participate and win some cool stuff is by going to goonersvcancer.com. You can donate directly to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society on that website. And if you do so during this podcast, as many have already, you will be eligible to win incredible prizes like Ruth Beck art prints, like unsigned shirts, like signed shirts, like other things, artwork, like someone has behind them on their wall, actually, Jared, right?
Oh yeah, actually, I think tomorrow, maybe in the 9:00 a.m. hour UK time, this right over my left shoulder is a signed and framed print of Cesc Fabregas. So that'll go from my wall to yours tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Any donations you make between now and then, you're involved in every raffle through the end of the 27-hour pod, and then also in for the drawings for the rest of the GVC year. So the earlier you get in, the more chances to win. And if you're a fan of Cesc Fabregas, get them in now because that's going to go tomorrow morning.
Beautiful. So, Elliot, how's the ankle?
It sucks. And I see someone asked if I could hold my ankle up to the screen.
Yes.
And I want you to know that since that one time, I vowed never to put my ankles over my head on camera again. So the answer is
again.
No.
I've embargoed that. You have a lot of video that I'm contractually not able to leak out to the public.
I don't know. Do we want to do the thing where I hold up my phone to the camera? Will that work?
Sure. Yeah. Let's see this alien growing out of your ankle.
The thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see. And that was the other side of the leg. Yeah. I mean it. And then it did that thing that they tend to do, where it gets a little bit like that. Yeah, that's the good stuff.
It gets dark. And now, what happens when you incur an injury like that in a foreign land where nobody speaks the native tongue?
I mean, I don't know. I assume you get signed for a Jose Mourinho side or something like that. You know, it's like
ligaments is the international language.
It is.
I've done my legs is the same in Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
Did they think that you were just like what's the word when you embellish? I
just pointed to my ankle and said Santi Cazorla, and everyone started crying and carried me off to the hospital. It was a beautiful moment.
Carried you like in a funeral kind of type of situation.
Yeah.
Well, there's apparently this thing that I am late in the game at realizing, because I don't unfortunately have time to listen to every podcast everyone's ever done. But apparently you and James now, McNicholas, apparently hurting yourself bodes well for Arsenal. Is that what I'm understanding here?
I mean, look, I've heard that it works when James does it. All I'm saying is 4-0 over Chelsea when I did it. So granted, it was preseason.
By a 6-0 and an ecstatic performance.
What I will say is we haven't lost a football match since I've been out of the United States. So if anybody wants to extradite me to another country, preferably one that's warm year round, like I am happy to be extradited to a beach somewhere for the sake of the Arsenal.
No, now it's a beach. I was going to send you to Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, but no, now it's got to be a beach.
We're going to.
We'd love to send you off.
I mean, look, given the size of the mosquitoes here in the road construction, I'm not ruling it out. Like, let's not be picky.
Let's not be. So,
we'd like to put something together, but the TGP budget got eaten up by adult diapers this month, so
yeah,
gonna have to hold off for a bit.
Yeah, I hope you were not tuned in about 15 minutes before you came on the air. I trust that you don't watch our podcast any moment other than when you're on it. So I think we're.
I have my monitor turned off right now. I can't. I actually Googled, can you be on a stream without counting as a view? Just to see, but
just to undermine our entire thing. That's great. So Paul,
it's for charity. So
may I call you Paz? What's the history behind, and again, I may be rehashing things that have been explained, infinitely on the podcast that that you are part of, but tell our listeners who clearly are just learning about you guys for the first time how the whole Poznan in my pants situation happened. Speaking as someone who I'm going to go by Diz because I have a diaper in my pants. But how did Poznan in my pants? I mean, I'm doing it 27 straight hours. How did Poz come to be?
Yeah, but you're only a few hours into it. So the short version, Mikel Arteta scored a goal against Man City back in, 2013 or something. Won the game 1-0 with a screamer, a Mo El Neni style screamer from outside the box.
Wow,
and it was
that's
back
high
in
praise.
the days. Yeah. And like City were on the way up, but they were getting way ahead of themselves. They were spending loads of money. Their supporters were doing this Poznan celebration. Do you remember that?
I hated that. I mean, I know what the Poznan thing is, the turning around and doing
It was
the arm
very
thing.
it was very annoying, and I tweeted about something like, basically, "Take that, you bastards! I've got a Poznan in my pants." After that, and I thought I was in need of a tag, a name for Twitter, and I thought, Poznan in my pants. I thought to myself,
And here we are, almost 10 years later. And
Theo Van Ramscher out the door, blogs when he wants out the door. I changed it to Poznan in my pants.
have we had the 10-year anniversary? I mean, do we remember when that game was? Because
2013, pretty sure. So
Elliot, you gotta map this out. Make sure to do a 10-year anniversary show.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to a podcast. What was that? What?
You were making me jealous with that red wine. If I even remotely tried to start on the red wine right now, Jared would be doing the rest of the
the reason I poured this is I've got one of my children's diapers. I was going to pour it into the diaper and try to get a sense of, just give the real visual experience going on for you.
You know, I should do that actually with my Powerade. I've got some extra ones here. Is that for Bounty paper towels, or is that for the adult diapers? I think you can do both.
Can do both. I've seen it both ways.
Any kind of absorbency issues that you might have come to us. So how did you guys discover each other? I remember early stage Yankee Gunner when I was studying the podcast game and trying to listen to other podcasts. But what was the big meet and greet where you went running into each other's arms and said, "Let's do a podcast together"?
Paul, do you remember it that way?
Yeah, a bit like that. It was basically, I read the story, the biography of the Beatles, and I was struck by the similarities. Of
course,
Mean Linus Morris ran a site called Arsenal Vision, and he had a blog.
So that's his name. I was talking to Mean Lean over, and I didn't want to insult him by asking his name. So instead, I'm now announcing on the live stream that I didn't remember his name. But yeah, I've heard tremendous amounts about him. In fact, I think we met. Was he at the show at Victoria's Tavern?
He was. Yeah, he was indeed.
Yes,
great guy, and he was kind of a common connection to us. Elliot knew each other from just arguing on Twitter. That was our bond. We argued on Twitter. So we thought people would love to hear us arguing in the podcast instead. But Linus came to us, and a guy called James had come to him, Gunner Fanatic. Was it Gunner Fanatic 49? James, and
if we don't get this right, we're fucked.
Yeah, I know. And so he came to Linus and said, why don't you put together a podcast that, him, me, Elliot, myself. And so we thought, okay, we'll try one of those podcasty things. And, a few bumps in the road and worked a few things out. And then Tim Stillman got involved a bit. And then a bit like the Beatles, chemistry and stuff. And
highly underrated in podcasting. I mean, I've watched some podcasts, and I don't mean to sound like the old sage podcaster who can start judging other podcasts, but you can tell pretty early on whether there's chemistry or whether there's not. And to me, that's what links me in. I mean, it doesn't even have to be super informative as long as you feel like you're listening to people who actually genuinely enjoy talking to each other.
Yeah,
I was on
genuinely enjoy disagreeing with each other. That's the other option too.
But keep showing up for more though.
Yeah.
I was on another podcast at that time that I was doing called the Arse to Mouse podcast, with Tim Clark and Dave. And
that's a bit risque for you.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the ankles over the head thing. But
Yeah.
so I was enjoying doing that.
ATM cast.
Yep. And Tim and I had become friends at that time. And I said, I'm going to do another pod, I think. He said, why? You have this pod? And I said, because, this pod is incredibly irregular. It doesn't come out with any kind of reasonable schedule or frequency. So how on earth can we say we have a podcast? We do a podcast when you decide we're doing a podcast. He said, fair enough. Who are you doing it with? And I said, oh, it's this guy from Twitter, paused in my pants. And he took a look and he's like, well, I have him blocked. So that can't be a good sign.
I kept asking Elliot to ask him.
Or it could be a great sign.
I kept asking Elliot to ask Tim to unblock me because it was clogging up all my conversations. I was missing key beats. I was like, tell him, I promise I'll never talk to him. Just ask him to unblock. Like it was.
We were in a lot of mutual arguments on Twitter, and Paul was experiencing that awful thing that if you've ever been on Twitter with someone who's either blocked or private, and you see just like this tweet cannot be viewed, this tweet cannot be viewed.
Right. Oh yeah. Every single other tweet is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. Dave Lieberman still subscribing to the R's to Mouse podcast in case it just happens to come out. You should do that. Just
Dave, it will come out again.
Randomly put one out on the same RSS feed as you had the other one on, so that people who like Dave who never unsubscribed or who clearly haven't gotten.
There is no way I would give Tim Clark the benefit of that boost to the numbers on his RSS link after all these years of refusing to do a podcast. Not doing it.
Danny, the podcast historian. He may not be the podfather, but he is most certainly my podfather and the podcast historian. First show, December 20th, 2013. Imagine how
that's a long time ago now, isn't it?
World, yeah. Speaking of 10-year anniversaries coming up, that's got some heavy stuff coming up in the next 18 months. So we've learned how Paz got his name. Elliot, how did you first become known as Elliot?
So basically, after I think I was like 22, 23. And when you go to the guy who's giving you the new social security card and the new passport, one of the things they suggest is that you don't use the name of the identity you're trying to get away from. And so, it would have been because like the FBI can find you if you just use the same name over again. So he had a little,
that'd be a problem.
His
So he
old
just
name,
had a hat full of names that he pulled out.
His old name, of course, and I hope I'm not breaking any confidence, but Saul Goodman, I believe was the old name.
Well, I wasn't a attorney.
Yeah, you've dipped your feet in a lot of things, including Lisbon.
When you say it that way,
I know that didn't sound right. So, Jared, I don't mean to keep talking over you. If you have, I'm not talking over you. I'm just keeping you from talking. So,
to be fair, on my layout, you're talking under him. So
that's true. That's true. I do have a few more questions that are more kind of on topics of football. But any other anything you wanted to bring up, Jared, or questions for the lads?
No, I mean it's great to be on with these guys. You listen to the pod pretty regularly. First time getting to meet them.
You maybe. Like, do you have any relationship issues at the moment? Any problems, in the bedroom? Those are my areas. Elliot's more the football guy, but like who?
And I see you're still. I see you still don't hold the microphone near your mouth. You still don't.
Look, I got a thingy.
Look. Oh. Well, nice.
It has a life of its own. To be honest, it just kind of moves around on the desks.
Did Elliot ever just say Blue Yetis for everyone?
Yes.
Does he do that? Does buying steaks for the whole staff?
But then it was a bait and switch because I got rid of mine.
Yeah.
Well, and you broke mine.
Plus, I already had one, but he did literally say Blue Yeti is for everybody.
I tell everyone that
he did say that.
Is
wow, how about that, Mike?
And having
buying gifts for the whole crew. What about that?
Yeah, we're pros.
Put it out there, Mike.
I actually think, Jared, you and I are using the same one, but you have a poofier mic cover on it, and I want to know where you got that nice poofy mic cover.
Yeah, so I'll DM you a link or something. They're like $10. I've still got the one that came with it
because this doesn't do shit. This thing,
it's a dramatic difference. It's a dramatic difference with the larger one. It really is, especially if you have any background noise. It knocks it all right out.
I finally, after using the Rock Band microphone for a few months after after my Blue Yeti went kaput. I finally invested in this. It's apparently pretty good.
That's this.
Oh, it probably sounds like shit when I use it, but that's just because of me. But
So to be fair, it's great when you get like right up into it. But then if you want to be on camera, you got to.
let's see. How do I sound right now? Is this sexy or what?
Really good. Really, really good.
It's hard to focus on the sound when your face is that close to the camera.
Let's just say I've lost my erection.
There's no reason why talking into the microphone I have to be this close to the camera as well. But this is Mike. Playing the tunes that you
that
love
could be
in the middle of the
confused for a lot of things.
Yeah, I feel bad. There's somebody out there that just happened to log onto the stream like right at that moment and immediately log back off.
They're actually going to Gooners versus Cancer and extracting money rather than
make your donation now, and Mike will not do that again for the rest of this hour.
But we should do that. We should like put on the website all the things that I will stop doing for people if they just donate. Like it's essentially extortion. For charity,
But it'll be a banner year for Gooners versus Cancer.
It will. We'll break all kinds of records. And in fact, I've just refreshed the screen. We are now at $2,440 donated in this campaign, thanks to some very generous donations coming in. We have Tom Sable in the chat. Thank you for your donation. David Lieberman, another donation has come in. Brandon McKenna, who both you and I both know very well, Elliot, aka B, a very generous donation.
The best.
That comes with a free, because it was I don't want to break confidences, but it was of a certain amount where he also secures a free Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt. So thank you, B. I miss you. I love you. Robert Grimsley, Alexander Smith, and Anonymous. If you donate anonymously, that's great. We appreciate it, but you cannot win a prize because I can't see who you are. In the back end, I can, but I can't reach the back end right now, which is another thing that I just probably shouldn't have said. So
what if their name is anonymous?
If their name is anonymous and they can prove it to me, I will hand them an anonymous prize that they also will not know what it is.
Seems like the right solution.
Yeah, I think so. So incredible. We have someone that we know who's joining us for the next hour, who's already in the chat. He's raring to go. We can see he's working on his crab.
Can I ask a favor of Scott, since he's here in the chat? Can Scott try to post more pictures either with or just of his wife, use them in his Abby more, or share them on social media? Because we don't get to see her enough, and I'm just not sure how much affection he feels for her based on the fact that he's keeping her basically a secret from the internet.
So is it that we never see a picture, or is it that she's obviously so beautiful to look at that you want to see more pictures?
All I'm saying is he's only at about 97% Abby's involving his wife or
so it's always okay.
That's I mean, if you look at his, I think we can see in the chat here, it's
I should be doing that as well, because I think people would generally think more either about my wallet or my genitalia if I posted more pictures with my wife, because she is way too beautiful for me, as tends to be the case with podcasters. Paz, what are you working with?
Well, I'm thinking you cut out the middle, woman. Don't worry showing us your wife. Just show us your genitalia.
And we can infer the rest from there. Is that what
so instead of looking at my wife and saying, well, he must be either rich or must be packing, you just look at my package and say, oh, he must have a beautiful wife. and it's
not
kind of like
necessarily
the transitive problem. Oh God.
I don't know if I answered your question there. And speaking of that kind of topic, I'm actually trying to recover my own marriage from that photograph Elliot sent me of his ankle, which my wife found on my phone and thought I was in some kind of disturbing porn ring. So thank you for that, Elliot.
To be fair, you are. It's just not because of the picture I saw.
Right.
Not both.
Yeah. Right answer, wrong equation. But yeah.
That may have not been the evidence, but it doesn't change the reality.
Yeah. Did you say talk more about football or less about football?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to.
We've not spoken a sentence about football.
I don't think we can talk less about it. I don't think that's on the table.
Yeah, I'm going to steer it in a slightly footballish direction. Now, Elliot, you decided that I guess tapas and incredible views were more important than
topless incredible views.
Tapas,
incredible views,
and incredible views were more important than watching your Arsenal in person in the States. I do have to thank you because I became far more famous and popular amongst the crowds down there with you not having been there than I would have if you were there. But what have you made of this preseason? Are you, and again, you could get this every 4 hours. You can find out how excited he is on the Arsenal Vision, on the Patreon page. But have you been this excited about your football club going into a season in recent memory?
We posted 2 Patreon podcasts since I've been on this stream. Look, firstly, I just want to emphasize that, I missed out on the Arsenal tour here. I had a lot of FOMO, and the fact that I did it for you, Mike, I think is a point that should be made as much as possible.
That's why I allowed you to come on for an hour on this podcast.
Yeah.
That was the real charity involved here.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I mean, it is no joke that I was absolutely devastated to miss this thing. Booked this trip with my family 1 week after booking it. Arsenal announced not just that they're coming to the United States, but that they will be here while I'm gone. And you're then in that weird sort of liminal space of trying to decide, can you tell your family you're canceling their once-in-a-lifetime vacation so that you can have a once-in-a-lifetime solo trip to hang out with your football club and a bunch of good supporters? And
or a once every 2 years.
I couldn't quite get there. Right. And to be fair, Arsenal will come back to the States, I presume. So we will get to do this again. But no, I mean, look, the preseason has been absolutely amazing. And even if I didn't get to be around everybody for the USA tour, which was absolutely horrifying for me, I've loved the football part of it. And, Paul is really the preseason expert because he feels that it's arguably more important than the actual games. And he's on record as that. So
it's a leading indicator of the season. Not the season's a lagging indicator of the season. Preseason tells you how the season's going to turn out.
Yeah, literally. And if you just do basic math, and I know Scott's in the chat and he knows the math better than I do, but if you win 4-0 over Chelsea and 6-0 over Sevilla, then it only follows at 8-0, 10-0, 12-0, 14-0. I can't get
unless it's a geometric sequence.
Yeah, it could be 100-0 by the 4th game.
Yeah, your podcast intro with the 10-0 thing might actually have to be adjusted once we actually beat Palace 10-0.
Yeah, and Dave is right, by the way. I also had to bail on the LA tour early back when that happened. So it has not been a good run for me in the States, although I did.
Were you yet, though, back then? I mean, were you really you? No, I remember you did a live show in LA with Andrew.
Yeah, which, if you do a live show with Andrew, then you immediately become something relevant in the community. But
I tried
look,
that once.
didn't work. Sorry about that. Look, it's been great. The preseason's great. I find it very difficult to talk about the football right now because this whole thing has just been, I want to say off the rails, but there are no rails. There have never been any rails. We've not been on any rails. But yeah, the preseason's been amazing. We look incredible. And I think it only follows that we're going to win the league, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
Pause. Are you neg or pause about this season?
Oh, good one. No, I feel I wouldn't go that far. No, I feel really good. This is.
Are you crying?
I'm thinking about it. I don't think we have been this well, set up for a season.
Constructed.
Yeah. I'm unblocking here. We're in such good shape. The players we have in each position, the coverage, the 2 windows we've just put together, the mental space the team's in, the preparation in the summer, the fact that we've got most of the important players in place, the options, the clarity of the vision. I think in particular, what the word that popped when Arteta was talking at the start of the window was unpredictability, was what he was looking for. The good kind, by the way. I assume he didn't mean the bad kind. In terms of
losing to Everton out of nowhere is unpredictable, but not the kind that he's looking for.
Yeah. Frank Lampard still being employed at Everton is unpredictable, but not the kind we were looking for. Though I'm not sure, my stream got a little jaggy there. He might be gone by now. The thing with us is our options. Since that fella, Gabriel Jesus, you may have heard of him, has entered our lineup. Like, how often is the hype around a player, does it end up not doing him justice? I know it's just preseason. So there's the old preseason caveat. He might suck during the season, but he won't. He'll be bloody brilliant. And what he brings in terms of his own unpredictability, our variation, our options across the front, what he gives us in attack, in defense on a cold, wet Tuesday up north in terms of his work rate, his digging in. I mean, I genuinely think, if we're looking for a bit of a hyperbole, I've used this a couple of times and I'm still trialing it, that he's the most transformational player we've signed in a decade and a half.
More
now,
so than Alexis? Because
very much so.
I put him in the Alexis category.
No, I think he's much more, and I hope I'll have a hard job perhaps persuading you and Elliot of this. Well, I've never persuaded Elliot of anything, but I'll have a stab at this anyway.
I can get on board with this because I like the player, so it's fine.
Yeah. So look, I think Alexis was great, and in his own way, transformational, but not the most transformational. Alexis kind of did the Alexis thing, and of course he made the team better, and like he was a focal point, and he would dig out and get a goal, but like he was not covering all three sides of the pitch at once. Rotate, like, now don't get me wrong, he did, great player, did some of everything. But look at what Jesus does up and down the pitch for every aspect of it, dropping in.
You're 100% right, and this comment is when I talk about transformational and that sort of thing. I look at it from Alexis's standpoint. He was a guy who was ready to go from being a 6 to being a 10 because of the team that he was on being almost too good around him to make that leap to be the top guy on the team. But he didn't come here and instantly make 5 players even better than they were before the moment he stepped on the pitch. And that's what Gabriel Jesus has done without playing one Premier League game for us yet.
Yeah, and of course we're still in preseason, but what are we going to talk about? But like Alexis was great and he did some of this, but like I retold the story of Jesus with the other Jesus, the fellow who came before, the one who came before, with the 5 loaves and 2 fishes, feeding the 5,000, which I think biblical scholars have got wrong. It's actually a story about a guy overperforming XG. Ba-boom. Do you get it? 5 loaves.
2,000 years later, be known as the other Jesus.
Yeah, well, 5 loaves, 2 fishes, and he feeds 5,000.
Bad statistics.
Yeah. How far can you overperform XG than to feed 5,000 with 5 loaves and 2 fishes? And
for me, it's that the oil lasted 8 nights. That's overperforming XG in my world.
Okay.
But the Hanukkah story. But it's I mean, Gabby Jesus is seriously. I mean, there was a point at which it wasn't necessarily, and I'm going to push this to you, Jared. There was a point where Gabby Jesus wasn't the clear, he's our guy that we're going to go after and get, and it's almost done. Where it was still, should it be Dominic Calvert-Lewin? Should it be Tammy Abraham for 80 million? Should it be Isaac? Should it be blah blah blah? And I was like, Jesus just makes so much sense. Like why I mean, a target man like Tammy Abraham would be great to have, but if we're having to choose one, it had to be Gabby Jesus.
Oh, absolutely. I think he just fits the system perfectly, and having worked with Arteta before obviously is going to be beneficial to him integrating a little more quickly. I think it also speaks to people don't want to hear this as fans, the patience that is required sometimes to get where you need to be. I mean, we think back just 6 months in January, there was a lot of people saying, hey, stump up the 75, 80 million for Isaac, whatever that figure was. And the team chose not to do that.
Would have
We get
killed.
to summer.
It would have killed this club for years.
Yeah, it would be a really unwise move. I mean, he's completely unproven, didn't even have a great goal scoring record this year. Now, he may turn into a player down the line, but when you're a team who's trying to make a quick transition back into the Champions League, you need somebody that can make an instant impact. Fast forward to summer for only 45 million, you bring in Jesus, who's, you know, at this point hit the ground running and looks incredible. And when you ask the question, is this the most excited you've been about preseason in a number of years? I think all Arsenal fans are a little bit unexplainably optimistic to start the season a lot of times. So I would say this is the year that they're most justified in how excited they are for the start of the season, because this seems like a pretty well-rounded, well-balanced team that's pretty versatile in a lot of areas, and one that, you know, knock wood, it is Crystal Palace away where we struggle. I think it's a team that is going to kind of carry forward what we've seen in the preseason a little more smoothly into the regular season than we have in prior years.
What that Crystal Palace opener, though, gives us the opportunity to do is absolutely just slam the mojo out of the way, whatever you want to call it. Just absolutely take that kind of choke at Selhurst Park mentality and the season opener loss against Brentford, and literally just demolish all of those bugaboos all at one time. And then how strong is the feeling around the club going to be if we could do that? And I think there's more to gain from this game than there is even to lose if we were to lose it. You know, Elliot, do you agree with that? And you know, I mean, can we drop points against Palace on Friday without the pitchforks coming out to the point where people are starting to freak out about Bournemouth the following week or whoever we have after that?
Yeah. I mean, I think we can. I mean, every game matters, and every real game, competitive game, is where the most sensible judgments can be made. And so, you know, to the point of whether Jesus can be more transformational than Alexis, for example, I absolutely see a path to that. But we are comparing one of the great players of the last decade, not just at our club, but in the league, to a guy who looks great in preseason. So while I'm prepared to be open to the idea that he can be more transformational, of course, he has to now go out and do it when it matters. And so, I think that's the thing for this club, right? Like, at the end of the day, this is still a very young team. And I think we have to accept that not always, but usually young teams, the biggest problem you have with them is the inability to consistently repeat the same level of performance over and over and over again. That just, you know, part of the development of your professional career is your consistency, not necessarily your highest level, but your consistent level. And so I think we'll be excellent this season. I think we'll be better than we were last season. I think having a great center forward, and I believe Jesus can be that, will help. I think the back line looks more complete, and we are better positioned to overcome the challenges of players being absent. But as a team that is young, I think we still have to expect that there will be probably a greater delta between our highs and our lows than you might see from this team in 2 seasons when the key players are 24, 25, 26, or 25, 26, 27 versus 22, 23, 24. So that would be the only thing I'd say. The reason I'm interested in the Palace game in particular, though, is, you know, when we put their back line under pressure in both games, home and away, they looked tissue paper thin. The first 15 minutes at home and the last 15 minutes at home, it looked like they could have conceded 6 to us. And even in the second half against them in the away game, I thought we created chances and put them under pressure. The problem is in the intervening periods, we couldn't get out of our defensive third, both at home and away. I think the way we're pressing this preseason, I think the added athleticism of Jesus, I think the added capability of not having to play Cedric and Nuno Tavares on the edges, you know, being able to play Zinchenko and Ben White, the added mobility of Saliba, and a fit midfield that looks ready to go. Yeah, I think, Mike, that we are really well positioned for this Palace game, and they have had a pretty crap preseason. They didn't bring their whole team on tour. They really weren't, didn't have the chance to get ready. So while, going away to open the season Friday night under the lights, raucous crowd, whole nation watching again, second season in a row, it's a lot of pressure for this young team. I do think we're set up very well to succeed in this game. And I do think it's fair to look to this game as the first sign of whether what we saw in preseason is realistic, I
think that's a good point, what you said. And the added depth is a big one. Ben White, who I think when Tomiyasu is healthy, he's still going to be the starting right back for the most part. But we talked about, and you mentioned Jesus in the press and how effective he is, and that's absolutely the case. But when you look at the way the team moves as a whole, everybody's on the same game plan. There's so much continuity in the way they press. And we've made it difficult on teams to get out from the back. When you watch these replays, Odegaard is very good at directing traffic from his position, and also kind of the unsung hero for me, just because he doesn't get a lot of credit early on, is Ben White in the press. He does a phenomenal job when Saka pushes up and that winger comes back to help. He really does a good job of getting forward and kind of eliminating that bailout spot. And as soon as he does that and that player turns, that's when we've got people and we've forced some errors and it leads to easy goals. Now, again, it is preseason, but Chelsea game, Sevilla game, they're starting maybe not their best 11, but a very good 11. I mean, they're not putting a youth team out there. And very early on, we've been able to give those teams problems with our press. And I think the entire front four, deserves credit for that, rightfully so. But I think Ben White as well is someone who kind of gets forgotten about, but his impact in that has been pretty noticeable in those early games.
Yeah.
Ben White, interesting comment from Lee Dixon earlier in this podcast. This is called a callback, but it's a callback to 5 hours ago plus. We asked him about Ben White as a right back, and there was about a 4-minute pause and sighing and stuff before he finally gave the answer. Now, no one knows right backs better than Lee, and I know from experience and hearing him talk about Hector Bellerin many years ago, he's not afraid to give his critical, sharp opinion, especially about something he knows as well as right back. So, are you, Paz, comfortable with him kind of being Tomiyasu's second over Cedric, Bellerin, Maitland-Niles, or new signing, which is not going to happen? Are you comfortable with Ben White, or are you going to defer to Lee Dixon, who seemed? I mean, let me be fair. He said he's probably our second best option at right back. It wasn't that that Cedric would be favored over him, but are you comfortable with it? Because I'm pretty comfortable with it until he said that.
Yeah, look, I've played right back myself in my career at various times. Yeah, he's great. Like, he's not going to be Tomiyasu.
Imagine saying that about this time last year.
Yeah. Like,
our 50 million pound player is not going to be that guy that no one's heard of for 14 million pounds.
Yeah. Look, Tomiyasu, like, he's I'm into transforming things. He's transformed that whole corner of the pitch and enabled us to do things we couldn't do before. Ben White's really good. And he's also growing into that position for us. He's done some full backing for other teams, but like, it's kind of stepping in for a game or two. If he gets a run doing this for us, he'll start picking his moments when he's more adventurous, because that's, even though we don't think of Tomiyasu as an attacking fullback, he certainly supports the attack. He gets into the right spots. He makes good choices. He's two-footed. Ben White's, he's got a lot of Tomiyasu in him. I mean, like, you can look at other.
Is that in the All or Nothing documentary? The point where Tomiyasu becomes in. Sorry.
The point where they say that he has a lot of Tomiyasu in him.
Yeah, and then they show it with full penetration.
Can I make a comment about Lee's comment and just about why I'm not super concerned about Ben White being able to handle right back? Is that, and again, with all due respect, the fact that Lee knows more while he's sleeping than I know right now, awake and speaking. I think you have to look at how we play. And we play in build-up in a 2-3-5. Ben White and Zinchenko are playing midfield, right? They're playing right midfield and left midfield off the shoulder of Thomas Partey. That's where they're playing. Our right backs are not running the touchline up and down the flanks anymore. That's not the position they're in. And we are going to try to press the opposition off the ball in their attacking third. In the midfield, or a mid block, we're still going to try to press and trap and take the ball off in a mid block. When we get into a low block, okay, then we may be into more of a 4-4-2. We will be in a 4-4-2 in a low block. I don't think we'll be in a low block very often, except maybe in big games. But in a low block, you're doing very little isolated defending. I think Ben White could not be a fullback in the traditional run the touchline sense. He can't do what Kieran Tierney does, right? But what he can do is he can occupy that right half space in the midfield ahead of the line of two center backs and in that 2-3-5 shape. And it's sort of a position he occupied a lot for Brighton, ironically. So it's not so much that I think he's a great right back, although Tomiyasu kind of proved me wrong about what qualifies as right back, because I tend to think of athletes who can, really have a lot of pace and get up and down the touchline and have a lot of quality on the ball in the final third. And Tomiyasu is a shutdown defender who has 2 good feet and not a lot of pace, and he worked out great. I think your ability to be great at fullback is going to depend a little on the way we want to play fullback. And right now, I think Ben White suits where the right back plays in the same way Zinchenko does on the left. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not a question of whether he's a right back or not. It's a question of whether he's a fit for the way that player on the pitch plays. And I do think he is for that.
Yeah. And so big fan of Ben White because he is not Callum Chambers. That's basically her reason for liking Ben White so much. But let's take a quick detour and get your picks for the top 4, bottom 3, and one kind of out of left field prediction. It doesn't have to be Arsenal related. It could be anything football related. And we will start with you, Paz. Your top 4?
Top 4 would be Liverpool, City, Spurs, Arsenal.
You are one of 2 people who have had the balls to pick Spurs ahead of us, and in third. I don't see it personally, but you.
The point is that
they're the 2 best looking people. You and Simon Collings have both picked that. So
without doubt. Well, the point is, it doesn't really matter whether we see it. It's whether Antonio Conte sees it, and he likes what he's got, and he had his team at a certain level, and I think.
Do we know he likes what he's got?
Yeah, he's stopped whining.
Maybe he's just like,
no.
Why am I getting why am I getting B-Tech Gabriel
Mike,
Jesus with this?
Just to make sure, can you do that again? So I'm sure I got it. Can you just do that?
Yeah, my blood pressure just. Your bottom 3.
An angry thumb. His bottom 3.
Yeah, my bottom 3. Oi. Fuck, I don't know. I've given it no thought. It's one of those things I don't really care.
Well,
if they're that bad, good riddance.
I can't. Yeah, Fulham, Bournemouth, and Forest are the 3 promoted teams. But just pick 3 teams out of your ass.
Yeah, I'm going to pick those 3. It's been a long time since the 3 who came up went down. Why not?
Yeah,
screw them.
I think the odds against that are very statistically not likely. I think you're the first person to actually send Forrest down. And your out of left field prediction for football in general.
Yeah, but the odds are unlikely for any 3 you pick.
Well, that is true. I agree with that.
Thank you.
And we could quantify that on the next portion of the show with the numbers people.
Yeah.
Your outlandish prediction that you think will come true, but will surprise people.
Haaland kind of sucks this season. Eventually, he'll be successful, but like we spend at least half a season thinking,
we
it's not
thinking
working.
Like Timo Werner kind of season, or
It's just not really. It's kind of working for him. It's kind of working for City. They get their shit together towards the end of the year. I mean, they might end up winning the Champions League if they get it right before the end of the season, which would be all they care about.
Yeah,
but
I mean, they literally probably couldn't care less about the league at this point. They'll win it. They might not. They might accidentally win it, but the Champions League is clearly that. I mean, they just cannot get over that hump.
Yeah, that's why he's got a striker. He didn't want to play like. That's why he wanted Harry Kane. It wasn't because
he saw what Karim Benzema did last season. He's like, I got to get a guy.
He wants a guy. He's going to have to play him during the season, but they'll win their games anyway. You know, if he got Harry Kane, he'd play him during the season because he has to. But he only really has him around because he wants to wheel him on halfway through the second half of the Champions League final when he knows his bunch of bottlers are planning to bottle it again on him.
Well, that is your hot take of the night. Elliot, your top 4, bottom 3.
I'll go.
Then everyone in between ranked in order. Of toothpaste.
Down how far into the pyramid?
To the Vanarama South, Isthmian.
Okay, can do. I definitely think Hartle Black Forest Pool United FC could win that division, but for me,
Elliot, that's not funny. That's the team Clive manages.
It's like Dulwich Town Albion,
Barton Rovers.
There you go.
Barton Rovers, that is his club. So yeah, all right. Because I mean, I still feel like Liverpool and City are a bit of a toss-up, but I think just because of their depth, I'll go with City. City 1, Liverpool 2. I think it's between Spurs and Arsenal for 3rd and 4th, but obviously, I don't think you can count Chelsea out. I know they don't look great right now, but there's still a lot of talent. I think Tuchel's a pretty good manager. They keep things pretty tight, so it just depends whether they can get the goals. But yeah, I'll say City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs. Why not? Just so that people will like me, because I want to be liked. Let's be honest.
I mean, that's what this whole podcasting thing is about.
I don't know if I even believe it, but let's do that.
Okay. And your bottom 3? Speaking of wanting to be not liked by people in Bournemouth, one person has not picked Bournemouth to go down. We have now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 predictors.
Are they that bad?
I just think they're easy to pick to go back down. They haven't really done anything to improve themselves.
Yeah, they haven't spent any money, have they?
I don't.
Norwich City. I mean, they're going to come up, go down, come up, go down.
I think so.
To be fair, I like it when they go down because then we can start the season first in the table.
Yeah.
Whereas if they go by AFC Bournemouth, then we're second, and I don't appreciate that, so they can fuck off. I mean, I'm looking at it. It's pretty hard to get past the teams that got promoted just because the other teams have all been spending a lot for a long time now at this point, right? I mean, the finance gap is pretty big. I think the 3 promoted sides could go down. That's not fair. I mean, you know what? Yeah, no, fine. AFC Bournemouth can fuck off. That's fine.
I realized I'd be able to keep it up here
care?
longer than doing it because you were digging deep into your eyelids for the verbiage to go along with your thoughts. But
yeah, no, they can fuck off. Yeah, so I think the 3 promoted sides. The only thing I'll say is if Lampard doesn't get sacked, then Everton have a shot to go down because he is an absolute disaster, and they are an absolute disaster. So
I mean, this has got to be his last. He'll be coaching Dulwich Hamlet Albion FC. I mean, that'll be the only
Clive
job.
will hire him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. The relegated teams go down. The Arsenal finishes 3rd. Yeah,
So
I'm good with that.
the
What
promoted
else do you
teams
want
go
from
down.
me? Yeah.
The 3 promoted teams go back down.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're out of whack, super crazy, intuitive, special prediction.
I will go with what Paz went with, but just on the other side of that coin and say Darwin Núñez frustrates Liverpool fans and his lack of actual footballing ability becomes an issue for them. And at some point during the season, he is not starting for them for some consistent period of time.
I've been saying for months that like I really want to put money on, and I've specifically picked this player out because he isn't Mo Salah, and he is. I think I bet much better odds on it. But Diogo Jota will get more Premier League goals this season than Darwin Nunez. That's what I really want to go with. But
and here's the irony, right? There are some players that are really suited to playing the big teams. And I actually think Darwin Nunez it could be a weird season for him, right? Because against like a Manchester City, that's a good matchup for him. They're going to try to play high up the pitch. What does he do well? Run really fast in a straight line with real physicality and strength and score goals. And so against them, he could be good. Hell, against us, it could be a problem. But against those teams that want to sit in, that that want to force you to pick your way through, a guy who doesn't trap the ball or pass the ball very well, like, I don't know, man. Like, I think Darwin Nunez could be tricky. Now, look, he can score a lot of great goals, and he physically has the skills to just cause a lot of problems. So this could look really bad. But I think he is probably the least technically skillful attacking player they've had in their front line in a long time. I'll put it that way. He sure as hell can't do the kind of stuff that Firmino did in there. He can't do the kind of stuff that Sadio Mane was doing at the end of last season, or Diogo Jota would do, or Luis Diaz would do, or Salah can. So maybe they, and look, to be fair, City went the same direction too. They said, let's get a big guy who can run in behind. Maybe they know something I don't. But for right now, I like him to maybe disappoint people.
Well, Haaland can do a lot more than just run behind compared to Nunez. I mean, there's a gulf in class between those two.
They're going to be compared this season, but I don't think they are comparable. I agree with that.
No, they're not. They're not. And you could then add the third to that, which is Gabriel Jesus, who's half the price of Haaland, and 2/3 or less the price than Nunez, and I think probably has more impact on his team than any of the others.
The question is whether he's double the player they both are, or even more than that. And I would say at least double the player they both are.
I would say treble. Just so that I can say treble.
Well, I think there's a couple things that are going to work against Nunez. Is one, the obvious comparison to Erling Haaland. They came into the two big teams. They're the new number 9s. When in reality, let's be honest, if Haaland doesn't have a release clause, he's a 150 million pound player we're talking about. Yep. And Nunez, that's not his fault. There's nothing he can do about it, but he's going to be a little bit unfairly put up against a player who's just at a much higher level than he is, and a much higher level than most every striker. And the other thing Elliot said that I thought was pretty on point was when you look at the technical quality of Nunez compared to the other attackers at Liverpool, he's coming in last. And that doesn't mean he's extremely poor, but there's a very high technical quality there. And I think kind of similarly, Luis Diaz is so good and hit the ground running, and he's at such a good level. I think Nunez is going to have a tough time just because he's going to struggle in comparison to how effective Diaz is going to be right off the jump this season.
Now, this is the only irony of football, though, right? Like, Haaland comes in, has a couple of clear chances against Liverpool in the Community Shield, doesn't put them away. Nunez converts, and like, the narrative right now is, Haaland's a donkey, he's a bust. Nunez is a star, look at this. And like, to be fair, sometimes that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The season starts, Haaland has never been under scrutiny like he's going to be now in England. He feels the pressure. Nunez would have been feeling the pressure, but he goes up against City in his first game, gets a goal, gets the pressure off his back, and feels lighter than air. I mean, those kinds of things can matter, but ultimately football is still about the skills you have. And I do think Haaland is a much better complete player than Nunez. And so,
well, he wasn't a system player at Dortmund that benefited from. I mean, he's just a beast and an incredible talent that I say right now is the second best player in the world. And I prefer the top 3 players in the world to be outside of the Premier League unless they're with us. I'd
say our front 3 is probably the 3 best players in the world.
Yeah. I mean, right now Martinelli is
Jesus and Martinelli,
and then like 8th would be Mbappe. Jared, we're going to get to your top 4, bottom 3 in the next hour since you're sticking around with us. We have a prize draw to do, and then we've got 2 more amazing individuals. We're going to bring them in as we're going to do a little bit of a handover situation where we have 6 real quick, and then we say goodbye to Elliot and Paz because everybody's shown up beautifully on time. But first, a prize draw for another piece of Ruth Beck art. We're in the Ruth Beck art zone right now. Go to buyruthbeckart.com. for her amazing artwork. She is so generous, lovely. Will be joining us at 8 a.m. UK time. So that's in another 4 hours. This is a gold trophy. Arsenal apparently won this at one point, and she has made a artist rendering of this. So it's a beautiful piece of art that you can win. And the winner, let me share this for legal proof that I'm not doctoring the drawings. The winner of the Ruth Beck art thingy is Jalal Haji. Congratulations, Jalal. You have won a piece of art that is going to make your home just 91,000 times better than it was before, and I hope that I haven't insulted your home.
Coincidentally, 91,000 times the same amount better that Gabriel Jesus is than Darwin Nunez and Erling Haaland. So.
That is true for half the price. So let me just record this real quick so that I do not lose it.
And Jared is going to message me the link to his poofy pop filter.
Absolutely.
That's really what we've taken away from this segment.
I'll have to look it up. I've had it for a while, but I'll definitely get it over to you.
Is it the yeah? I mean, is it like the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on Fletch thing where he's like, where Fletch was 5'7" and 6'4" with the hair? Like, is your microphone twice the size with the thing?
It's a pretty significant difference in size to the stock. Yeah.
That's what she said. All right, we begin our number 8 with the addition of two fine gentlemen, both making their duck baking appearances on the Gooners podcast. So we continue to break ducks. Let me just make sure I can properly do the duck breaking thing here. Now that normally we reserve that for our Patreon, but today you get that for free, and we're gonna bring on Matt, aka Giant Gooner. Welcome, to the pod, Matt.
Hey. Elliot,
and Scott, aka
AVP supremacy.
Yeah, Jared, we're about to be subject to a hostile takeover if what we had to offer was worth taking over.
Well, that's what Matt's
I was
here
going to say
for.
it'll be the most viewed
That's the right
episode
guy
we've
for
ever
it.
had if these guys just hang out and kick us off.
Yeah, exactly.
We're doing an M&A.
We're doing it. Yeah, I know what M&A means to you, and we're not doing that. But I was sore the last time we did an M&A. But
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
Matt, aka Giant Gooner, I love you, man. It's been good. It's been a while since we last saw each other, and we're going to talk financials coming up pretty soon. But welcome to the pod. It's a pleasure to finally have you on.
it's exciting to be here.
And Scott, this is the Scott, the Crab Man himself from Crabstinia.
We've got crabs with us.
Be sure to check yourself, right?
You get those from doing the M&A
Not
too much.
breaking it to duck to the Gooners podcast.
Yeah, these are two of the most analytical mofos in the motherfucking hizzle. I mean, that's basically what I'm going to say. What one I can relate to because he's all about the maths and the finances. The other I can't because he actually claims to know stuff about football and how to analyze it, and that is just not, as Elliot can tell you, that is not my cup of tea. But Elliot, Paz, anything you want to say to your close friends before we physically extract you from this podcast?
I love you.
I love you too, my friend.
See, I still love Paul, even though we argue on Twitter sometimes.
We never used to argue. Then we
we've been arguing on Twitter for a decade, Paul.
But that was a great recording when you recorded it and argued on a podcast too.
We've been
I heard
arguing
it.
ever since the podcast. That's for sure. I do argue a lot. Sometimes I think it might be me, not them, and then I think about that a bit more, and I think, no, it was definitely them.
No, it's better to say it's not.
Is it me that's wrong? No. It's the kids.
Elliot, thank you for joining us again. Paz, it's a pleasure to see you. When is your next venture? Not to break news or anything, but have you talked about another? We're going to be doing a show on September 2nd over there. But when's your next? And let me guess, September 2nd in a larger venue than we have.
How many people are in your venue?
4,291.
You're a liar.
So the 4,292 person venue that we lined up on September 2nd is ready to go. No, we are going to try to redo the Vegas event that got canceled due to COVID. So that's in the works. And we're looking at, and this is,
and you don't need me anymore for that now that you know everybody that I introduced you to. So.
That was really that was really the mistake you made.
I completely played my hand way too early.
Yeah. We met all 4 of those girls. Yes.
So didn't say it.
Didn't.
Yeah, we're looking at the World Cup break as a possibility for that. Get all the Americans over into Vegas. Have Clive and Tim come over, and then mercilessly boo them while we watch England versus USA together. Talk Arsenal. Have a great get together.
That's Thanksgiving weekend.
It's the day after Thanksgiving.
Bingo. It's the perfect time because you can get away from your family.
Cheap flights to Vegas for Thanksgiving. It's surprisingly not a Thanksgiving destination.
I did Vegas for Thanksgiving at age 20, and I don't think any of the activities I engaged in are things I'm comfortable sharing on the internet.
You mean 21? You mean 21? You were 21.
Oh, that's right. I was absolutely 21.
And yeah, I mean that sounds like something that could potentially end my marriage. Considering we do her parents. Well, we don't do her parents, but we go to her parents' house.
That could end your marriage. That could end your marriage.
My partner in Vegas that weekend was my eventual wife, but at that point, my 2 months into our relationship's girlfriend. But anyways, let's not go down this road.
Scott and I met for the first time in Vegas, and I can tell you that it was wonderful, and I would like to do it again. So
you're not supposed to talk about that though, because
I mean, selfishly, it's a really easy trip for me. So I like all the stuff going in Vegas.
Yeah, you're just down the road in Reno, right?
Well, it's a 7-hour drive, but it's a nice easy flight.
But it's down a road, is it not down a road?
We are all down the road from everybody at all times.
I mean, unless there is a moat,
goes a long way.
Unless there is a moat in between you and Vegas, you are down the road from Vegas. Paul, Elliot, love you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Anytime you guys want me to return the favor, I will be happy to jump on.
Do me a favor, just sit by the phone. Just sit by the phone and
we'll
wait.
get straight on that, Mike. Mike, never elect to defend yourself in court.
That's good advice. And on a serious note, having been on the podcast for various snips and promotions, which have an incredible impact on our ability to raise funds for Gooners versus Cancer, I really, truly appreciate the support that you and your whole team give us. And even just being a very ancillary portion of things where someone comes up to me in Orlando and says, "Hey, I heard you on the Real podcast." Oh wait, you have a different podcast? That's still really encouraging to hear. So I appreciate that.
You put a lot of positivity into our community, and by our community, I mean the Arsenal community. What you do is incredibly important. And seeing you in London, which I assume is where you live, because I've never seen you not there. Except when Arsenal's here. It's easy to see the impact you have on people. So love you and thanks for letting us.
Well, we shared a very tender embrace during that trip, and I value what you said to me, and I will be moving in shortly. So take care. See you later, guys.
It was surprisingly fun.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jared.
I'll take that. I will take that.
Take
care, bud.
See you, Jared. See you
later. Thanks a lot.
Get a ball.
Woo! All right. We are now in hour 8, and I'm feeling pretty strong right now. It could have something to do with all the Red Bull, and I'm headed for the inevitable crash. But I'm excited because this is like an analytical hour that we have, and you can't spell analytical without anal, as I learned once a long time ago. But so Scott, tell us about the level 11 beer foodie badge on tap, because this has got to be the biggest thing you have going on right now.
So well, this was a mini vacation that I just got back from, and I did go to I think 4 breweries. So I was definitely
we have to put you in solo layout for this.
Okay, yeah. So I just got back from a nice little camping trip, Mammoth Mountain with the family. So I hit up a bunch of yummy places to go drink some beer. Brought myself some whiskey, and it was a nice little getaway. Although we did have a big thunderstorm that came in last night, where we got almost 2 inches of rain in about an hour, and that was a really interesting to watch all the people that weren't prepared for rain, struggle to get things going.
But did you live stream your near-death experience as I did? Just because I just wanted one last connection to the Gooner family during what I thought was going to be the death of myself and my family last week in Sarasota.
I didn't. I should have. Right? I did go do a little bit of hiking, and there was some cliffs that I got a little bit too close for my wife to really kind of understand. Let the kids get a little bit too close to where she was kind of freaking out. I didn't live stream it though because I like to live.
Yeah, that's smart. Now you haven't called it camping in this discussion, but you called it camping to me.
I think I did call it camping, right? I don't know. It was camping. We
were on a family vacation. And
in a motorhome.
In a motorhome, yeah. Well, I mean, Matt, are you being like a New Yorker? I'm guessing you don't like roughing it too much. You're not like the campsite on the ground with the fire and the dirt and the shit.
I am a walking stereotype. I have a bad back. I can't do any of that. I go hiking, but day hikes.
If it comes to pitching a tent, forget about it. I mean.
Yeah, I'm too old for a tent, right? I need a real mattress and heating and air conditioning and all those kind of things now. I'm in my 30s.
So it's glamping, isn't it? Is that what it's called? Glamping?
100%.
All right. So that was fun. Matt, did you prefer Matt or Giant?
I usually go Matt. Matt works.
Okay. Because, I think I told you the story that at the Arsenal Vision and Arsblog show in London in May, I was walking down taking video of the line waiting to get in, which was enormous. And someone called out and said, "Hey, you're Giant Gooner." And I was like, I mean, that's fucking rude. I'm like,
I was wearing a New York Giants t-shirt for the record.
You were. I was not. And yeah, I was like, I'm a Giant Gooner, but I'm not Giant Gooner, but thank you. How did you what's the crossover and the origin story for Arsenal? And and obviously you have a financial background, a little different than mine, but in the same spirit of how you look at things. How did you kind of merge those two things together in something of a productive way?
They do come from the same place. So I was for years in the 2000s, I was running the London desk of my operation. And by the London desk, I very much mean I was living in New York, but I was working London hours in addition to New York hours, which was a lot of fun. And of course, I was traveling to London a fair bit. Over the summer of the 2010 World Cup, I watched the tournament and fell in love with the sport. And I decided I'd start supporting a club to watch the sport more full time. And I was going to support a London club because I was traveling to London fairly regularly for work. And I didn't want to support Chelsea because the whole Abramovich thing was squicky. And I didn't want to support
What year
Spurs.
was this? Did we set the time?
This is 2011 now.
Okay.
Oh, and I was about to have my first kid, and so I knew I'd be waking up early anyways. Before that, I was always a late sleeper, and so the whole Premier League thing would have been questionable. So I was about to become a father, and I was traveling to London, and I was falling in love with the sport. I wasn't going to support Chelsea. Abramovich, it was too squicky. I wasn't going to support Spurs because I don't support shit. And so now I support Arsenal.
You knew enough to know that Spurs were really kind of, because when I chose Arsenal, or when Arsenal chose me, I almost chose Tottenham because I was looking for the closest team to where I lived, and I saw a tube stop called Tottenham Court Road and thought that was where Tottenham played. Thankfully, it isn't. And then I discovered Arsenal. Had I known at the time that Tottenham were quote unquote associating themselves as the Jewish team, that could have potentially been something that drew me in. And I thank God, now that I know a little bit more about that whole disgusting situation, that didn't happen. But you knew going in that Spurs were off the, and
I mean, if you want to get rid of the bravado, that was sort of like the Gareth Bale and Aaron Lennon, and they were knocking at the doors of Arsenal. Okay,
Modric
because this is
just left, right? Yeah.
This is a safe space where I could admit something here. That was also the summer that Arsenal bought StatDNA, and I was very excited by that idea because I was always been into the sabermetrics thing. So the idea that Arsenal had bought a data company was also very much the thing that drew me. Besides that,
how'd that work out?
I've heard behind the scenes stories. I mean,
just let it flip, right? Just let it come on. Let's get the whole story.
Yeah, no one's.
I don't have a whole story that's worth Here's what I would do. I would synthesize the stories I've heard with the stories I've read on the internet, and I think the way that I would frame it is that Wenger was interested in incorporating data into decision making, but it struggled to happen consistently and effectively.
Was
And
was that partially because at that stage he was essentially the glue? I mean, he was like, I used an analogy earlier of like a guy standing on two different canoes trying to like keep them from ripping his legs apart. But he was literally Usmanov, Kroenke, fourth place, because I mean, like he was essentially the thing, and getting into fourth place was so. Did he have too much on his plate to actually allow the Stats DNA thing to do what it was intended to do?
I don't think it was that. I think there was a problem of integration into the decision-making process. And I'm going to project, because no one is, like, it's very hard to hear much. Like, very, very, very hard to get a lot of stories. So instead I'm going to put something that happens at a lot of clubs and guess that it's what happened at Arsenal, where decisions got made and then metrics got used to justify decisions that were already made.
Okay.
And to bolster sides and arguments, and it wasn't a decision process that started from, and there was frustration in how it was applied. And then there's a lot of guesswork around that's, just is what it is, right?
Yeah. So and just to take a quick step back, your business background, why you're so interested in finances. I mean, we know that you worked on in a financial firm that
I'm interested in finance because it's what I've done my entire life.
Yeah. I mean, you go to B school and
I never went to B school. I was the child. My father did exactly what I do, and I started on the buy side at age 21.
Wow,
a very fortunate situation to be in, and my entire career I've done exactly what I do today. I mean, at varying levels of seniority, but
if I did what my father did, I would be touching feet every day, and so that was not going to happen. God rest his soul. But so Scott, now I've eaten 8 computers trying to get through your tweets because they're about crab cakes, and I just get hungry, and I don't differentiate between reality and other things pretty well. But of all the tours to miss, Mr.
I know I didn't. I couldn't make it to Maryland. It was a bummer.
How do you not go to Baltimore and just claim your kingdom,
the crown?
So, yeah, it was similar to the Elliot, right? So I saw the tour posted, and then I went and looked at my calendar for the summer, and I realized I didn't have like a single weekend free from like the beginning of July. I think my next weekend free is 2 weekends from now. Yeah, 2 weekends from now.
You guys are all doing it wrong. You start your calendar with the weeks that Arsenal could potentially be coming on tour, which is pretty much every year that they didn't come here the year before in the second half of July. You start with that, X that out, and then build your trips around that. I mean, that's the way it's done. If you really love this football club.
I mean, I really should have, but yeah, so it's one of those things like you get young kids and you start planning vacations and they have all sorts of activities that start backing up, and yeah, it's one of those things that it's like I had these plans for doing things this summer and they just all went out the window as it's been a very busy. So thankfully school actually starts here in a couple of weeks, so I will actually be able to have some free time again as my kids get back to school and not bugging me to entertain them.
Yeah, well, you're lucky because those kids will come back from school. Mine's not going to because he's leaving in 3 weeks. And speaking of which, this is mixed code for now. I've had a few seltzer beverages in the basement, and I'm feeling kind of good right now. So that's my my offspring.
Is that in like the old Bud Light commercials, the "What's Up," where they're yelling?
I don't think that's where he's getting it from because I don't know that he knows about this commercial.
That probably predates Jake.
Yeah, definitely predates Jake. But the crab cake has become something of legend in the sense that it helps analyze the player in context to his domestic or worldwide. It's a much more attractive version of that side-by-side bullshit, right?
It's a very similar kind of idea, right? You're looking at percentiles. Mine are compared to the top 5 leagues. I have data currently for most leagues going back to 2014-15. I have the Premier League to 11-12 right now. So that was one of my goals to do this summer, was to add more leagues, but just ran out of time to do that. So maybe as I slowly get more time, I'll start adding more. But yeah, so the idea is, you compare it by position, and position stuff can be a little bit wonky because ideally I wish I could have more role than position, but position is the thing that we have, so we have to use. So so you go through and you basically look at the people that played the same position. My cutoff is that they need to have played at least 60% of their minutes at that position that we're comparing against, and I use a 1,000-minute cutoff for my comparison to set things off. And so then you look at the crab cakes. I have them split out by basically 3 general statistical categories. So I think I'm
literally getting so hungry now. Part of it's I haven't eaten in 8 hours, but I'm getting hungry right now.
So you got the attacking metrics, the possession metrics, and defending metrics, and it's the possession one. So I think it's an interesting way to kind of look at it. So I kind of like all the different ways, because I think each of them kind of presents information in a little different manner. So when you look at radars, those ones will be more of a straight linear scale. So people will often ask me, it's like, why this guy as a 50 percentile, why isn't he right in the middle here? And they'll be often because there's huge distribution effects in there. So if there's guys, like a Lionel Messi on there, and he'll really push out your XG per 90 and really kind of affect the curve. I have a new one that I've been working on. We call it a turbine. So it kind of looks like a jet engine fan that goes through, and that actually shows the full distribution. It's similar to the one that StatsBomb does, but instead of doing them stacked, it has them in a circle.
Do you feel pressure to come out with like new, unique metrics, or I don't know what you would call them? Like a
visualizations.
Yeah, visualizations. Thank you.
No, I don't feel pressure to do it. Mostly because there'll be oftentimes that I have an idea for a post, and I have
crab cakes are so 2018.
But there's certain things that I'm looking to analyze, and that's what drives to create something new, or to kind of think of a new way to present the data, and that's usually what kind of drives me to create new things. But one of the things that I've gotten better with over time is the reusability, and being able to just be able to put in a player ID and then have anybody generated off of it now. So that's one of the things I used to do one-off kind of things, and that was not good, because then have to spend another hour or two putting it in so I could use it for anybody else that came through.
You're one of a handful of Arsenal Twitter people who I know, without even asking, you just keep spreadsheets, and I have spreadsheets for my stuff. I know Swiss does it. I know Kieran Maguire does it. The spreadsheets are. I mean, Matt, I would imagine.
Don't. I'm too lazy, and I mostly work off the AST analysis every time.
Okay.
Because I'm a buy-sider, so I'm accustomed to just taking a sell-side analyst report and then taking things out of it and adjusting it as I see fit. So the AST is my sell side.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. We got to trust your process, and that's what your process is. Scott, I love math, and I love numbers, and I love analytics in most things. For some reason, just like with fantasy football for me, the one scenario where I don't love it is in football. So don't be offended when I say this, but has the emergence of what Gabi Jesus means to Arsenal Football Club, does that not kind of, in a unique situation, where is the value in that kind of a signing, or a scouting, or a potential signing when you're looking at a player like that? There is so much that can't possibly be part of that analysis, or am I wrong about that?
I mean, for me, one of the things that really kind of stood out, and why I loved Gabi Jesus, is that he really did just look like an amazing Premier League striker. And there was certainly questions about anything, and there was going to be questions about any striker Arsenal were going to go get this year. I mean, really, outside of Holland or Mbappe, I think basically every striker has some sort of a red flag or a question. Like even if you are like Arsenal were to go get Lewandowski, like that's a 34-year-old guy, right? Can he do that, and how long can he continue to do it for? So I don't think there was a striker that was available for Arsenal that didn't come with questions, but I think Jesus came with probably the highest floor for what we could expect for him, because he came in with an understanding of the Premier League. He's done that before. The Manchester City system has obviously better players in it, but it's roughly the same kind of idea behind what Mikel Arteta would like to do.
Is there a stat for that? Is there a stat for comfort with coach, language with teammates?
I don't think. Yeah, there isn't, but I think that's something that that's what you would go to your scouting team and try to get an understanding of. How does this team play? Because that is another thing that is really interesting, is the team effects, and it's to me it's a hard question to go try to answer. So it's one that I've tried to do a little bit of adjustment for, but I think it's certainly only in the ballpark. I would not bet my life on any sort of team or league adjustments right now. I think that is certainly a very hard thing. So I don't know, Matt, has StatsBomb done anything more complicated with the league or team adjustments that they try to present to their fancy customers?
They've worked on it, and what I would say is they've determined that everything on that, all the attempts at that, are statistically unsound. We don't have the data needed to seriously translate between teams and leagues. I think that when you're talking about stats, and this is like something I love to pontificate on, theory of stats. Why are you analyzing football or any sports statistics? What statistics tell you clearly.
Baseball, I think, is the exception.
No, well, but so I'll get to this. In the statistics in any sport, what are you getting? What you're getting is past performance.
Right.
The question is, on any investment memo, the first thing you'll see is past performance does not guarantee future returns.
Exactly.
But the subtext that might as well be written in that disclaimer, and that is also true of every sport that I'm aware of, is, but there's no better predictor we've found of future performance than past returns. What football data tells you is past returns. It tells you what players have done in the past, what teams have done in the past. What then is a step that analytics people tend to say is that if we can measure past performance more accurately than the punter, than the guy who's looking at wins and losses and goals by using, be it shot difference, be it XG difference, et cetera, anything up the various levels of data complexity. And and the much more sophisticated stuff that exists on the club side, which I've seen only the tiniest peaks of. All I know is that there are many steps ahead of what's on the public side. But all they're doing is they're refining the question of how did we do in the past? How did a player do in the context of the teammates around him? And then so the question of what is capable of being done in the future is the job of your scouting team. But equally, what has been pretty clearly demonstrated in modern football is that if you run a decision-making process that starts with analyzing what the players and teams have done in the past, and then considers projections of what they might be capable of doing in the future as a secondary input, you get better output than teams that do conventional decision-making. You can ask AC Milan, who just won Italy on a shoestring. You can look at how Liverpool have jumped into right behind City as the dominant team in English football. You can look at Brentford. You can look at the Red Bulls. These are teams that start with that mentality at the core of their process.
Yeah, and if you're going to rely on an imperfect metric, just be sure that you're doing the imperfect metric better than everybody else is, and you'll have some level of an advantage, and that's I guess why these high level advanced statistics work.
What I'll also say is this: the way they get cited in Twitter arguments is so frequently misuse of. Remember how I talked about the idea that at many clubs data implements fail because you come up with an idea and then find the statistic that proves you're right?
Yeah.
Twitter is basically just that on one giant platform.
When people wanted to prove that Mustafi was better than Van Dijk, I mean, there is a statistical model that shows that.
I remain convinced. Here is a fact I know, combined with a series of completely unsupported speculation. The summer that Arsenal signed Shkodran Mustafi was a summer that Arsenal's internal data team had made a technical breakthrough in their ability to do location-based scouting of international leagues.
Describe what you mean by that.
they had developed computer vision algorithms that were capable of providing tracking data off broadcast footage for non-UK leagues. Because any team in the Premier League
that summer
gets,
also Xhaka signed, Lucas Perez signed.
They had a series of metrics that they thought were unique, but that they had never tested in the real world before. And they made a bunch of weird signings, none of which worked.
Yeah. No, I mean,
my guess is that these two things are related. Oh, and then there was little leaks in the media blaming StatDNA for certain signings that summer. I'm putting 2 + 2 + 2 together and making $22,222.22.
Right.
So like wild speculation, but that's my guess about that summer.
It reminds me of the old joke. If you get like a doctor, a lawyer, and an accountant in a room and you say, what's 2 + 2? Doctor says 4, lawyer says 4. Accountant says, what do you want it to come out to?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it's just obviously a joke, but it alludes to what you're saying. When you have an end goal in mind, it's going to change the analysis you do if you're trying to reach that goal rather than doing something objectively. And that's where statistics in sports gets lost. And like Mike said too earlier, it's not about necessarily being the absolute perfection, because that's not really achievable when you're talking about projections, but it's about doing it better than everybody else. And that's something that I think Arsenal's moving in a good direction in their scouting of players, but it's an imperfect situation and you're just trying to get a little bit ahead of your competitors.
And without opening a can of worms, Arsenal's going in a direction that matches their other sports franchises more than people would normally think. I mean, we did kind of think that Arsenal was trying to force the piggyback thing. This is before they started winning championships in the US, but force the same thing and say, football's different though. You can't do it the same way. They're kind of doing it the same way right now, and with significant success and a trend towards success, certainly in the Premier League. So, where it becomes different is once you start winning, can you just rely on that, or do you have to start going big in order to stay at the top? But I wanted to talk to you as I've talked to
before we move on. I did. So one of the things that I wrote about probably about a month ago now was going back and looking at the idea of, was Mustafi actually better statistically than Van Dijk? And I think that, realistically, even with the data that we would have had at the time, I think that is certainly wrong. So I think it all goes back to a really bad graphic kind of created by The Sun. And they talked about international trophies won, or like just some of the stupidest things that have no sort of relevance to there. And it's almost just become like a meme at this point. But to me, I thought that was I got to spend a couple hours nerding out and actually is this actually true? Was Mustafi a better, rated player than that, or Van Dijk? And I think the answer is certainly no. Especially, with the information
what was
that
that
we're able to have.
Was it like he was better in the air or something like that? But he was, of course, he was always lying on the ground. So how good in the air could you be when you're lying on the ground? But
yeah, so I have it up here. So yeah, they had appearances, tackle percent, success rate, interceptions, headed goals, World Cups, Confederations Cups, and trophies in England. That was
Confederations Cups. Okay,
yes,
that's
right. So it's right. This is not real high level statistics, right?
Confederations Cups.
I mean, that's a very important, prestigious trophy that
I didn't see. I just read the headline,
right? And I think that's one of the things.
And it just became a meme.
Yeah, exactly. It did.
Yeah, but I mean, also one of the things I think that kind of shows there, and I think, and maybe this is my unusual take, and because it's late at night for everybody except for me, I'll come out here with my hot take. I think Mustafi wasn't as bad as a lot of people remember. I think he had a lot of very high profile mistakes. And I think that, especially for a defender, that's something that definitely hurts you, and I wouldn't choose to start him, but I think he certainly had moments where he can look good. His passing, I think was quite valuable.
You're starting to sound like the people that were like, Hitler wasn't that bad at first.
I think you're underestimating. Speaking of theory of statistics, theory of center back play,
Right. No,
The first
I-
most important thing to do is not to make massive errors that lead to goal. And Shkodran Mustafi did that at a rate of no center back I've ever seen pull out our shirt, and that is saying something.
Yeah.
And it made all the other good things he do completely irrelevant, because when you think about the goal output of any given action, any wonderful pass, like tiny fraction of a goal if you try to like tie any action on a pitch to a goal, except for a massive defensive fuck up that turns
right. No, exactly.
nothing
You
of a
think you think
situation
about like the
into a
value
big high
maps
XG shot.
of what a center back does, right? Everywhere that they play, it's all like the blue areas, except when they make a mistake. Those are big red dots for where the other team can kind of come in and do it. So no, I think that is a good point, but I like to come with the controversial takes that Mustafi wasn't as bad as people like to say.
Well, and I think the same is true for a goalkeeper. I mean, you could shot stop 98% of the shots that come your way, but when you let a few through your legs,
if you stop 98%, you're doing really, really well.
Well, but if any given game you let 2 through your legs, like a like a 6-year-old,
right? Yeah, the easy ones, right? Yeah,
you rob.
But like Scott said too, it's the high profile ones that get you. If you're up 3-0 and you give up a dumb goal, no one really cares. A month later, when it's a 1-1 game in the North London Derby and you let one past you, that's going to get remembered a little bit more.
Or a 1-0 game in the World Cup and Rob Green lets a goal from I don't even remember who scored it, but
hypothetically,
hypothetically. So if you've got a user question, if you're watching, and there's 57 strong people watching, we've been pretty much between 30 and 80 this entire time, which is fantastic. A couple things to remind you of. We are here to raise money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. The way to do that is to go to goonersvcancer.com, and you can donate directly through the website. We have raised so far from this morning until right now, we have raised $2,720 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and we're not quite even nearly halfway through this. So our goal is to try to beat last year's record of 5,000. The earlier you get your donation in, the more prize draws you'll be in, and we're going to be drawing at the top of every hour a new prize, artwork, new shirt, Arsenal jerseys, signed kits, memorabilia, the thing that Jared has over his left shoulder. And then the thing he has over his right shoulder, which he doesn't know about
next year.
He doesn't know about that yet. So a question I wanted to ask you, Matt, and it's, I asked this of all of our kind of financial folks we have. Kieran McGuire? Do you know
Of
the
course.
name?
Yeah.
Kieran, just my greatest, I mean, not like I found him, but like I discovered for myself who he was within the past few months, and I love the intersection of comedy and self-deprecation and finance. I mean, there's nothing better than that. But I asked him this question. I want to pose it to you as well, because I've gotten in arguments about this. The refinancing of debt with Arsenal, which we all know, Stan Kroenke refinanced debt, I believe stadium bonds that were taken out well before he became owner of the club. Refinance bonds into owner financing. When Swiss Ramble puts those things about owner financing for the last 5 years, he considers that part of that. So in the last 5 years, Arsenal are actually like 4th or 5th with 200 million or so owner financing. There are some who consider that to be not really telling the whole story and basically just moving money around, not helping the team. There are others who would look at it and say, well, if it's saving the team 30 million pounds over the next 6 years, just use that as an example, is that any different than not refinancing the loans that he didn't take out himself and just pumping 180 million into the team instead? Is, someone who looks at probably things from a zero-sum game, and there's always a right answer to these kind of questions. What is the right answer to that question?
Well, what's the question? No, but seriously.
The question is, did he do something abnormal for him and actually invest into the club by doing that?
Well, I mean, so like, first of all, let's be clear. There's been quite a bit of investment in the club over the past 2 years, this addition to these owner loans. So what was the practical effect of the refinancing? Was it, if you look at this with Arsenal Football Club, a 100% owned subsidiary of KSE, the only effect of that from like a purely financial perspective is it's changing the nature of the debt, being from something that was like, on a fixed amortization schedule So like, you know, the debt was being paid down in the way in the way of mortgages, where you were like collectively paying interest and principal back every year. And so the annual payment remained constant and over the life of the loan, the amount of principal repayment rose and interest payment declined. But it was basically a fixed financial burden on the club's P&L every year. So that got replaced with owner financing, which doesn't have any ongoing annual servicing, or the annual servicing requirement is at the whim of the owner.
Right.
And it will be repaid if it's ever repaid.
People tend to think that this loan has interest rate attached to it. It's not.
So the AST assumes a 3 to 4% interest rate. I don't know what the heck they're using. I don't know if they have sources or if they're just taking a stab in the dark. Right now, we only have financials that go up until May of 2021.
Right.
And they're limited financials. What's on the website is very limited. There's a bit more on Company's House. At any rate, it's not yet possible to back solve for that. But at some point in the next couple of years, we'll be able to answer that question.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. I mean, I've basically come out against people who have said, "Oh, you know that there's interest, so they're still taking money out of the club." I mean, I was in
How does that even so much
of
all
their money? They own
I was on
everything
a
you're
debate.
talking about.
I don't want to trash the guy.
It's just left pocket, right pocket stuff.
I
People
don't
misunderstand that because
I don't want to trash the guy, but I was doing a kind of a finances debate with Mo Hader on a thing a few weeks ago, and you know, he's an accountant. He's a guy who's got a financial background, but he also has an incredibly strong opinion about the Cronkies, which he's entitled to have. And you know, the debate went from have they invested in the club, and that's all we're talking about, to are they great owners for Arsenal, and are they not, you know, great people who understand Arsenal? And I somehow got, you know, even though I made my position clear that you know, not a fan of them as people or the things that they've done to St. Louis or to, you know, the animal hunting channels and all that. They don't have to be good people for you to be able to say they're learning and they're doing things better than they used to be. But I got, you know, it was the wrong audience to hear that. But I mean, maybe not in the same way that Abramovich just dumped money into the club, and the same way that Farzad Mashiri has done with Everton to great results, by the way. You know, refinancing a loan and taking it on yourself is ultimately investing in the club, is it not?
I mean, it's
not investing with no strings. It's not a stock. It's not a stock. You know, investment.
I mean, it was what it did was it freed up cash flow. But like they could have plugged that cash flow with their own equity. It's you know, look, it's ultimately a transaction that gave Arsenal short-term financial flexibility, and over the long term, it's, you know, it just is what it is. Like, it ultimately, I guess what really depends, Fredo, the answer is real soon.
Yeah,
actually, I have a long answer to that I won't
I
share.
want to answer.
No, but sorry, I distracted myself because the Barcelona thing is my favorite train wreck of the moment. So the refi, ultimately the question is, do they ask repayment of, and this hangs over not just the refinance, but everything about the loans that we've taken in from the Cronkies over the past couple of years. Are they going to want those loans repaid once the club is back to running its steady state?
Yeah. And that's what I've said. You know, they might, when we're back in the Champions League and we have we have expenses that are fairly under control, and our next round of commercial, you know, if we're back on the ride.
This is a point I was prepping today. I was doing a run through the financials for the couple hours before this pod, like trying to just have some interesting finance content. And what I sort of settled on was the question, which I think people don't understand. What does a go forward steady state Arsenal look like financially? And so I looked at the last 3 years of financial results and at the underlying transactions that have driven them. I could do a long form of this. I wrote down, I took a pile of notes and sort of went by it like section of the P&L by section of the P&L. But
Andy is so right. Let me see. Mike's found his finance. I do. I love these conversations. I would sit in like a hotel room with you. I mean, this is getting a little weird, but we could just sit.
Hey, we're doing what now?
In a bar.
What was
right?
your earlier bit about an analyst?
Yeah,
No.
I don't know why it had to be a hotel room, to be honest with you, but and just go on for hours and hours and hours about this stuff. But
this is a question that I think actually matters to pretty much any Arsenal fan. What does a steady state version of this club look like? So let me posit this. Last year's Arsenal, for the financial year ended May 31st, so the 2020-2021 season, had you taken that season up to full match day revenue, that would have done, the club would have done about 425 million of top line of revenue. If you normalize that now for the big bump in the US TV deal, some of the stuff that probably should happen commercially, I think you could be talking about an Arsenal next year for the 2023 financial year that does, call it, 430 million pounds of revenue. Now, over the last 3 years we have reported, the wage bill has hovered in the vicinity, and this is the core football wage bill,
right,
as broken out by the AST. Because I build everything off their analysis because they're really good. The core football wage bill has been hovering in the vicinity of 235 million pounds. And I want to make an aside here.
So that's just the men's team, right? That's the first. Men's team,
I believe the other stuff, everything else, which includes women's team, academy, etc., is going to go into other football costs. I want to make a quick detour before I finish going through the stack of numbers. That men's wage bill number of approximately 230 million. If you spread that evenly over a 25-man squad, that's 9.2 million pounds per squad member, or 175,000 pounds per week. When you read a wage number on the internet, it is never, ever true, and it is always too low relative to what these players are actually earning. And this is a topic Mike and I have gone through over beers in North London. The fact that the wage discourse
I'm nodding as though I remember.
Oh yeah, that I believe. I was there, and I remember being there. Anyways, sorry. So for the digression about just the terribleness of the wage discourse, but so looking at what the future of Arsenal looks like. Suppose you're talking 430 million of revenue, 230 million of wage bill. Now we've probably cut that, but why don't we just keep it at 230?
We have
call it 110. The reality is that runs about 52% of turnover, and maybe we've cut it now, but if you're thinking about the sustainable Arsenal that you're going to deal with in the future, that's going to move up towards 60%. You're going to be talking about, in the context of, say, a 450 million pound revenue club, a 270 million pound wage bill. Now, add on to that, I've moved the non-football cost up from, call it 100 million pounds they were running at, up to 110. A combination of inflation and increased spending on the women's team, etc. That's going to take you up into the vicinity for this year, maybe of 230. Like I got it to about 325 million of non-transfer cash costs for this year. And I think maybe if you're in a more sustainable future, maybe you're talking 360 versus, and remember, this is in a non-Champions League context, versus like 440 of revenue. I think you're looking at a club that should have 80 million pounds on a net spend neutral basis to spend on transfer fees in a typical summer with no Champions League. These are really rough numbers, but I just want to put people back in the mindset that we're never going back to the days of yore when we had net spend zero summers. That's not what a future sustainable Arsenal looks like.
Right. And to just put all of your feeling about Kroenke ownership and ownership investment, it's a false flag almost, if I'm using that correctly, because it doesn't mean that the team isn't spending money. It doesn't mean that the team isn't improving. You should not have to. The teams that have to invest into the teams are Villa and Everton and Bournemouth and Fulham and the big one, Brighton right now, because their expenses, they're trying to stay up. They're trying to keep in that realm. Once you reach kind of every year or almost every year Champions League, The only team that isn't going to automatically have 80 to 100 million pound profits every single year is Chelsea, because their revenue stream is smaller than everyone else's.
I might even put it this way: when you're talking about these other clubs, break that Arsenal revenue base down. The broadcasting revenue is not like you're Brighton. Arsenal did 183 million of broadcast in 2019. I project that to go up toward 195, mostly off the US deal. Brighton will have done like 150, 160, because the distribution of broadcast revenue is fairly equitable.
Yeah.
The match day, Arsenal are doing 100, Brighton might do half that, but it's the commercial where you can drive a truck off it.
Well, the commercial and the lack of European revenue, those two things are why the clubs are in different.
The numbers I gave you were Europa League years.
You're right.
Not Champions League. Champions League is going to add a big pile of money on top of that. First of all, for the boost, first of all for the revenue, the prize money, and then for the boost in the commercial deals. But I just
how much do you think the wage bill changes with the Champions League? Right? Do you think there's the writers that bump up for those kinds of things?
Definitely a lot. I've always sort of mentally assumed that 30% of any Champions League revenue gets paid out in the form of player bonuses, but I've pulled that out of my tail.
I would have said 15 to 20. But again, based on absolutely no inside knowledge or anything like that. But the wage bill has been, which, including amortization of transfer fees from 5 years ago, from that. I mean,
I've left all that out, all the negative one-time items that are dragging us down. And of course the negative COVID impacts. But it sort of feels like the Kroenkes have invested money to solve those problems. And the AST analysis is that by the end of this summer, we're looking at Kroenke debt, call it an additional 100 mil. Sorry, that was their estimate of 100 million of 100 million of net value of a Champions League year. So the Kroenkes were up to 203 million of pounds of loans at the last financial
reporting
year,
date, right?
And now we think that the AST is not we. I'm not a member. I really should be. Actually, I should fix that like now.
You can just pay them and then you're a
yeah,
member.
exactly. I should just do that. It seems likely to assume that they're using an additional 100 million pounds of KSE debt. So that's going to be getting up to 300-ish million.
So they think that they have since the because the investment that we've seen on paper from Company's House does not include last year's transfer window or this year's transfer window.
They're assuming that once you add those two, you're going to be looking at something to the tune of 100 million pounds of additional KSE debt, getting to total around 300 million pounds.
Oh, but I guess they haven't invested in the club, and they're actually taking money out because it's a loan.
Well, but I mean,
that's what we're dealing with.
To take it from a neutral perspective, the ultimate question is going to be, what do they do with those loans? If you're looking at a club that should do structural profits of about 80 million a year in a non-Champions League year and 180 million a year in a Champions League year, and you've got 300 million pounds of debt, every Champions League year, you take a quarter or a half of the excess revenue, and you've got your internal debt paid off in 8 years. What road do they choose to go down? Or do they leave it out permanently at zero interest? Then it's investment.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That Abramovich, they were not profitable most of the time because that was a separate type of club, but they didn't. Man City did not reduce their debt, even when it wasn't yet converted to equity, when profits came, because they knew that they were just funneling money in to make the team better and sustainable. I wouldn't be offended if we start, because of the success on the pitch, we start running, close to 200 million pound profits or 150 million pound profits for them to retire 30 million of debt per year. Now, is that taking money out of the club? No, because if you did it to a bank, it would be called getting our debt load down.
It's taking your investment out of the club. Would I be offended by it? No. It's a perfectly neutral. It's not like loading it up with PIK debt like the United LBO. It's not ridiculous or egregious in any way.
And they're taking that money out while they're not performing well on the pitch.
Exactly. That's shitty ownership. If the Kroenkes take repayment of their loans when the financial, if they lend at the lean times and take money out in the bright times, is it mismanagement? No, of course not. But I'll also say this: that puts a cap on how high the performance of the team is going to get.
Yeah,
you'd much rather that it's just they treat it as a cost of, it basically becomes, it sits there until they sell the club.
So we want to make sure to take advantage of the last 8 minutes that we have, and I need to get some predictions from you guys. So let me let me quickly and let's try to just bang this out real quick. Matt, your top 4, your bottom 3, and a surprise prediction having to do with football in any level that you think might surprise people but come true.
My top 4, I'm going to go Liverpool, then City. I think the next 3 spots are a toss-up between Arsenal, Tottenham, and Chelsea. And out of homerism, I'm going to go Arsenal, then Chelsea. But that's really just what I'd like it to be. It could be any mix of those 3 clubs in that order. And then United still lagging.
I mean, it's crazy. No one has picked United to come anywhere close to the top 4, and they're always out there. Your bottom 3, the relegation.
My bottom 3, definitely Nottingham Forest are going to go back down. I'd be shocked if they stay up. I'd be awfully surprised if Bournemouth stay up, and then I think it's Everton.
Yep, that's a pretty popular pick. Scott, your top 4, bottom 3. Oh, and your
you gotta get some surprise.
Yeah, the surprise is that's the tough one. What's the surprise going to be?
You want to think about it and come back after?
Yeah, I'll come back to you with a surprise. I don't have a surprise yet.
All right, Scott, top 4.
So I think I'm going to go City, Liverpool, right? I mean, that's kind of like there's kind of some
I'm
tiers.
making an explicit anti-Erling Haaland bet. I'm going to bet it takes some time to settle, or that he never quite fits with Guardiola ball.
Maybe that's really possible, right? Because that was one of the
thing to do, to be like Erling Haaland, actually bad, but
it's right. Especially like you think about his actual debut, right, where he put up an over 1 xG. I mean, it was all from the one shot, but I mean,
Paz's prediction was Haaland kind of sucks. We have Haaland's season-long injury. Everyone's obsessed with Haaland in this. So, all right. So
amazing what bringing in £100 million striker does.
I know with the track record of £100 million.
Of what a failure of Haaland is. Like, what's a failure? If he gets like 15 league goals, people are going to say it's a failure.
Yeah,
we have some sort of parameter on this to say he's a bad sign. Well, not a bad signing, but not a great season.
He needs to win the Golden Boot, or it's a failure, in my opinion.
That's the nature. It's the poison chalice of a high transfer fee.
Exactly. Scott, who's third place?
I totally agree with Matt. Right. I think that it's really hard to choose, because I think one of the things that's happened, especially last year, is I think Chelsea has fallen back into the pack with Spurs and Arsenal. So I felt kind of last year they were in that almost challenging for the title pack, but I think they've really kind of fallen back a bit. So I think it's really hard to make a determination between those 3 teams. I'm going to do the same thing Matt did and put Arsenal in third. I think Spurs will take 4th, and then Chelsea 5th. I think United.
Oh, that Judas.
My bottom 3, I think it's going to be Bournemouth in last, Nottingham Forest 19th, and I think Southampton in 18th. I think that team has Hassan Hoodle papered over a really, really poor team. Like, they just do not have a ton of talent there, and I think Hassan Hoodle is works some magic to really kind of keep that team sort of in that lower mid-table range, because they really haven't been too badly brought into any relegation fights. So I think this might be the year where it kind of runs out.
You can be comfortable between 11th and 16th. That's what Southampton's been the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, but I think they're just going to run out of talent, right? And it's like you looked at some of their moves that they've done this year, and they have really skewed young. And if they had some, talent there already on the team, I think they'd be, making some solid bets, right, to maybe see if they could pay off. But I just don't know if they have the talent already in that first team to support the moves that they've made this year. So I think they're kind of my pick. But I think there's a number of teams that, you could really think. I don't know if Fulham will be able to do it. I think Everton could be in trouble. I think Leeds definitely could be in trouble. Yeah, I think losing Rafinha and
I have them going down.
Yeah, and Calvin Phillips will tough to replace, even though they brought in an American to try to do it. So I think there's that relegation fight. I think it's just going to be a really interesting season, right? I think one of the things that is really hard to take into account is what's the World Cup going to do to all these teams, right? I on one hand, I think, well, maybe it'll give the lower teams a bit of a boost, because maybe they have less people going to the World Cup, and they can kind of get healthy. And usually, because you think December is the time where that really just punishes them. Maybe this year that won't, and maybe they'll be able to get more points in that team. But then there's also the other hand. Well, now we're going to compress two parts of the season into shorter periods, and maybe that is now going to stress them even more. So I think there's a lot of interesting kind of permutations that we haven't seen before with a Winter World Cup. And then I'll give my surprise one. I think I'm going to go with Gabby Jesus, Golden Boot winner. I think that is in the cards. I am high on preseason with what he's being able to do. So I think that's my surprise pick. The betting odds are actually pretty good on that one if anybody wants to go put a
surprisingly good. And how do you not win the Golden Boot if you get a brace every single game that you play? I mean, that's how it's going to work.
Like if you get 70 goals, I think you're going to do it.
Yeah, I think so. We have.
I'm ready to give you your surprise because it's the follow-on from our relegation comment. We both left Brentford out of our discussion of teams that could be relegated.
Yeah.
And there's my surprise. Brentford are nowhere close to the relegation race. When go read the Guardian predictions or what have you, Brentford are a consensus bottom 3 team.
I think,
that's one of the things too that I thought that was interesting in the betting odds. They are right up there, right above Southampton when I'm just looking at it. Yeah, so between Leeds and Southampton for one of the top teams, but I think they're going to be okay.
I think they have a better chance of finishing 10th than they do getting relegated.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think so too. We've reached the end of hour 8, guys. This has been so much fun. I mean, just to kind of give a final taste of what the podcast is about. Tony Turner, a man with a leg up on the rest of us. Mike, you should be asking every guest about celebrity cock signings. I think I admitted once that I think right outside block 30. Well, it wasn't right outside block 32. It was in the men's room right outside block 32. I was fortunate enough to visualize Alan Davies's cock at the urinal. So if you can top that, please go ahead. Otherwise, until the next podcast.
Not going to the bathroom with you ever.
So,
Mike's the guy at the urinal who you're standing there, and all of a sudden he just goes, "Hey, I like your watch."
Yeah, I keep forgetting what I've actually admitted to, rather than just thinking it, what I've actually said on the podcast. But Matt, Scott, it's been a pleasure. I absolutely love both of the subjects that you guys specialize in, and the fact that you guys came on together was double the pleasure, double the fun. So,
oh boy, it's getting weird.
Isn't that a Doublemint commercial? It's a gum commercial,
right? Versus Cancer After Dark.
It's a gum commercial. So, we have to do a drawing. Oh, we have to do a drawing before you leave. We have
as long as we're here, let's do some charity stuff.
Yeah, we have a drawing for this piece of art. It is a lovely rendering of the opposite side of the Emirates Stadium, including the Armory and the roundabout. And the winner of this piece of Ruth Beck art. Have I shared my screen yet? No, I haven't. No. Need this for the FBI investigation on my charity. The winner of this wonderful piece of Ruth Beck art from buyruthbeckart.com is Nick Canning. Nick Canning has won his piece of art. It was always going to be coming because of a very, very generous donation, but Nick has taken home the Emirates Stadium Armory view. And congratulations to Nick. Well done, and thank you for your support. And that's it. Anything that you'd like to tell us about where we can find you, Scott and Matt? Scott first.
Okay, well, I do a bit of everything, right? So you'll find me talking a lot on the Arsenal Vision podcast, especially when Elliot invites me to go do things. But mostly, I'm on the Patreon side, and sometimes I'll get a little crazy, get a little too into the cups, as the people like to say. That was quite popular. People gave me lots of good comments about that one. My wife didn't necessarily love it, but I still had a lot of fun. I do my writing, crabstats.xyz. Crabstats.com was literally for crab stats for crabbing seasons. I did finally get someone to email say, "Are you interested in buying this?" And no, I'm gonna kind of stick with the XYZ because that feels kind of weird out there. I'll do the buy the numbers column on Arsblog. So yeah, that's right. You can find me.
You're spreading yourself around. and getting a lot of love for what you do. So
I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing as little everything online as possible because I just work all the time. But I'm on Twitter at Giant Gooner. I used to do content in the Arsenal Vision Discord. Maybe that'll return someday, but it's just sort of, it's actually the honest truth. Scott's doing everything I was capable of doing, and I'm not adding any value to people. And also,
come on, your XG is as high as it ever was. Is that good or bad? I still don't understand XG to know whether a high XG is good or bad.
More
goals. I think you do know it intuitively, right? When a player's one-on-one, like this is a good chance to score. I mean, that's one of the things that I always commented. Like everybody kind of intuitively will do that. It's like, oh, that was a good chance he could have scored there. Or it's like, or you really appreciate when the guy does the 40-yard screamer because it's like we've seen all of those go into the stands and not even come close. So it's like I think that's one of the things. So people kind of like say, oh, stats kind of ruins things, but we all kind of have an intuitive take on a lot of these things, and it just helps kind of put some context around what we know intuitively.
Well, here's something that I know intuitively is this guy was not very happy. Have you seen that yet?
Yeah, I saw that.
I have to admit, and I've been really staunchly anti Unai Emery. I have to say, I regained a measure of respect for the man
for doing that.
Yeah, I'd have done the exact same fucking thing.
Too many people are like
back.
Too many people.
He's got to flip off like people I don't like about 200 odd more times before I'm within spitting distance of neutral on him. How about that?
Yeah, he's no pushover. You think he would be a pushover, but he's not. He's not taking any shit anymore. So thank you guys for joining us. We're on to hour 9, and we have a brand new takeover coming on. And Jared, I think this is the end of your first run.
Yeah, it's the end, the first of 4 segments I think I'm planning on. So
he's more than welcome. He's more than welcome to stick around if you like.
Well,
I love myself some Jared.
That's up to Jared, but gentlemen, or I should say gentlemen, in honor of Mike Hers coming in. It's been great. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the support. Everybody go to goonersvcancer.com. We are now at a total of $2,900 for this day alone, raised for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. So very exciting stuff, and appreciate it. Hope to have you both back soon individually for a regular Gooners pod because we have so much more to talk about.
Cheers, Mike.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, boys.
All right, so Jared, we're doing this, man. I feel the energy. We are almost 1/3 of the way through this mofo.
Yeah, well, almost a fourth for me. So I'm lagging behind, but it's spread out good. So I'll go to bed at like midnight, wake up at 2 a.m., sleep for 2 hours, wake up at 4 a.m. So it's going to be a good, interesting one.
It's exactly the dedication I've been waiting for from somebody in the Gooners podcast, and it's nice that you finally have lived up to your bill. No, I'm just kidding. You're amazing. I mean, so
unlike Andy, I showed up on time at least, so I've done something.
Exactly. So the next hour, in addition to a wardrobe change, which I'm going to have in just a second, not forced this time, but just because I have a bunch of shirts that I want to flip from amongst, we are bringing in we're being taken over by another Arsenal podcast, but not just another Arsenal podcast, and this is, we're getting all 4 of them tonight. I was not expecting all 4 of them tonight, but they have made it. They have come, and here we are with Kelly, Chris, Mikey, and the Sebster. Sebi, how's that the compilation coming along of the podcaster wrestler?
It's coming out scary. It'll be done by tomorrow morning. You need to send me a few pictures of some people that I don't know who they are.
I could not wait to see this if it actually is happening. But it is time for Not Another Arsenal podcast. We are in hour 9. Please go to goonersvcancer.com. Donate wildly, donate recklessly, and just donate. And we're doing great so far. Joseph Friend. Holy shit!
What
the fuck was that, Mike?
Did he get mauled by a dog?
That was
Wheels are
lightning.
coming off.
No, that was lightning.
Magic
Am I
move to
here?
the ghetto.
Am I still
We're gonna have
here?
the fire outside of his house.
What did it hit your desk?
Am I seriously? Am I still here?
We have that effect on people.
I don't know how our power did. The whole thing just went like. I better unplug my computer. I'm gonna get like hit by lightning through my computer while we're on the podcast. That was nuts.
Mike.
That was literally right outside the back that window behind me.
It is now a 10-hour podcast plus 17 hours after the electricity break that Mike's going to take.
Thank God you're wearing a diaper, Mike.
I know. I think that's what happened. He finally let go a little.
Yeah, I was not anticipating shitting in this diaper. but yeah, that's that may or may not have just happened. So yeah, if I lose my connection, do you guys know anyone who knows how to run a podcast?
No.
Yeah, if you guys could do us a solid and instead of 1 hour, give us like 18 or 19, that'd be great.
I'm just excited because for the next hour, I get to not lead the podcast. So,
well, we're here to dumb things down after the last segment. So,
well, I'm excited to just be a guest on this one. Jared, you sticking around?
Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit if y'all are down for it.
All right, beautiful.
I'm not sure a podcast can handle two dashing gentlemen wearing that black away kit at the same time. I'm surprised my computer hasn't cracked in half yet.
So
Seriously.
excellent plug here, Chris. I just want to say to the Arsenal community, this is the type of gentleman I podcast with. These beautiful gentlemen, knowing that all I wear is dark black to faded black. These lovely gentlemen on the bottom of the screen put some money together and had this sent as a nice surprise to me. So,
and you keep using that as a weapon against me ever since.
Yes.
What have you done for me lately?
What have you done for me lately, Mike? Yeah. And also, just quick plug to Seb, who found me this kit.
It took me 3 years to find that for you,
but it is in some solid condition, and this might just be the only Mexican I ever see play for Arsenal. So I'm gonna hang on to that kit dearly.
All right, Mike. What's the Star Trek situation? You have the con. Is that?
I'm just gonna mute Andy in the chat real quick, and then we can move on. No. All right, boys and girls. Hey, welcome to another Arsenal podcast, aka the Magic Mike of Arsenal podcast this week. As I say that, Magic Mike literally cuts out. We're gonna be playing a fun game of Take It or Leave It. And it's going to be involving the next upcoming season. So normally we do this on NAP on our regular channel, but we do it within all Arsenal related things. Wow, Mike, you changed very quick for a large guy.
Wow.
Can I just say that?
Kent. Look at that.
Whew. So he just took his glasses off. He's like different
where
person.
Joey's wearing like 13 shirts and he didn't really change. He just ripped one off.
Yeah, they're all ruined now, but yeah.
Yeah. So I know myself and the NAP crew have a few Take It or Leave It already lined up. Jared got the notification a little earlier, and Mike, unfortunately, I think Mike's been slightly busy all day. I'm not 100% sure, but it's Mike, so I'm sure 100% he could come up with something on the spot. But Take It or Leave It next season. It's something to the effect of Arsenal could have potentially earned top 4 had we kept Marcelo Flores. Take it or leave it.
People don't even know who that is, Mike.
This is don't start with this.
This is
So that is
Mexicans into our lives.
So yeah,
all Mexican questions.
You're just making people up now, Mike. Just stop.
Yeah, it's like a football manager regen, right, Mike? Marcelo Flores.
I the fact that you know regen, I appreciate that, Kelly. So
yeah,
I'm gonna start from left to right on the bottom of the screen, so give Jared and Mikey some time to prepare. So I mean, you guys will get the gist of it.
What is it? Just that we would have finished 4th last season?
Yes. Well,
Mike, it's just truth or dare. Okay?
It's truth or dare. There you go. So Sebi,
who do I have to suck to?
No, Mikey, no.
Oh.
No, Mike, no. Seb,
whack him with the newspaper.
All right, so take it or leave it. Arsenal win the Europa League, but lose to the FA Cup final to Spurs. Or we come in 4th.
What a dick.
We come in 4th, so we still qualify for a Champions League. But we knock Spurs out of the FA Cup in the first round, but we lose in the semis to any team. But So would you take it or leave it? Would you want to win the Europa League, but sacrifice losing the Spurs and letting them get a trophy for the first time?
Is it basically, would you rather win a trophy or keep them from winning a trophy?
Yeah.
Fuck,
But in the scenario where we keep them from winning a trophy, we still make UCL.
Right. We're not losing the opportunity to be in the Champions League next year.
We still make Champions League no matter what, but we win the Europa League and qualify that way, but we lose to them in the FA Cup. They win a trophy as well.
They win the FA Cup and we win Europa, or neither wins anything, but we still make Champions League.
Yeah.
Easy. Neither.
Easy.
Fuck them. I do not. They are not winning an FA Cup under my watch. I don't. I know it's been a long time since we've won European gold, but like if we're making it into the Champions League, we put up a good showing in Europa. You know, we've not won Europa before. We can not win it again. But I can't take Tottenham lifting that FA Cup and suddenly.
Let's be honest, though. I mean, let's be honest, though. Tottenham thinks the Audi Cup is better than the FA Cup, anyway. So.
Or whatever they won.
About it as if it's a real trophy.
They won the Arthur Gamper Cup or whatever the fuck that thing is called this time.
We're all too young to know that reference, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're touting the Audi Cup, we can tout the double of the Florida Cup and the Emirates Cup, right?
That's
We're
true.
already 2 in for this year.
And we won the treble. We won the
Charm City Trophy.
The Charm City Trophy as well.
There you go.
Why did they feel compelled to make up nonsense for these?
Break it down. All right. So who has yet to answer that question, or are we all in agreement?
Yeah, no, I can't give them the title.
No, fuck them. I don't want them to win anything.
There you go.
We're all on the same
I mean, there are the typical people, you know, that will be in a podcast chat who are like, "Fuck those lot. Why are we, worried about them? We want to win a European trophy." And so anyone in the chat, are you okay with Spurs breaking their schneid, as it's called over here, if it means us being very, very successful, which is the converse way of looking at it? I'm just not okay with that. I don't want to win I don't want to win as badly as I want them to lose. That's pretty bad. I
mean, that's what fandom's about.
That's a lot about it. That's kind of strange.
That's the beauty, the tribalism of sports, and I absolutely love that answer, actually, Mike.
It's the truth. Sorry.
It's why we're all here. We're not playing fucking solitaire. That's why it's fun. Like we want the people that we hate to do poorly and feel bad.
Yeah. You can either win or lose, and so and that's the true answer to the question that we're all looking for anyway. All right. So what's
Kelly?
next?
Kelly,
do I have to come up with one of these?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm right now. All these gentlemen are using up the time for you to come up with something, Mike.
Okay, here we go. So this is a historical one. Arsenal, the Invincibles win the Champions League also in their Invincible season, but Spurs won their Champions League final as well. Would you take it or leave it?
You guys are ruining this game for me, first and foremost. Let me explain. Damn
I
it.
hate you, Kelly. I hate
the Invincibles year specifically, which I included that on purpose because I think that might alter it a little bit.
Can I say
we would not get the Invincible season, but they would get an UCL?
No, we would win the UCL during the Invincible season. So it would be we would have a stake for the greatest club season ever, the greatest team ever.
And not the Invincibles, and then 2 years later win the game that we lost. You're saying
in the Invincible season, and then we don't have Wayne Bridge, we don't have any of that hell with Chelsea.
That is the one scenario where I will go against what I just said for the last question and say absolutely I would take that. And I would take it.
That's the stress test.
I would take it because of the order of operations there.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's fair.
We would have had 14 years of knowing that we had a Champions League and they didn't before I'd have to worry about that. And so yeah, I mean, I think that I would do, because then it's like, has there ever been? No one could talk about the Manchester United treble of 1999 anymore. That would be the top one. Very good question. He's right, Kelly. But yeah, that I would do.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
I make a living on Twitter just bashing the shit out of Spurs fans because they don't win shit. So
You make a living on Twitter? I've got to figure out how to do that.
I don't know what I'd do on Twitter anymore if I didn't have that to hang over Spurs fans' heads. So I don't know. I'm selfish like that. I'm going to say it's very close, but I'm going to say, nah, leave it.
Actually, with Fritz on this one, I go the same way. We'd still have the invincible season. We'd still have the claim of, the best Prem team ever based on that. And they don't get a trophy. So that I'm with you. I'm on that end.
See, my mind goes to, if we win that Champions League, we could have avoided a lot of headaches. Like the success of that team. Like, after that Champions League final, there's so many people that left. And then the following year. So my mind goes to, we would be better off in the really bad decade or two that we just went through could be avoided. Okay, I'm going to take the Invincibles plus the Champions League, and I'm going to allow Spurs to have a Champions League trophy. Chris, I admire your stance. I will say that. And can I also say
the venom?
I'll say this: my co-hosts are playing a dirty game. I'm thinking about a way more lighthearted way of. You guys are just aiming for the heart.
I've just come up with the best one ever.
Oh, damn it!
I've outdone myself this time, I
think. All right, Chris, you're up next, sir.
I got a non-Arsenal one, but it's very timely. So,
oh god,
Barcelona steal all of Chelsea's remaining transfer targets this summer, but they also win the Champions League.
They even signed Puig. Puig's on his way to MLS, and they're like, no, we'll take them. We'll re-sign him.
Exactly.
I just have to say, someone has just donated $1,000.
Whoa!
Wow. Anonymously.
Wow. Oh, okay. In that case, it was me. I'll take that.
Honestly, I mean, it's
wow.
That's amazing.
I will be able to find out in hindsight who that was, and attribute them the appropriate tickets for the later Gooner raffle. But I cannot, as I mentioned live on the pod a couple hours ago, I cannot attribute the tickets to an anonymous donor on tonight's podcast because I can't see the back end where it has the billing information. So thank you. Thank you.
You see what happens, Mike, when you have us on? You get the big bucks.
Yeah, you know what? Of all the hours that we've been doing this,
woohoo!
Nap has brought in it was at 11:13 p.m. Eastern time. So we've reached the $3,900 mark, and we're in hour 9. We did 5,000 all of last year. So absolutely amazed and appreciative of that. Thank you.
Feinberg, I mean, we are the podcast of the overnight worker, of the blue collar specials. These are the people who power this country and Europe and the world. And they are people, and they are generous with their labor and with their money. Clearly, this is what we bring to this operation.
Next year, you have to put the Shane Mack music when we come on.
Now it is funny because I've told people I don't want them to do super chats because half of that money goes to YouTube. But how cool would it be to get $1,000 super chat? like just from the ego standpoint and having it up there on the screen. But no,
I'm on it, Mike. I'm gonna need to refund it, but I'm on it right now.
Seb's good with Photoshop. He can make that happen for you. We'll get a still of it on the screen and post it on Twitter.
Wow. That is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much to whoever you may be.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chris.
Barcelona
continue to hijack every single Chelsea link that they currently have,
or they don't,
or Barcelona, but Barcelona wins the
Champions League.
So basically, Chelsea has to stay at their current squad, and they are absolutely embarrassed for the next month here.
Totally.
Right.
So Ronaldo goes to Barcelona, which would be kind of funny. Every Koundé goes there again.
He's already there.
He goes again. What's
he gets back on the bus and goes back to Sevilla, and they just
why not? Just to fucking twist the knife in Chelsea. What's the other side of that? That they don't do that?
Track the plane.
that Chelsea gets whoever they want because Barcelona won't be there to hijack it, and somebody else wins the Champions League.
All right. Or
I guess
this
in this
is about
hypothetical,
embarrassing Chelsea, but being okay with Barcelona winning the Champions League, essentially.
I'm not bothered by Barcelona winning the Champions League.
I'm incredibly bothered by.
They'll still go under in a year or two or so. It doesn't really matter, right?
Right. They'll win it, and then they'll sell it for like 100 million, like the trophy itself.
They'll melt it down and sell the silver.
They'll melt it down. They'll sell.
Times are desperate.
They'll sell 25% of it to a conglomeration of banks.
Quick, smelt down the Copa del Rey's. Go. We need the silver.
In
Throw
the
it
most,
in.
the most big brain move you can imagine. They're going to take an item that isn't for sale, so it doesn't have a set price, value it themselves at about $1 billion, then donate it to us and write it off on their taxes.
I love how Andy volunteered to do like 2 hours out of 27, yet he's been in the chat for 9 hours out of 9 that we've been doing the podcast. What the fuck is that all about? All right.
None of us are ex-players. He doesn't want to talk to us. Us little people is what it is.
Well, I'm an ex-player, if you know what I'm saying. Player.
No one knows what you're saying.
So who else is gonna? I mean, I'm fine with Barcelona doing that to Chelsea and winning the. I almost said the Stanley Cup. I don't know what's wrong.
I can't.
I'm high on Red Bull right now.
There's too many Barcelona fans in my neighborhood, and they're all fucking annoying. So I can't. I hate them all.
No, fuck them. I wish they went into administration 10 years. I hate Barcelona so much. Absolutely not. I'd rather Chelsea.
You live in a French neighborhood, though?
No, I don't. There's none of those in New York.
Just people walking around.
Just fighting with baguettes. Like jousting with them.
Oh, God.
Word for word, Mike. That's exactly what they do. That's what I like to.
We.
Yeah, no,
that's exactly what happens, Mike.
Yeah.
Let
part of
I'll allow Chelsea. I'll allow Chelsea to buy some players because ultimately I think eventually I'm gonna take Mike Feinberg's aka Magic's theory and I'm gonna say eventually Chelsea's gonna start sinking. They just can't maintain this at this level.
That's such an inside line, Dean.
Dean did just move into my top 3 Deans now. He was outside my top 3 Deans earlier, but now he's in the top 3 Deans because he pays attention.
With the inside joke, dude. Oh my goodness.
So we've been on for like 10 minutes and you're already losing your shit.
Oh God, I love this. All right, so Jared, have you answered this yet?
No, and
I'm not supposed to be running this. Mike, you run this.
Hey, Jared, have you answered this yet?
The memo. No, for me, I don't really care who Chelsea signs. I think they hit their high point a couple of years ago, and I think they're going to have a little bit of a lull here. I mean, they'll get back because they've got a ton of money, but I don't really care to see Barca win the UCL, so let them sign who they want this summer.
Boom. You got one, Jared, or you would like me to go just to kill a little bit more time?
Yeah, no, I've got one here. All right, so it's would you rather we win the Premier League with Spurs finishing second and winning the FA Cup, so we get the league title, they get a trophy and Champions League football as well, or we finish 5th in the Europa League spot and Spurs get relegated?
What was the second part of that?
That's a slam dunk for me.
So it's either Arsenal wins the league,
right,
with Spurs finishing second and getting an FA Cup, so they're in UCL with a trophy, or we miss UCL, finishing 5th, but Spurs get relegated.
I think that fans of Celtic Football Club, as well as fans of AC Milan back in the Juventus relegation penalty days, might say that, having your greatest rival all of a sudden just not even be on the map anymore is not as great as it sounds on paper. The whole thing about Spurs being relegated, I mean, I wonder how Liverpool feels right now, knowing that the blue part of the city might end up being, playing against Huddersfield and Ipswich Town next season. But I don't know that I would want them to be relegated because then we can't fucking beat them every season.
But then
this
we'd have
does
St.
cut against you
Tatterman
saying
on
you'd
the
rather
first
see
game of the
them
season.
lose than us win.
Yeah, I came out very strongly saying I'd rather see them lose than I win, but then every single answer I'm giving to these 50-50 questions is the opposite to that. I said that the one scenario would be that we won the Champions League, and then 14 years later they did. 1A would be us winning the league and them finishing second. And you had to throw in the FA Cup part. You had to.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes it difficult. They're a
I'm
trophy-winning
winning
UCL team, or they get relegated.
We're
It's up to you, Mike Steinberg.
Yeah, no,
And you're telling me you want them to get a trophy.
Yeah, no, I'll take the deal. I'm taking the deal, Pat. I don't know.
Like Howie Mandel all of a
It
sudden.
reminds me of when you were on that show, Mike, when they asked you if you're going to continue to answer the questions.
Yeah,
What
this is my
show were you
final
on?
answer. This is my
Yeah,
final
your final answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking the briefcase with the title, and please don't make me see what the other briefcase had in it.
I'll take the title. I'll take the title because it's one of those things where, when Spurs has a season and they're like, this is the best season in history, and somehow we managed to shit house our way above them still. Like our shitty season is equal to their historical season. I think because
the Newcastle win on the last day was pretty awesome when we pipped them.
Oh yeah.
That was glorious. That was a really, really
my
nice
biggest
day.
regret of days I thought about going to the pub and didn't was that one.
Hey, Jared,
who scored that goal at the end?
No idea, Seb. I'm not saying it. I already know where you're going with this. Hey, Jared, can we just sweeten the pot for me? Just in my own mind, I'm going to say that by winning the league, like Spurs was like a close second to us, and so we just piped them at the last day of the season.
Like we beat them in the final game to take
Yeah!
first.
Oh,
But then
yeah,
it's not
fuck yeah.
interesting because
yeah.
everybody would take that.
How about they like lost it? They lose to Fulham on the last day, and Mitrovic scores 4 goals, and then we beat Liverpool at the death with an Aaron Ramsdale header off a corner.
When they had a 2-point lead going into the last game.
Is there any dodgy lasagna in this?
Oh, there's all sorts everywhere. There's just shit lasagna.
They ate COVID sandwiches, right, Mike?
Hey, Kelly,
monkeypox.
Kelly, you know who likes lasagna?
Garfield.
It's the Italians.
Italians.
I'm not familiar. I live in Minnesota. I'm not familiar with Italian.
Are we gonna have a segment of Boppity Boopy on?
There you go.
So Lazio's at a decent preseason. How you feeling about Milan?
We're looking sharp, sir. We just finally signed our Dutch wonder boy.
So if let me do a quick plug for not another Arsenal podcast, because despite getting generally less than 12 viewers at any one given time, there is no good reason for those numbers to be so low. The chemistry, the flow of the podcast.
You killed Kelly.
Even when I'm not on it, they pull those numbers, and
dozens of people.
I mean, they make literally ones of people happy every week at 10 p.m. And
two of them are in the chat right now.
It's one of my favorite podcasts.
We make BX
four
and
guys
happy.
who absolutely enjoy each other's company, just absolutely talking shit with no limits. And now it's 6 people, and I think we need to do this. Also another reminder real quick, because we're up against 11:30 and I have this timer system going on here. GoonersVCancer.com. Please let us know your name when you donate so that you have a chance to win. But look, if you want to donate thousands of dollars anonymously, be my guest, but we want to credit you with it. So all right, are we on to the next one, or do we have someone still to answer, Chris?
Yeah, look, I have one, but you guys went. I was talking about next season. My prediction was Zinchenko's going to start at left back more than Tierney in the league. Take it or leave it.
Yeah,
I was going to take it or leave it.
Leave what?
Hers, we knew what you want to do, and we send a message to everybody else saying do the exact opposite of what hers wanted to do. So you look like a silly goose tonight.
That question isn't in the same ilk.
No, I know, and honestly, Seb, I completely believe that's exactly what you guys did, and I love you guys for it. If I'm being honest.
How can we embarrass Mike in front of all these people tonight?
My take it or leave it will help with this.
Okay. Well,
all right, Mike. What's yours again?
Go for it, Mike, because I don't got a twisted mind like my co-host.
All right. I hope I haven't overhyped it, but
he's back in the chat. My guy.
No, he's gone.
Man.
Would you take losing 5 straight FA Cup finals, but Olivier Giroud has a vagina?
It's not deep enough in this podcast for this.
Or winning 5 straight FA Cup finals, but Alex Morgan has a penis?
Are we gonna get canceled if we answered this?
I mean, I don't care if Alex Morgan has a penis or not. It's not. I'm not married to Alex Morgan. Who cares? I won the FA Cup finals.
Just assume that you have the opportunity to be with either of these people. But I mean,
what? You know how you see how Kelly just looked to the side? That was a wife check right there. She was like, "Hold on, let me." Okay, I could answer this question now.
I don't. Would you want to have sex with Olivier Giroud if he looked exactly the same? But had
I mean, that's
what you.
Don't make me answer that, Kelly.
That was meant to be the tempting part of the two things. Like, we lose 5 straight FA Cup finals, but it's okay. It's okay because Olivier Giroud, you can finally fuck him.
I don't like Olivier Giroud.
Yeah.
Don't make me answer that, Kelly. He just won me a league title with Milan. Don't make me answer.
He didn't
that.
win you that.
Everyone loves me some Olivier Giroud. And the only thing missing from his resume is a vagina.
His meaty French forehead doesn't do enough for you?
Don't say meaty right after I said vagina, please.
Well, he's 6'4", like 200 pounds. He's probably pretty meaty.
So power bottom for sure.
Beef curtain is what you're saying.
Getting canceled.
This is
canceling us.
This is a charity podcast, guys.
You got to find us to cancel us.
All right,
That's true.
I would like an answer now, Jared.
Can't cancel what you can't find.
First, Mike gives us a nice plug in order to get about 3 more viewers, and then he sets us up for those viewers to cancel.
Turns out to be a fucking butt plug he pulls out from nowhere.
I can just imagine, like, Arsenal will be like, "All right, we're aware of Mike and his charitable efforts. We want to support, what he's doing. Let's watch this amazing podcast-a-thon that he had and
club statement.
They just they this is the last part of segment number 1, and they're like, well, let's just go to the end to see how it's going 8 hours in, and then this is what they end up watching. Trust me, we did have other guests on, and did not.
They want a refund of their $1,000.
Josh is pulling it up on his
Leukemia
fucking
Lymphoma Society
iPhone right now,
requesting specifically you don't do this again next year.
Yeah, exactly.
When we hopped on,
like we can live with leukemia if you'll just please stop.
Yeah, Stan Kroenke cures cancer as long as you just stop this shit.
Yeah. Look,
there's the next one.
If I can force people into action, then I'll do it.
There were 62 viewers when we joined at 35 minutes ago. There are now 49.
Yeah. Well, it's 4:35 in the morning over there. We're down to just mostly the Yanks and the expats at this point.
We're trying to get it down to like a comfortable viewership for Nap, right? Like we can't have 49.
There's too many in there. I'm getting nervous.
We gotta get down to like 10.
I gotta tell you, the work rate on this porn pop-up thing is
they are
unmatched by any player we've had in the last 5 years.
It's pretty good. Now, normally porn and pop-ups would be, right up my alley, but I don't need it for this. So, has anyone answered the question though yet?
I don't even know what it was.
I'm taking the 5.
I don't want to have sex with Alex Morgan with a penis or Olivier Giroud with a vagina. No, I opt out to all of it.
And as
for the record, Kelly, for the
make right, you either win or lose 5 straight FA Cup finals.
I'd rather win the FA Cups and not have sex with either of the creatures that you're describing.
I'm going to go on a limb and say I was never going to have sex with Alex Morgan anyway.
To have sex every time that you want with someone who isn't a man with a vagina or a woman with a penis. I mean, like, come on. We're not all in your boat.
I'm still in year 8, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm banning a porn bot, but yet I came up with this question.
They're finding you. It's smart. It's intelligence.
It's like we already have a live action porn bot in Mike. We don't need a digital one in the chat.
It's Mike's burner account.
It's not that it's spam.
He's just going up to the side.
It's challenging my dominance. It's not spam. It's just that I can't be in the company of another one.
He wants those extra viewers. Anyway,
Seb,
is there a way we could choose neither? of that?
I just
I think
did.
that's probably
That's
what
a
most
stupid
people
question.
Well,
Hey, speak for yourself. I'm taking the 5. I'm deprived of trophies. I'm taking the 5 trophies, sir.
Name.
Well, yeah.
Chris, my man, at all costs. I love it.
You and me, buddy.
Okay, so we definitely finish in Europe. We don't know what place. Could be first, could be sixth. Okay.
Do we eventually find out?
No, yeah. At the end of the season. But in order to do that, you have to live, Kelly, this is for you. You have to live with Hector Bellerin, and you'll be his understudy, so you have to dress like him. You have to eat like him.
Sounds like an impractical
and you have
Joker's
to talk
sketch.
like him. Kelly, what do you do?
I think we're gonna do
So
it without
you can
me having
either-
to live like Hector Bellerin's like secret clone that lives in his house with him.
And you said you have to eat like him, right? So you
so you have to be vegan.
Well,
Yeah, I can't give. I'm sorry, I
That's
can't
the
give a
deal killer
call for
for me.
Arsenal.
Will I wither away to nothing and stop being able to run and do my job properly? Then also, is that part of this?
I believe the answer to that is yes.
Could win the league. If you do that,
You would.
But we
you
could-
make
we
a
could
1 year
finish-
sacrifice.
You would struggle.
Sixth
winning the league.
Also,
You would struggle to bench press 50 pounds. Yes.
we could also finish fifth.
You can have a cool mullet and a
Or
creepy
man bun.
mustache.
I could look like 1980s Tim Allen when he got arrested for cocaine trafficking.
Yes,
But
you can.
Yes.
That dream could come true.
Can you ratchet it up any more? Can we for sure be within 5 points of the title?
All right.
Like
He's bargaining now.
I know.
We'll finish in the top 4 at least.
No, I
Well,
don't think I
come
want.
on,
I don't
Kelly.
think I want to spend any time with him, and I think we can do it on our own without me living with Hector Bellerin. And so, okay, is he playing for Betis or Arsenal? Is he staying at Arsenal so I can at least hang around Arsenal, or do I have to go with him to Real Betis and like?
He's playing for
Pretend to
Minnesota
give a shit
FC,
about
so
the
he's
league.
your hometown. You can stay where you are now.
So he's gonna come and live with me in my house.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Then I'm definitely. I don't want him anywhere near my house or my children. So fuck no.
So you not having to go anywhere was actually the deal killer.
I don't want him here. I will go. I would be more apt to go there. I don't want him in my house.
Now, what
If
if
he came
he
up
was
and
in your
knocked on the
house?
door? It's like, hi,
Why not?
Gilly. Can I come in? It's like, no, man, I'm good.
Dude, with
Thanks,
that
though.
with that little frame, he'll just freeze. It'll be okay.
Yeah,
Just leave him
lock
out
him
back.
outside. He'll freeze to death in November.
Now, do we need to clarify that this Hector Bellerin would have 2 penises?
Well,
Yeah,
obviously,
he's definitely not
that
coming
goes
to my house.
that goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was implied, but like, you know.
I assume
That's why he runs so slow now. Just the weight.
Kelly, you got a second one, sir?
I didn't prepare anything, so I didn't think we'd get this far. But
As far as I know, are we still on YouTube? Have they terminated the feature?
yeah, I think that bot's trying to go and burn this thing down.
The porn bot started a stream of his own.
Yeah, no shit. All right, so
Stream of their own.
Let's see. We finished for sure in the top 4, for sure, and we have a chance in the FA Cup. We're in the FA Cup final. So 2 things are for sure, but we lose one of William Saliba and Bukayo Saka or Bukayo Saka next year because they refuse to sign a contract extension.
How much do we sell them for, though?
That's going to
So
happen.
they force a move so we get fleeced.
Again.
Yep. Okay. So we for sure finish in the top 4. We're in the FA Cup final, so chip, chair, and chance we could win a trophy. But either Saka or Saliba will very publicly and shamefully force a move. Talk about how much they hate Arsenal.
Horrible deal. That's the easiest one so far.
Really?
I don't want either of those.
Okay,
guys.
here we go.
Just being in an FA Cup final and finishing top 4. I mean, we should be able to do that anyway. So
okay,
Here
we go.
We should be able to replicate that in the next 5 years.
Okay, here we go. Now, I'll weight the scales a little bit to make it more interesting. We win the FA Cup final. We beat Spurs in the FA Cup final by 3 goals.
10-0. Yep.
Harry Kane gets sent off for a second yellow for simulation.
Never happened.
The impossible just happened.
Okay,
I like
I'm
this.
loving the scales, Jared. Stick with me here. We are in the top 2 on the last day. but after the season, Bukayo Saka or William Saliba publicly and extravagantly refused to sign an extension, talk about how terrible Arteta is and how much they hate Arsenal.
No.
I don't take the scenario with Saliba and Saka happening for anything less than a league title or Europa League, or not even a Europa League title, just a league title or a Champions League title.
Agreed.
I would agree. Also, because Saka is probably the most likable character you could ever have, and if someone like him came out and just talked about how terrible we were, like nobody would want to follow and come into the into the club.
It's like getting bit by your own dog. You're just not expecting it. You know, you're like, okay.
In which case,
I came up with one in the vein of Arsenal and the sick, twisted minds of all my co-hosts, and not as twisted as Mike, of course, because Mike is the one and only when it comes to that. All right, gentlemen, league title for the Arsenal, but Spurs, they do not win, but they beat us. They do the double on us, 5-0 in the league. They knock us out of the FA Cup, the League Cup, and Champions League, but we win the league. Are you prepared to take?
Oh yeah,
taking it.
Yeah,
taking it.
Taking it.
I don't mind losing regular season games to Spurs in a year that we win the title.
We got nothing on us in that scenario.
That's what we did to Leicester.
Yeah,
we beat them twice and we still lost.
I don't think Leicester was like, God damn it, it was ruined because Arsenal did the double on us.
They're still jerking over there in Leicester.
They do not.
By jerking means selling all their good players. And what the fuck are they doing, by the way? Why are they selling everybody?
They're jerking. I don't know.
Supposedly they're $200 million in debt. So
their arc is over, and Brendan Rodgers is a fraud.
Well, he's a terrible manager. So let's be honest. Did they not assess the life insurance on the guy? On the
I'm
owner
trying
very
to.
well, or what the hell happened?
I'm trying to remember if I already. I'm trying to remember if somebody could
Maybe he's
look
still
up
alive. Maybe
Mike
faked his own
Hers,
death.
Mike Hers and Rogers on Twitter. I'm trying to remember if I tweeted that I wanted him at the Arsenal. I don't think I did. So yeah, no, he's
I went
horrible.
on a rampage against anybody that said that, so I don't think you actually tweeted that out.
Yeah. No, that sounds like I would do it just to spite you, actually, Mike. All things considered.
He is a fraud, and he has been ever since he had the Liverpool job.
There needs to be a Jose Mourinho related take it or leave it here. I'm just putting that out there in the universe. I've done my two, so somebody jump
Okay,
in.
if Jose Mourinho had 9 penises. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Hear me out, because they're just coming out of his forehead and his shoulder.
It's like tucking him under his coat. It's like this is really uncomfortable.
Are they
Mike,
does it
remember
look like the Road Warriors with the spikes coming out of the jacket? What a cock! Oh my God.
Hey, Magic. Mike or my dad went to high school with Animal. Graduated high school with Animal. Yeah.
Laurinaitis?
Jim Laurinaitis.
Oh, wow.
That's
all right, boys. I got your next one, and it's not all Arsenal related.
Penis related?
Yeah, it's a great mind sub.
I guess you could take it wherever you wanted to, but not directly.
Okay.
Hey,
like a penis. No. So either
this is going to
your
be
new father-in-law is Jose Mourinho, and he lives next door to you, and you have to deal with him on the daily.
Oh my
God.
Or your next 5 Uber rides, your driver is Marcus Alonso. Who's rolling the dice?
Does he want it more? Is this the Marcus Alonso that wanted it more than Hector Bellerin? Wasn't that his excuse for knocking him out?
Well, that was the media's excuse to say that it wasn't a foul. He wanted it more.
Really, Bellerin just was lightheaded from the lack of calories. That's why he passed out.
Well, yeah, Roman Reigns wanted it more, I suppose. So what was it again, Jared?
I think you have to live next to Jose Mourinho, right?
You're-
Because
you're
you're gonna
father-in-law.
get killed.
He's your
Oh,
father-in-law.
I
and lives
just
next door to you.
actually realized the Alonso part of it. Why that's relevant.
I spent an afternoon with him, and that's as much as I could take. He's a fucking asshole, so I'll take the Uber driver, Marcus.
Really, you're taking your wife?
Wow.
Yeah.
No,
I can't.
I've
Spend
always
your,
had a
the
soft
rest of your
spot for
life.
Mourinho.
No, he's a piece of trash.
Tell us the story when you met him in New York City. Come on,
yeah.
tell
Did you
us.
have a chance to meet him already?
Story time with Seb.
That clown didn't know that I knew who he was, and he pretended that he didn't speak English. So he spoke to his friends. He spoke to his friends in Portuguese, and they would translate to. And the first like 3 minutes, I'm like, this fucking ass clown doesn't realize I know who he is. Anyway, so like 30 minutes later, I let it be
$333.37, and then he would have been like, okay, I can give up this jig.
Yeah, no, I let it be known later on, like half an hour, and I was like, I know who you are, because they were like, do you like football? And I was like, soccer, just to annoy them. And then they're like, yeah. And then I was like, yeah, I do. And then they're like, oh, what team do you like? And I said Arsenal. And he's like, why? And I was like, because they
won't let you into the
This was like right when he started, like a year into him working there. So then I was like, oh, because they don't need money and shit to buy titles and stuff. And then he gave me a look. And then so long story short, then I'm finishing. No, I was finished ringing them up, and a corporate exec from Adidas came by, and they're like, "Oh, Sebastian, nice to see you again. Zidane sent a nice email to us about what you did for him last week when he was here, because I got him like dinner reservations at a French restaurant in the city."
Wow.
And he was blown away by blah blah blah, and he wanted to give you this. And then Mourinho's hearing all this, and he's just waiting for me to like get him reservations. And I was like, okay, have a nice evening. And then he just like, and I walked away.
My man's a true Gooner.
Clown.
Was this
For people who think that Seb is making this up, he is indeed not making this up.
No. Sebastian is one of the premier concierges in Manhattan.
I don't know about that. But anyway, yeah, he's a piece of trash.
Next big name on his list might be Troops. I don't know if he's gonna ever top that, but we'll see.
You get your big meetup with Troops on this trip?
Yeah.
Did I facilitate that?
I'll talk to you about that off air.
We much rather televise.
He diagnosed me with a medical condition, and I'm actually really thankful to him because I was able to get it checked out. I mean, he told me I had a blood clot, and you know what? He was right.
Yeah.
Did he accuse you of having narcissistic personality disorder? Like, it's like you say, sir. Troops. Did you do that? Really, Troops?
He just aggressively shouted it at you for no reason.
You moved, you staring right in the fucking mirror.
It's like, you got a blood clot, you get me?
And like, I don't know anything about Troops, but I know for a fact that man is fucking 5'3". There's no way that he can see over the steering wheel of a car.
No,
there's no way.
He's not. Hold on, I got to see whether I have
his shoes.
The next hour I'm going to be playing a retrospective of the Baltimore trip, and my 45-second interview with Troops will be on there. But I'm trying to see if I have it in here by itself, because it's kind of amusing. But yeah, when he diagnosed me with a blood clot, it was very special.
Yeah, I think 5'9" is
it.
fair. He's just a tad bit shorter than I was. I had the opportunity of meeting him in Denver a few years back.
I can't imagine if I was in, because I don't go anywhere or do anything. If I was in a situation to meet some of these people, what would I do? Like, Mikey, would you be Mikey Hers? Would you probably be a little bit sweaty if that situation was ending itself? Where I'm with my fifth beer, and somebody like Troops came up, like, you'd at least get a little bit clammy about what I would do.
I was sweaty because I had just eaten at this place called Casa Bonita, which was almost borderline food poisoning the second I consumed it. So yeah, I was sweating when I met him. I could confirm that. I reject not I reject not participating in the
Reject or
session.
regret?
No, I regret. Sorry, I regret not participating in the smoking. It would have been fun to be a little high on that trip. But other than that, no. I will say this: Troops off camera is a different character.
No, he was totally nice when I was speaking to him in Baltimore.
I got so much shit for so I tweeted out the video clip that I'm desperately trying to find here, and two people who have followed me and interacted with me on Twitter, one of whom I've met and like runs the Bay Area Gooners, are like unfollowed, and I'm like, so we've got years of history either knowing each other or interview, on Twitter, and you give me some respect by basically saying, I thought you were better than that. You don't know this guy other than what he's on camera, and I'm no longer tolerable to you because I enjoyed the guy's company. I mean, here we go. Hold on.
TGP on tour. We got some guy here. I don't know who he is. He's here. He's fresh off of calling a welfare check for me at my hotel in New Orleans a few years ago. It's Troopowitz.
My brother, Big Mike in the cut. You get me? We're in Baltimore, blood. You understand? The love in here right now.
I actually don't understand, but
he understands, blood. You get me? He's a one man who understands. Right now, Arsenal takeover. I've seen a handful of Everton fans. You get me?
Yeah, there's like 3.
I'm telling you, blood, and one of them's with me.
Why are you doing that? So we're here with Gooners versus Cancer. We're raising money. Go to goonersvcancer.com. We got a raffle going on. You can win a Legend signed shirt. You can win one of Troops' pubic hairs. I have to talk to him about that. Actually, we'll pay you for that. So.
Listen, anything for him, you understand? It's nothing for me, bro.
You having a good time here?
I'm enjoying it, bro. You get me? First, like literally just got in. You told me the matting was going down last night. You understand? I ain't seen Tom yet, so he's probably still recovering. But you understand? Everyone needs to get involved with Gooners versus Cancer.
Thank you. And at what minute will you be invading the pitch?
Nah, you know what, I kind of like the Ravens, innit? So I want to come back to the stadium.
Oh, that's true. You don't want to be kicked out.
Big up Lamar, blood.
All right. Cheers to you, man.
Good cheers to you, blood. Big blood clot Mike, yeah?
Wait, I have a blood. This is a really terrible time to diagnose me with that. Come on, man.
Did you guys catch the guy in the background with the Suarez shirt?
The Suarez.
I knew you were going to point that out immediately.
Yeah,
the 40 million. Why would you waste money on that?
Oh my goodness, this porn bot is just next level, dude.
Are you talking about my guy Love Chat XYZ?
Yeah.
That guy?
Yeah,
He's
it popped up. He's all right. I know him. It's my burner account.
It's like 5 of our viewers, Mike. Calm down.
It's the only time. It's
like 5 of our subscribers is LoveBot XYZ.
I mean,
look, it's 10:55. Let's give something away.
Yeah, let's do the giveaway. I think it's a Ruth Beck art thing again.
Yeah, I gotta check out a website.
We are we're giving away a Ruth Beck art. Let's give away a big Ruth Beck art one though. Let's do because we got 6 men of large stature, maybe not necessarily physically, but I've got some big prints here. I'm not exactly sure.
Mike
got the pics I sent them.
Oh.
Arsenal versus Wigan Athletic. This is a art print of the final game at Highbury. This is a large one, so it is larger than my head, as are the other ones, which are the same size as my head. It's what's called an A3 print. So I don't know the measurements on it, but Ruth Beck at buyruthbeckart.com. Let me just double check the donations tally. We are at $94.95 right now, which means we have 3,000. But that's not just for this. We started the day at 5,600. So
yeah, that's just what Nap made in the last hour.
Yeah, for today, it's 3,895 so far. Almost over a quarter of which was donated because of and during Nap.
Here comes the money.
Actually, I think the person that donated that probably was taking a nap and accidentally rolled over the computer in the exact sequence required to accidentally donate $1,000.
Hey, we'll take it.
Yep.
The end justifies the means, man.
It's been took. All right, so now for the drawing. Oh, I got to relog into the random picker here. This is great. Great media.
While you're doing that, if anybody out there loves Arsenal artwork, Ruth Beck, who donated all these, you can find her on Instagram. It's just at Ruth Beck Art. She has a great picture up today of the Arsenal ladies and their lionesses kits after the win. It's pretty cool. So check that out. We may have retweeted it on the Gooners or shared it on the Insta story of Gooners versus Cancer as well.
Yeah, and she also has an amazing artist rendering of Maria Petri, who is so near and dear to so many Arsenal supporters. So the winner of the first large Ruth Beck art print of the Arsenal versus Wigan is Mackenzie Dolnick. Mackenzie, you have won the Arsenal versus Wigan Athletic. I don't know what you'd call it, a marquee kind of thing, but it's a beautiful, colorful, wonderful art print, and it looks like this. In fact, it is this. It doesn't just look like this, but thank you to Mackenzie, and you have won. Let me just mark that down real quick here. Let me see, A3 Wigan Mackenzie. Thank you so much. And there's a lot of people still in the draw. We've got maybe 35 or so people who have donated. We've still got, even though this is hour 9, we still got like 27 more prizes to give away. So you definitely have a chance, but you're going to want to get your donation in as soon as possible so that you can increase your chances of winning.
Hers, VX Gooner in the chat, he was the guy responsible for helping me find that Vela kit for you. So if you want to give him a thank you. Yes.
VX, dude.
He's one of my minions that I had searching for 3 years.
Now, I know BX is, obviously he frequents the chat rooms of pods, but you know him personally?
I've never met him personally, but I think we started talking on Instagram, maybe like.
How long have you been dating? Does he have?
I got catfished.
How many penises between 0 and 9? How many penises does he have? That's the answer that everyone needs to know. But
we don't talk about that.
Magic. We rarely talk about penises unless we're on with you. I've noticed.
Yeah, it is a strange obsession.
There's something that attracts.
We have pillow talk about like Arsenal kits and
I love that
in our collections of we both sick men and have way too many in our collection. But
we have a very small group of dear listeners at NAP, but I will say that we know them all. We know them all, and they are a couple of them are very, very consistent in the live chat and in the comments after YouTube feeds, because there's like 4 of them that they just flat out say, yeah, we're sleeping when you air, but as soon as I wake up, I tune in. So greatly.
So what you're saying is that out of the dozen, 9 of them
and dozens
of
dear listeners,
9 of them just start the pod and then go to sleep.
That's why it's called nap.
Nap for a reason, Mike. Yes.
Because a view is a view is a view. It doesn't matter whether we're conscious or not. I mean, that's the motto of the Gooners podcast is we don't care if you're conscious or not.
We are the podcast of the sleepless and the sleepy.
Bill Cosby,
the sleeping
podcast.
In fact,
Mike,
that's why
are
we
you
pod
gonna
at like 10 p.m. at night, 4 in the morning UK time? So makes sense.
Are you gonna ask my co-host the question that you've been asking all the guests, Mikey?
Yes, and thank you actually for reminding me that we're going to go about 10 minutes into this hour. We have entered hour 10. We're going to go 10 minutes in, and then what we're going to do is we're going to change the feeds because YouTube only records 12 hours. So we got about every 9 to 9.5 hours of this podcast we're going to switch. So if you're watching this right now, when we finish this next 10 minutes or so, you're going to want to go to
not another Arsenal pod.
You're going to want to go. Yep. You're going to want to go to.
Yes, Mike. Yes, Kelly.
I missed that. I just talked right over it. But we're going to want to go to www.podpart2.com. Pod Part 2. The next segment of our podcast will be number 2, if you know what I'm saying. Where I'm going to get even loopier and loopier because apparently you can get high off of Red Bull, and I'm currently experiencing that. So yes, we need top 4s, bottom 3s, and outlandish prediction that has nothing to do with quantity of genitals. We will start with the Sebinator.
All right, bottom 3 definitely Giroud.
Power bottom.
Giroud, Alex Morgan, and Bellerin.
Not power bottom 3.
Power bottom 3. Yeah.
No.
I feel like a silly goose now. Oh, damn it. Everton.
Love that.
Everton, Leicester, and Leeds.
Whoa.
Leicester.
Wow.
Leicester. That's the
That would be
first for that.
That would be a delicious final couple weeks, man. I gotta tell you. Some big clubs.
And top four.
Yep.
In order or
yes,
any
please.
Yep. I guess City. Fuck it. Arsenal, Liverpool.
Ooh,
man.
And
West
Ham.
Yes.
Wow.
You guys are so fucking weird about West Ham.
You are
they suck.
Out of 16 people so far, you are the first one to pick either Arsenal in second or West Ham in the top four. You could be, my friend, the genius of all geniuses, or
that's what the first thing I said when I came on this podcast tonight. I'm here to dumb things down. So
go big or go home.
We appreciate that.
And your surprise prediction of something that people would not think would happen, but is going to happen.
Oh, I have such a good surprise one.
Surprise. There's an investigation this season, and it's going to show that the referees in the Premier League are corrupt, and people are going to go to jail.
Oh, we are on brand. We are so on our brand right now.
I would love
So
that.
it's not
hashtag tinfoil hat club.
Your
just
prediction
bring our
is
bullshit
not
under this.
corrupt.
Amazing.
It's so the prediction isn't that refs are corrupt. It's that they will be found as being corrupt.
Yes.
And that would be fantastic.
Love it.
Kelly, your top four, bottom three.
All right, so we'll do top four. I'm gonna say Liverpool is going to get their last Premier League champ title within this kind of generation
cycle.
This kind of the Klopp era. I think it's gonna be the last one. So I will say Liverpool, City, Arsenal, and I don't want to say it, so I'm not going to. I'm just gonna say United is going to be weird and good with Ten Hag and sneak in there despite everybody.
Waiting for someone. You're the first to have Manchester United in the top four, and I don't think that's that outlandish of a thing to say.
No, I'm right at the edge between Chelsea and so I'm I haven't talked about Bundesliga yet, but and it is I do have a camera in front of me, but so Thomas Tuchel has this thing where he falls out. This is about the time where he would fall out spectacularly with somebody. So I think that Chelsea might be the surprise piece where they underachieve because Tuchel is gonna have some sort of dust up and be fired.
Got a little of the Jose, a little of the Abba, a little of the
yeah, he's kind of that guy. So I could see that Ten Hag could get him together well enough in the second half of the season to sneak into the top four. And I'm not going to put that any voodoo in the universe that Spurs finish top four because fuck them. For the drop, I think Forest is going to go right back down. I don't think they're very good, and they're not adding. Jesse Lingard sucks, so fuck them. So I think they're going to go down.
He doesn't suck when he's not playing for United, though. He only sucks when he's playing for United.
Yeah, but he's a fucking clown. So I think they're going to go down. I'm going to say.
Does he shoot water in your eye from a flower?
Yeah, he's a friendly 80s television clown. Bournemouth is going to go right back down to. Let's see what else. I kind of agree with everybody else. I think Southampton's going to go down. I think they've been playing with fire for a long time, and they're going to go. They probably belong down. If we're being honest, God, I don't. Who else is going to go? Not Brighton.
Well, you've given 3 clubs already.
Oh yeah, so that's everybody.
Well, that's
Sorry.
a surprise. It's
that's a surprise.
Surprises are going to be a fourth one. And my surprise piece, I think Crystal Palace will be pushing for Europa League this year with Patrick Vieira. That's my surprise.
That's surprising
prediction.
Pushing that like does that mean that they're
going to finish no further down than 9th. They'll be in the kind of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
So after the first game of the season, they'll go the rest of the season.
They are going to be. They are going to push very hard, if not make the.
And can you finish in Europe if you lose your first game at home 8-0? We will find that out.
I thought we were going to win 10-0. Jesus double hat trick.
Well, that's true.
I like this.
Hers. Mikey.
I am going with
AC Milan.
AC Milan, yes.
Milan.
Lazio will be pushing for
Mexico.
Mexico. Yeah, AC Milan, Mexico, and Arsenal.
Bold prediction is Mexico's gonna win the World Cup.
Oh my God.
Relegated USA.
How much tequila you drinking, brother?
Hugo Sanchez.
I mean, amigo.
It's water. It's not vodka. I promise
Jesus.
you. Liverpool, City, Arsenal, United.
Okay.
Going down is going to be Bournemouth, Forest, and Leeds.
Okay.
And I'm going to visit. Look at the dear listeners bigging up River Plate and Forza Milan. They know me well.
Mm-hmm.
And my prediction, I'm gonna visit some priors that my NAP crew knows well. I think Saliba's gonna hold on to that contract extension, and I still am very pessimistic that he's gonna sign it. Ooh. So my prediction, my outstanding, my big thing is
you're not so normally so negative and assholic, but with this one,
but when it comes to French people, he hates them all.
There's something about French people, man. You know, they're
and
they're stupid and ugly.
Guendouzi's going to come back and play center back for Arsenal. Is that right, Mike?
Now that's an idea I could get behind.
Guendouzi broke his heart, and since then,
he never been the same.
He hasn't been the same.
Hey,
I'll never love another Frenchman.
I forgot my real crazy prediction was that Mitrovic is going to score 20 Premier League goals.
Oh, no, he's not, Kelly.
It was said earlier on the podcast
going to score 20 Premier League goals.
Mitrovic has gone up and down, and he does 30 plus in the
He scored like 40 league goals in the championship last year. 50. He can score half that in the Premier League.
Yes, well,
never scored more than 11.
He did 20 some high 20 number about 4 years ago, and then when they came back up, he did 4. So
Mitrovic is going to score 20 Premier League goals.
All right, and
I have a fantasy roster to prove it.
Jared, we're finally getting to you. Top 4.
All right, my top 4. I have City winning it, Liverpool, Arsenal, and kind of by default because I think they'll spend in the next couple of weeks Chelsea. Let's see. Relegated, I have Forest, Bournemouth, and like a few people have said, I have Southampton in there as well. I think they've been playing with fire for a while, and this is going to be the year it kind of catches up to them.
All right.
And kind of in opposition to a couple of my NAP buddies here, my bold prediction is that the first year under Ten Hag, Manchester United will miss out on European football, putting them 8th or worse in league.
Wow. All right. Well, that's a big call. I think.
Can I ask a question real quick, Jared? Do you change your prediction after every hour, or is this the same prediction that you give every?
It depends. I'm going to change it after every week of the season. Actually,
okay. I was wondering because the more you drink, does it change your frame of thought?
Yeah, we should have done that. You should have had Mike. You should have had one drink every hour. And then watched how bold the predictions became after hour like 25, 26, 27.
If I have one drink after every hour, I just am the same person I would be if I didn't have one drink after every hour. That does nothing to me.
You're more socially acceptable when you're hammered than sober.
Is probably the only person that's personally visualized my slow descent into drunkenness.
We don't talk about that night no more.
Yeah, where you left me on the streets of Brooklyn.
You said you were fine. You said you were fine. I trust you. You're a big boy.
Said I was. Woke up on the street.
No,
I'm kidding. All right, so guys, this has been the takeover.
Chris's predictions.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry.
The only one who's not being a drunk prick.
Well, the reason is because I don't have Chris in this list because I was told that he couldn't make it tonight, and I'm thrilled that he could. But I didn't have him in the list. So Christian,
he purposely got himself into a fight with his wife.
Nice! I love that. I love that.
He got sent to the basement, and
voila! Of my mother-in-law's house.
I got to do a podcast. Fuck you, bitch.
Words have never.
Dinner is served, honey. Knocks it off.
And this is the last time I'll be on that.
Serve this.
So good knowing you guys.
Serve this. All right, Christian.
Top 4. I have Liverpool winning it. I think they've got too much firepower up top, and I think City's lost too much this offseason to repeat. But I do have City second, Arsenal third, and Chelsea fourth.
Okay, that's my identical top four.
Relegation fodder, I have Bournemouth, Everton.
Oh, we're one away from being complete matches here.
It's ending here in Southampton.
All right.
You look at Southampton end of last season, and they were hot garbage, and all they've done is added
all they did was beat us, though.
23s from Man City. So.
Dean.
Yeah, we've seen no Newcastle top fours. We've seen no Arsenal outside the top fours. Which last season we had two people say that they were going to get in the top four, and one was just like going off. JJ was, we're going to win and Spurs are going to get relegated, and he stuck to it. So there was like one real person. JJ was supposed to be on with us tonight and couldn't. He had a change of plans, but when he saw the beginning of the podcast, but the bold prediction, Christian.
Well, I don't have Spurs in my top four, and it's because Conte is going to leave mid-season. This is true to form, guys.
That is my prediction.
I cannot stand Spurs, so this has to be my prediction. And he's going to be replaced by Mauricio Pochettino. The man returns.
Oh, that is going to happen, Christian.
That could happen. That could really happen. That could happen. And I mean, other than you saying Southampton, where I have Leeds going down, we basically just matched completely, both in predictions and in looks.
Swiping right.
Totally.
Both of you. Swiping right. How many penises between you two now?
Oh, shit.
I don't know. All right. So this has been. Oh, well, Mike, you do your normal sign off, and then I'll do a sign off.
This has been Not Another Arsenal podcast, aka the Abu Dhabi. No. So the regular sign off, Mike, is me trying to sign off, and Seb and Kelly not shutting up, and to the point where I have to mute them to sign off. So that's normally the signing off. So.
Well, you have the controls here. You can do it again.
No. We're Not Another Arsenal podcast. I mean, it's like 4-something a.m. in UK, and there's a lot of Americans in a lot of chat. But yeah, we like to have fun over there. We do eventually talk about tactics and whatnot. That is normally Sir Kelly and Chris that handles all the tactics. Why Sebi and I are the clowns of the podcast, but we don't take ourselves too serious. We're very lighthearted, and yeah, if you're awake at this godly hour, check us out. It's Not Another Arsenal podcast, aka this season the Abu Dhabi of Arsenal podcast.
Now, is that message going out to everybody, or just the additional 34 people over what you normally have watching that are watching right now?
The additional 34, yeah, for sure.
Okay,
yeah, I'm sure. Dean and BX are the type of guys. I'm sure they've subscribed like 4 times.
Well, they're
sure.
Yeah, they're probably. And Fredo has 94 computers, so he's got half of them going right now, and it's fantastic. So I've truly enjoyed this. Thank you so much, guys. Please watch Not Another Arsenal podcast. Subscribe, like it. It is really, really good. If you can't make it live, watch it when it's not live, and then you'll find yourself up in the middle of the night watching it constantly. So that is it for now. We are going to be ending segment 1. We are now in hour 10. Go to, what is it? What did I say it was? www.podpart2.com. We're going to start off with a video retrospective of what Baltimore was like. You'll see a lot of Sebi in there.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of drunk Rick Hicks, which is going to be fun to watch. I made this compilation last night when I was falling asleep. So if it doesn't make any sense, so be it. But and then after that, what do we have after that? When we come back live, we will have Max Ware from our
Oh yeah, love Max.
Max from our squad coming to us live from Australia. We're gonna have Gab Millard coming to us also from Australia, although he's English. Mikey will be back with us, and then Fergus joins in, and it's just we're gonna take off from there. So we'll see you guys on the flip side. www.podpart2.com, goonersvcancer.com, and what do I do to get this thing off?
It's the bright orange.
Buy a few drinks
button up there.
Use your right side penis and just bash it against the keyboard until it goes away.
I'm taking my 8th penis out of 9, and I'm gonna do the intro as our outro again. And when it's done, we'll be on.
Once upon a time, way back when there were only 9,000 Arsenal podcasts, 5 young men from various backgrounds, an Irish kid with a horrible haircut, a young Jewish nerd who hadn't discovered food yet, a child from Hemel Hempstead who didn't want to be English no more, a handsome advertising magnate with impeccable judgment, and a young Mexican AC Milan fan hatched a plan to take over the world of Arsenal podcasts. But then these boys became men. Jared, Mikey, Ewan, Magic, and Andy. And the rest, my friends, is history. And now, all these years later, you tune in every so often to hear their incredible takes, their football knowledge, and their sensual advice. But now, it's gone too far. You, our fans, are at long last witness to season
7.
Welcome to the Gooners Pod.